Chapter 39. Looking at the woman who had just walked out of the stone house, she immediately felt that something was wrong. She looked at the second prince, and the expression on her face changed drastically. She stood there in a daze, and her entire body trembled like a sieve. She almost fell to the ground. The snake species' natural submission to the dragon clan was involuntarily revealed. "Wife!" A weak voice sounded from inside the stone house. He seemed to have noticed the abnormality and hurriedly asked, "What happened to you?" Nothing. "Husband, you must not come out." The woman's voice was a bit shrill and even had a hissing sound. However, in the midst of the woman's voice, there was a slightly dragging sound of footsteps. A man in strange clothes walked out of the stone house. This man had a head full of white hair and two big and lifeless eyes. His hands were stretched out in front of him, groping left and right. Obviously, he was blind. When the man touched the snake demon's trembling body, he said in surprise, "Wife, why are you so cold? Quickly put on these clothes." As he spoke, the blind man hurriedly took off his clothes and touched the woman, wanting to help her put on her clothes. No need, husband." Facing the second prince of the Dragon Palace, the woman could not restrain her body from trembling. However, she still hurriedly shouted, "The wind is strong here, you quickly put on your clothes." "Humph." The second prince of the Dragon Palace snorted and looked at the woman and the demon with extreme disgust. The dragon breath from his mouth and nose blew past, creating a fierce wind that blew away the clothes in the man's hands. Such a strong wind! The old man said and hurriedly pulled the woman's arm. "Wife, quickly come back to hide from the wind." The snake demon did not dare to move. She hurriedly pushed the man and said, "Husband, don't worry about me, quickly go back." "Damn thing, you actually dare to conspire with a human?" The shrimp soldiers and crab soldiers in the distance had already approached. When Ma Yingfeng saw this, he unconsciously thought of Xiao Hua's slander in the arena and his heart burned with anger. He waved the trident in his hand and stabbed it towards the trembling snake spirit woman. The woman was shocked and wanted to dodge. However, when she saw the man still holding her arm, she gritted her teeth and tilted her body to block the man. Her body met the trident head-on. "Are you crazy?" At this moment, a lazy voice came from the place where the second prince of Dragon Palace was looking. "They are a loving couple. I envy them. Why do you want to break them apart? If you break them up, then I won't even have a neighbor." Following this voice, a huge black shadow rushed out from that place and blocked the three-pronged fork. When Ma Yingfeng saw that the three-pronged fork had wings that seemed to be cast from copper and iron, he couldn't help but be greatly alarmed. "Fellow immortal, where did you come from?" The second prince of Dragon Palace was not surprised. He looked at the origin of the wings with interest and asked, "When will we arrive at Yuling Bay? Why didn't I know that there was a powerful demon race expert on this cliff?" "Haha, this old man came from where he came from, and in the future I will return to the same place. I just stayed in Yuling Bay for a few years. I don't need to disturb so many fellow immortals, right?" As he spoke, a demon race of more than 30 meters flew out from the foot of the mountain. This demon race was now in human form. On his head, which was several feet in size, there was a pair of bright eyes flashing with a sharp gaze. Two long eyebrows were slanted into his sideburns like sharp swords. His slightly bulging mouth and nose revealed faint red lips and white teeth. The demon's wings were surging with demon aura, and a pair of naked arms with bulging muscles could be vaguely seen amidst the demon aura. What was blocking the sharp weapons was the shadow of one of the demon's wings. "I'm Ao Jing, the second prince of North Sea Dragon Palace." The second prince pondered for a moment and cupped his hands. "How should I address you, fellow immortal?" "Oh, it's the second prince." The demon race suddenly realized and laughed. "I'm Feng Wu. As for where I come from, haha, it's just an unknown place in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. It's not comparable to the North Sea Dragon Palace. Let's not talk about it." "So it's fellow immortal Feng Wu." Ao Jing laughed. "I wonder if I'm lucky enough to invite fellow immortal to Yuling Palace for a chat?" I'm not going. Feng Wu flapped his wings and said, "If I wanted to go, I would have gone a few years ago. Since I'm not going, I can only disappoint the second prince." "Fine. Since fellow immortal doesn't like to be disturbed, I won't mention this matter." Facing Feng Wu, an unfamiliar demon, Ao Jing acutely sensed that this demon of the phoenix bloodline was exceptionally powerful. He couldn't help but restrain his arrogance as he smiled and said, however, "This king would like to ask you, did you sense a human cultivator who concealed himself and passed by here just now? The second prince really overestimates my strength." Feng Wu laughed. "How can I see a human race cultivator that even second prince can't catch up with? Damn human race." At the mention of Xiao Hua, an inexplicable anger appeared on Ao Jing's face. He turned his head to look at the snake spirit and the old man in the stone house and said sternly, "Evil creature, what's the matter with you? If you don't explain clearly, I'll take your life right now." "Second prince, please spare my life." The snake spirit almost fell to the ground and said anxiously, "Su Lang is this lowly concubine's savior. This lowly concubine doesn't know how to repay him, so I want to accompany him for the rest of my life." "Lowly concubine? You're really good at saying the word human race." Ao Jing laughed sinisterly. "This man is just weak, how can he save you? Aren't you deceiving me? I'll let second prince know." The snake spirit didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly said, "When Su Lang was young, this lowly concubine was chased by an enemy and turned into a small snake. It was winter at that time. This lowly concubine was frozen into a popsicle and was about to freeze to death. Su Lang just happened to come back from the academy and happened to meet this lowly concubine. He was careful and kind. When he saw that this lowly concubine was frozen by the winter snow, he hid this lowly concubine in his arms. After a night of warmth, this lowly concubine finally woke up. This lowly concubine didn't dare to stay in Su Lang's house for long and hurriedly flew underground to hibernate. When this lowly concubine recovered the next year, this lowly concubine went to find Su Lang to repay his kindness. However, when this lowly concubine found Su Lang, this lowly concubine found out that because this lowly concubine didn't know how to restrain the poison in her body when she was seriously injured, Su Lang was poisoned by this lowly concubine when he saved this lowly concubine. Although this lowly concubine was saved by the human race's physician, Su Lang was still blind. This lowly concubine felt that there was nothing this lowly concubine could do to repay him. "So I pretended to be a wandering village woman and married into the Su family, pledging my life to you. When Su Lang grew old and no longer had anything to worry about at home, this lowly concubine brought Su Lang out to fulfill his long-cherished wish of traveling 10,000 li instead of reading 10,000 books. When I arrived at the Northern Sea, Su Lang was already old and couldn't walk anymore. Therefore, this lowly concubine built a house here and accompanied him on his last journey." "Wife, what are you talking about?" The man in the house was very puzzled when he heard the crooked demon language outside the house. However, he was also familiar with the woman's voice and couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Who is outside? We've been here for so long, but we've never had any neighbors come to visit. Could it be that it's our neighbors?" Shi Jinfeng sneered and changed the demon language in the air into human language. He mocked, "Wife, do you know what your wife is? She's just a snake spirit. Do you know where you live? This is a cliff that goes deep into the Northern Sea. In the past, there were many seabirds here, but now not a single seabird can be seen. Do you know where these seabirds went? They were all swallowed by your snake spirit wife. Where did you get this neighborhood from?" Hearing Ao Jing's words, the house was silent at first. In the end, that man cried out in shock, Wife, who is this person? Is what he said true? Aren't you an orphan of the Bai family? How did you become a snake spirit? How is this possible?" "Husband." A trace of sorrow appeared in the woman's previously emotionless eyes. This sorrow was especially obvious in the pitch-black snake eyes. Feng Wu frowned and glared at Shi Jinfeng with some displeasure. Shi Jinfeng's heart shrank as fear appeared in his heart. At this moment he finally understood why his prince was so courteous to this demon with a phoenix body. It wasn't just because Feng Wu was powerful. "My wife. Say something. I don't believe what this person said." That man pressed, Are you a human or a demon?" The snake spirit woman hesitated for a moment and said, "Husband, is it important whether this lowly concubine is a human or a demon?" Unfortunately, that old man with the surname Su didn't answer. After a moment, the snake spirit woman said with some sorrow, "Husband, do you still remember the story of the little snake that this concubine often told you?" "Of course I remember. That man's voice trembled. You often told this story to me. I thought you were comforting me. Could it be? The man's voice was somewhat fearful. Wife was also replaced with you. The woman straightened her waist with difficulty and turned her head to look sadly at the stone house. She had accompanied this man for dozens of years. Although she was a demon, she understood the man's thoughts from the change in his tone. Damn it, this is ridiculous. Ao Jing couldn't help but ridicule. You've shared a bed for dozens of years and you don't even know what your wife is. Have you spent your nights like this for dozens of years? Hearing Ao Jing's words, Shi Jinfeng smiled and said, This muddle-headed brother, perhaps you haven't been able to touch your wife's delicate skin at night before. Then why don't you touch it properly now? Whether it was Ao Jing or Shi Jinfeng, after being played by Xiao Hua, they couldn't help but feel resentment. They couldn't find Xiao Hua, and when facing other weak people, they also had the heart to play with them. This kind of despicable person existed in both the human race and the demon race. Sure enough, the sound of light footsteps came from inside the stone house. Husband! That snake spirit was greatly alarmed and cried out miserably, You can't. Chapter 39-40. However, the footsteps were still so resolute, not shaken by the snake spirit's panic. Feng Wu's expression changed as he watched from nearby. This Feng Wu was naturally Xiao Hua's transformation. In fact, it wasn't much of a transformation. Xiao Hua only needed to slightly reveal the heavenly phoenix within his body, and that was enough to scare Ao Jing and the other dragons. Feng Wu could stop Ma Jinfeng from killing the snake spirit, but he couldn't stop the man from walking out of the stone house. Moreover, although Ao Jing and Ma Jinfeng were clearly trying to sow discord, the hand that would reveal the truth was on the man. The man had the right to know the truth, and Xiao Hua had no right to stop him. The man's figure appeared, and his hand slowly approached the snake spirit's body. The snake spirit's body trembled slightly, and slowly moved, trying to dodge. However, the man didn't give up, and followed the direction of the snake spirit's movement again. The snake spirit's body trembled violently for a moment before suddenly stopping. She looked at the man's resolute face with a hint of sadness in her eyes, and a look of desperation appeared in her eyes. The snake spirit no longer dodged. She raised her illusory hand slightly and held the man's hand. The man hurriedly touched the snake spirit's arm, and the panic on his face faded slightly. However, the snake spirit immediately pulled his hand, and bit by bit it moved upwards towards the place where the scales hadn't transformed. The man's arm trembled slightly, and he was somewhat hesitant, but also somewhat resolute. The distance of less than a foot actually took a full half a cup of tea's time. Not to mention the howling sea breeze, even the crowd of demons and shrimp soldiers and crab generals stopped moving, as if they were waiting for some kind of outcome. The man's hand finally touched the snake spirit's ice-cold scales, and the moment he touched the scales, the coldness struck the man like a bolt of lightning. The man's arm trembled, and his entire body twitched. His face revealed disbelief, and his empty eyes seemed to flash with spirit, as if he had seen many things. However, the man's mouth seemed to say you, and it was unknown what he wanted to say, and then there was no more. Then the man collapsed on the ground, white foam coming out of his mouth. In just a few breaths, the breath he breathed out was less than the breath he breathed in. The snake spirit looked coldly at the man's hand, which was now firmly gripping a piece of scale on the snake spirit's body. Even in the face of death, he did not loosen his grip. The man died. His grayish-white eyes stared fixedly at the sky, as if he had died with his eyes wide open. His hand was still stretched out, strangling the snake spirit's scales. The snake spirit raised her hand, and with a crack she broke off the scale. The man's hand fell to the ground. The snake spirit reached out to cover the man's eyes and said in a low voice, Su Lang, I thought that after accompanying you for your entire life, I had already become your true love in your heart. You wouldn't care about my demon body anymore. Actually, there are many times when I want to tell you the truth. I want to know if you care that I'm a snake spirit, but I'm afraid of seeing something I don't want to see. I thought that once we reach this place, I would be able to accompany you to the end of the journey and let you have a perfect ending. But the heavens want me to know what you're thinking. Stories are just stories. The more I tell them, the more you listen to them. What I ask and what you answer are not reality. When the illusion had become a thing of the past, when you really faced reality, you actually couldn't believe that you were actually scared to death by your first wife who had accompanied you for decades, and that you were actually scared to death by your first wife who had taken care of you all your life. The ending of this story is really laughable. Su Lang, Su Lang. How can you make me believe in the affection of this world? Demons will always be demons. What's the point of talking about feelings with humans? Ao Jing was also surprised by this unexpected ending, but seeing the snake spirit so sad, he couldn't help but sneer. Maybe it's time to end it. The snake spirit waved her hand and picked up the man's corpse. She looked at Ao Jing indifferently. Although she was still afraid, she still asked, "Can this concubine go now?" "Go, go." Ao Jing waved his hand. Xiaohua asked strangely, "Where are you taking this human's corpse?" After a human dies, it's important to be buried in peace. This concubine will bury him. The snake spirit looked at Xiaohua and replied, "Alas, go." Xiaohua flapped his wings and sighed. This old man should also go. After staying here for a few years, I didn't expect that you two would have such an ending. It's really beyond this old man's expectations. This old man often heard humans say that the world in people's hearts is often the most perfect. Many people don't dare to open their eyes and face reality, because the world in front of them is too cruel. There are too many unsatisfactory things. This kid surnamed Su seems to be a pure and kind person from his speech and behavior. He even helped my demon race since he was young. Unfortunately, a pure and kind person is not necessarily a wise and brave person. His eyes are blind and his heart is even more blind. After he finished speaking, Xiaohua spread his wings and a whirlwind appeared. Xiaohua's body turned into a phoenix that was dozens of feet long. As his wings danced, demonic clouds lingered around him. The clouds flickered and his demonic body instantly flew a few miles away, gradually disappearing into the sea breeze. Second prince. Seeing Xiaohua fly away, Ma Yingfeng whispered, "This Feng Wu is a demon expert. You, alas, if not for today's matter, we could have become friends." Ao Jing smiled bitterly. After watching Xiaohua fly away, the snake spirit also rolled up the demonic clouds and went inland. He whispered, "Since this matter has happened, let's wait for another chance." "Yes." Ma Yingfeng nodded. He then looked at the several demon experts in the distance and whispered. This subordinate suddenly thought of something. That human who escaped, was he the Confucian cultivator who took out the Immortal Palace's token? Should this subordinate and the others search Yuling Bay? Naturally, we have to search. This Confucian cultivator actually dared to ruin my North Sea Dragon Palace's matter. We can't let him go easily. Ao Jing nodded, however. It's hard to say whether this human is from the Immortal Palace or not. After all, the Immortal Palace's people have already revealed their identities. He can't directly attack my North Sea Dragon Palace. But then again, the human race is best at creating a diversion. He revealed his identity and thought that we wouldn't suspect him. Then he saved Zhangsheng. He used Zhangsheng to provoke the dragon palaces of the four seas, so that the Immortal Palace could benefit. At this point, Ma Yingfeng continued in a low voice, also Baxia 47869, who fought with Zhangsheng, was also rescued by a Confucian cultivator. This Confucian cultivator disguised as a Taoist cultivator must be related to Baxia 47869. Yes, that's possible. Ao Jing nodded. Check Baxia's records and see if you can find any clues. Actually, there are no more than a few possibilities. One is that the remnants of the Heavenly Abode River asked the Confucian cultivator to help. They borrowed Baxia's power to sneak into the arena and save Zhangsheng. The first possibility was that the Confucian cultivator wanted to save Baxia and Zhangsheng along the way. Another is that the Confucian cultivator knew these two and saved them at the same time. Yes, Your Highness's analysis is very reasonable. Ma Yingfeng smiled. No matter what, this Confucian cultivator disguised himself as a Taoist cultivator and came to my arena with bad intentions. No, if that Confucian cultivator wanted to save Zhangsheng, he could have just entered the arena. Why did he drag Baxia into it? Also, if he wanted to make a move, he could have done it before Zhangsheng's fight. Why wait until Zhangsheng and Baxia make their move? Ao Jing suddenly realized something, shock appearing on his face. Could it be that the Confucian cultivator wanted to save Baxia? And Jiang Sheng was just doing it in passing? Damn it. Ao Jing anxiously said, Ma Jinfeng, you're right. Quickly go and investigate the background of this Baxiao 47869. Since he's Baxiao 47869, he's from the Baxiao arena. Why would he come to my Yazi arena? Could it be? Ma Yingfeng smiled bitterly at Ao Jing's words. He naturally knew about Xian Kong's arrangements, but how could he dare to tell Ao Jing? Then what about the Immortal Palace? Ma Yingfeng asked in a low voice. Investigate, of course we have to investigate. Ao Jing sneered. I can't find the Confucian cultivator or the Taoist cultivator, but I can still find the human in Yuling Bay. Let's see if I can't turn Yuling Bay upside down. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful Ao Jing was, even if he turned Yuling Bay upside down, it would be impossible for him to find traces of Xiao Hua, because Xiao Hua turned into a phoenix and flew away right in front of him. This was something that Ao Jing had never dreamed of. A heavenly phoenix with a monstrous aura, whose bloodline was even purer than his. The second prince of the North Sea Dragon Palace was actually the human Confucian cultivator he was looking for. Xiao Hua's heavenly phoenix demonic body spread its wings and soared along with the sea breeze. Looking at the vast sky and the boundless North Sea, a rare kind of comfort involuntarily emerged from the bottom of its heart. Xiao Hua opened its mouth and let out a phoenix cry. This sound resounded through the sky. Not only did it shatter the clouds, it even stirred up the seawater in the vicinity of several dozen li layer upon layer of waves, with Xiao Hua as the center, spread out in all directions. It looked like a medium-sized storm had already begun to form. Awesome! Awesome! Xiao Hua enjoyed the flight and couldn't help but think to himself, no wonder the ancients said, Great Peng rises with the wind one day, soaring up 90,000 li. This poem is refreshing to read, but when I really fly, the feeling is even more inconceivable. Freedom is just like this, to swim freely in the universe, to soar between heaven and earth, to be unrestrained, to do as one pleases. This kind of freedom should be the end of my cultivation. In the future, not to mention the carefree domain, even the void-shattering realm will be as relaxed and free as this. After flying for less than half an hour, in addition to the boundless sea of clouds, there was only the boundless blue sea. Xiao Hua knew that he couldn't fly deeper into the North Sea. He released his soul consciousness and looked around. After confirming that there were no demons following him, and there was no demon expert's consciousness, he returned to his original appearance. Then he took out the Pegasus and flying carriage, relying on his terrible sense of direction. He urged the flying carriage to fly to another place in the hidden immortal continent. Chapter 39-41. Xiao Hua urged the Pegasus to sit inside the flying carriage. He secretly pondered over his actions along the way, and felt that there was nothing inappropriate. Only then did his mind enter the space to check and sort out the gains of this auction. After nearly an hour, Xiao Hua felt that it was about time and released his soul consciousness. Sure enough, at the edge of his soul consciousness, he saw the appearance of land. Moreover, there was no bay or human figure on this land. It was not Yuling Bay at all. This naturally didn't exceed Xiao Hua's expectations. He calmly put away the flying chariot and Pegasus, then used the water escape technique to reach the shore. He raised his hand and took the mountain river seal in his hand, then released Jiang Sheng from the space. Jiang Sheng had been standing in the space like a wooden chicken. Suddenly, he felt his body tighten and could move again. He hastily waved the sky piercer and guarded left and right. When he saw Xiao Hua, he could not help but be stunned. The sky piercer pointed at Xiao Hua and stood there in a daze. Jiang Sheng. Xiao Hua did not dare to waste time and said in the demon language, This Xiao rescued you from the Yazi arena. That North Sea Dragon Palace's second prince, Ao Jing, has been chasing after you. I'm afraid you have the North Sea Dragon Palace's warrior slave seal on your body. This Xiao wants to help you get rid of it first. Don't resist. Okay. Jiang Sheng was not a fool. He did not ask why Xiao Hua knew the demon language, nor did he ask why Xiao Hua's cultivation was so high at this time. He only gave a simple reply. Xiao Hua patted his forehead and used the illusion breaker eye. Those silver-white eyes looked around Jiang Sheng's body. Jiang Sheng felt a chill coming from his body. It was as if those expressionless eyes saw through his body from the inside out. Don't move, don't resist. Just as Jiang Shang could not help but tremble slightly, several layers of dark green brilliance gushed out from between Xiao Hua's eyebrows again. The soul strands that were hard to see with the naked eye split into several strands and entered Jiang Shang's body. When the soul strands touched Jiang Shang's body, the body naturally resisted. Jiang Shang hurriedly dispersed the defense of the body. Those soul strands instantly penetrated Jiang Shang's blood vessels. Huh. In just a moment, Xiao Hua frowns and says in surprise, "The North Sea Dragon Palace's slave warrior seal is really something. No wonder." No, this isn't the slave warrior seal. However, several strange waves flashed with a faint brilliance as they strangely wandered within Jiang Shang's blood vessels. Although Xiao Hua's delusion-breaker eyes could see them, his soul strands could not capture these waves. It was not as simple as when Xiao Hua saw Xian Kong use the dragon stratagem to extract the warrior slave seal from Yuanye's body. At this point, how could Xiao Hua not know that the North Sea Dragon Palace's imprint in Jiang Shang's body was far from something the warrior slave imprint could compare to? Wang. When Xiao Hua frowned slightly, the soul strands have already retracted. Another layer of green light appeared between his eyebrows. It was Xiao Hua's washing heaven and earth technique. As soon as the green light appeared, it immediately turned into a green seal text. This green seal text fell into Jiang Shang's body, causing a burst of rather simple sound. This sound in Jiang Shang's ears seemed to be born from his body. Jiang Shang only felt his blood vessels rapidly surging, as if there were thousands of small hands in his blood vessels grabbing him at the same time. In just a moment, Jiang Shang suddenly felt his body become light. Xiao Hua's voice sounded in his ears again, "Jiang Shang. This Xiao removing the North Sea Dragon Palace's imprint has attracted Ao Jing's attention. Don't move, this Xiao will take you and fly away." When Jiang Shang heard this, he was a little unhappy, but before he could react, Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and grabbed his neck. A wisp of fire flashed, and Xiao Hua's figure disappeared with Jing Shang. Poor Jiang Shang was born with divine strength, but he had gone through several battles and almost died in the arena. How could he resist Xiao Hua's tiger and wolf hands now? He was held in Xiao Hua's hand like a little chick. In the time it took to eat a meal, clouds of fire appeared in the sky. A fire dragon roared and flew out of the fire clouds. The huge dragon head hung down from the sky with a ferocious look. Its eyes, which were comparable to flying swords, swept across the place where Xiao Hua and Jiang Shang had just stood. Then the fire dragon roared and sniffed around a few times. Hurricanes swept across the ground, lifting pieces of gravel. This fire dragon was naturally Ao Jing. Xiao Hua removing the imprint in Jiang Shang's blood vessels immediately aroused Ao Jing's vigilance. Ao Jing didn't have time to inform Xian Kong and the other dragon generals. He first transformed into a dragon and chased over. However, he was still too late. Except for a trace of the North Sea Dragon Palace's imprint, there was nothing left here. How is this possible? Who dares to remove the demon imprisoning knot of my North Sea Dragon Palace on the side of the North Sea? Ao Jing was furious. He opened his mouth and spat out a raging fire, burning an area of several miles. This Confucian cultivator, other than someone from the Immortal Palace, how could he have such a powerful method? A Taoist cultivator? A Confucian cultivator? Tui. It's just a smokescreen from the Immortal Palace. They want to trick me. Damn it, I'll definitely report this to my father. How dare they destroy the North Sea Dragon Palaces? Plan to lure the enemy. Ao Jing cursed angrily for a moment. He was already furious and had lost all sense of reason. The decision he had made calmly earlier was now nothing but bullshit in his eyes. He flew up and was about to return when Xian Kong hurriedly chased after him with some shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Ao Jing snorted coldly. He ignored Xian Kong and swayed his dragon tail as he flew towards Yuling Bay. On the other hand, Xian Kong stopped in midair. He glanced at the flames on the ground that hadn't been extinguished and the ground that had been charred yellow, and then he sighed and waved his hand. Everyone returned to Feather Spirit Bay. However, before he could fly 100 feet, he hurriedly stopped and looked into the distance respectfully. After a moment, a ferocious smile appeared on his face. He ordered, "Pass down the second prince's order." Track down the people from the immortal palace with all our strength. If you find any trace of them, report it immediately. Yes. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals all scattered and went in different directions. Xian Kong set up a demon cloud and followed Ao Jing back to Yuling Bay. Ao Jing thought that the Confucian cultivator in his eyes had already left Yuling Bay with Zhang Shang. However, he didn't know that he had already been lured away by Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua only flew for a moment before he asked Zhang Shang for the direction of Yuling Bay. He turned and flew towards Yuling Bay. Just as Ao Jing was getting angry, Xiao Hua had already flown to the left side of Yuling Bay. Xiao Hua's figure landed between some mountain peaks. He put down Zhang Shang and narrowed his eyes as he looked in the direction of Yuling Bay. Previously, Xiao Hua had left in a hurry and didn't have time to put the green-robed Xiao Hua into the space. At this moment, the green-robed Xiao Hua had already sensed Xiao Hua's arrival. He had urged the formless Yuanying to return. Xiao Hua turned to Zhang Shang and said, "Zhang Shang, you must have recognized me. I'm the Taoist cultivator who fought against you when you flooded Longevity Town that year. In order to find Dragon Lady Zhang Hong in Longevity Town, you didn't hesitate to use the water of Liao River and treat the people of the human race as weeds. I shouldn't have saved you, but because you were eager to save your master and because I have some fate with Zhang Hong, the people of Longevity Town didn't lose too many lives because of you. I saved you from the hands of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Your Heavenly Abode River scheme is too big, so I don't dare to get involved easily. You know what happened today and you don't need to worry about my kindness. You can go by yourself. Let's not meet again." As he spoke, the green-robed Xiao Hua had already flown over. Xiao Hua withdrew his Yuanying and the green-robed Xiao Hua entered his body. Xiao Hua instantly had a clear understanding of the situation after he left. Thus he said to Zhang Shang, "Oh right. I heard that the North Sea Dragon Palace has already sent out shrimp soldiers and crab generals to search for you and me. I won't be returning to Yuling Bay anymore. You don't have to go either." After he finished speaking, Xiao Hua urged his magic power and was about to flee into the distance. However, before his figure could disappear, Zhang Shang's words made him stand there in a daze. "Zhang Hong fell into the hands of the North Sea Dragon Palace with me," Zhang Shang said, his words like gold. "What?" Xiao Hua turned his head and asked in disbelief, "Zhang Hong is your family's dragon princess. How did she fall into the hands of the North Sea Dragon Palace with you? How did you protect your princess?" Zhang Shang wasn't surprised by Xiao Hua's reproach. He even blushed a little as he explained in a low voice, "I escorted my family's princess to Yuling Bay to meet with Zhang Che and the others." Unfortunately, before he could finish, Xiao Hua waved his hand coldly. "Forget it. The matter of your Heavenly Abode River has nothing to do with me. Who captured Zhang Hong? I won't." Just like how he interrupted Zhang Shang's words, Xiao Hua was unable to continue speaking at this point. Louis saw Zhang Hong as his own sister. He would rather suffer than let Zhang Hong get hurt. Louis was his favorite disciple. If Zhang Hong was captured by the North Sea Dragon Palace, her ending was needless to say. If she wasn't a princess, she would have been sent to the arena to die like Zhang Shang. If he didn't rescue Zhang Hong, how would he face Louis in the future? Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't speak, Zhang Shang said, "Zhang Che and the others are in Yuling Bay. If you don't want to do it directly, please send me to Flowing Lightning Residence." Xiao Hua looked at Zhang Shang from head to toe. At this moment, Zhang Shang's physical injuries were still very serious. It was impossible for Zhang Shang to safely find Zhang Che by himself. Even if he didn't want to save Zhang Hong, he should send Zhang Shang to Flowing Lightning Residence. Moreover, how could he not try to save Zhang Hong? Forget it. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. For my disciples' happiness, I can only be a good person again. Xiao Hua said this in human language. He didn't want Zhang Shang to hear it, so Zhang Shang didn't understand. But looking at Xiao Hua's expression, Zhang Shang knew Xiao Hua's choice. Then Xiao Hua took out the mountain and river seal and said, "Ao Jing should be back soon. Come in. When I find Flowing Lightning Residence, I'll let you out." "Thank you, fellow immortal Xiao," Zhang Shang said with a smile. He wasn't surprised by Xiao Hua's help. Chapter 3942. Xiao Hua shook the mountain river seal and retrieved Zhang Shang. He then activated his flying technique and flew towards Feather Spirit Bay. Not long after, Xiao Hua arrived at the place where he met the snake spirit. Looking at the familiar place, Xiao Hua sighed. In just one night so many things had happened which made Xiao Hua realize a lot. At this time Yuling Bay was different from before. Whether it was humans or demons, there were much fewer people. The shops and tents were equally desolate. Xiao Hua identified the direction and landed on the ground. Seeing a Confucian cultivator hurriedly flying by, he hurriedly stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Greetings, fellow immortal." That Confucian cultivator looked at Xiao Hua and said coldly, "What do you want?" "Sorry to disturb you, fellow immortal. May I know where Flowing Thunder residence is?" Xiao Hua didn't get angry and asked with a smile, "Flowing Thunder residence? I don't know." Hearing this, that Confucian cultivator waved his hand and flew away without thinking. Damn it, we're all humans. Even if we're different, there's no need to be like this. Xiao Hua sneered and then he looked left and right. After that, he flew over a few hundred meters and blocked the path of a leopard spirit that was similarly riding a demonic cloud. "Fellow immortal, I wonder if fellow immortal knows of the lightning flow residence? Flowing Thunder residence." That leopard spirit's yellow eyes turned a few times as if he was thinking. Then he shook his head and said, "I don't know. You'd better ask other demons." Seeing the leopard spirit hurriedly leave, Xiao Hua pinched his chin and became anxious. "It can't be, right? I don't know one, I don't know two, this Zhang Shang can't be lying to me, right?" Looking around, Xiao Hua walked into a small tent. The inside of the tent was similar to a shop, but it was very small and there weren't many things. Seeing Xiao Hua enter, a shrimp-like member of the sea race hurriedly greeted him and said with a smile, "Fellow immortal, what do you want to choose?" Xiao Hua looked at those ordinary pearls and said with a smile, "I don't want to buy anything, I just want to ask for directions. Fellow immortal, please tell me." The shrimp-like member's attitude was very good. "Does fellow immortal know Flowing Thunder residence?" Xiao Hua said. Seeing the sea shrimp's hesitant appearance, Xiao Hua started to feel apprehensive. Sure enough, the sea shrimp shook his head and said, "Sorry, immortal friend. I've only been in Yuling Bay for half a year. I've never heard of the place you mentioned. If you want to find out, it's best to find the demons who have lived here for a long time. They should know." As soon as Sea Shrimp opened his mouth, Xiao Hua immediately thought of the general of the sea race near the Bai and Yazi auction hall. Perhaps only the monster race would know such a strange place. "Thank you, fellow immortal." Xiao Hua smiled and cupped his hands before walking out of the tent. "Who are you? Do you have proof of Yuling Bay?" Just as Xiao Hua walked out of the tent, a rather shaky voice sounded in front of him. Xiao Hua raised his head to look. It was a group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals holding shining weapons in their hands. They just happened to pass by this tent. Seeing a Dao sect cultivator walk out from inside, they immediately surrounded Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua naturally wouldn't put these small shrimps in his eyes. He took out the jade pendant that you gave him and said, "This is the proof that this old man got from the Sea Whale King. You can take a look for yourself." Sea Whale King? The leading crab general's eyes bulged out of their sockets. He looked at the jade pendant in Xiao Hua's hand and said coldly, "As long as it's not a token issued by my Yuling Hall, it's invalid. No matter who you are, you have to come with us to the Yuling Hall." "How dare you?" Xiao Hua snorted and angrily rebuked. These shrimp soldiers and crab generals were so scared that they trembled. However, they had already received the order from the Yuling Hall. No matter how scared they were, they didn't dare to not brace themselves and surround Xiao Hua. Roar! At this moment, a bright cloud of fire flashed in the sky. Ao Jing roared all the way back to Yuling Bay. Along the way, he threw fireballs randomly. Who knows how many flowers and plants were damaged? "Brothers!" Xian Kong's voice sounded behind Ao Jing at the same time. "Each team will be divided into two groups. One half will continue to search for suspicious Confucian cultivators. The other half will form a team outside Yuling Bay and spread out to search the inland." Yes. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals surrounding Xiao Hua didn't dare to disobey the order. Half of them flew out of Yuling Bay on a demon cloud. The remaining half looked at Xiao Hua's clothes, scratched their heads and thought for a moment. They asked, "Are you a Confucian cultivator?" This old man is a Taoist cultivator. Xiaohua raised his sleeve and said with a smile. This half of the shrimp soldiers and crab generals shook their heads and let Xiaohua go. Then they continued to search in front. Damn it, with this kind of soldiers they want to catch this Xiaohua? What a fool's dream. Xiaohua laughed inwardly and flew towards the Yazi auction house. On the contrary, when he arrived near the auction house, apart from a small number of demons on guard, there were fewer shrimp soldiers and crab generals patrolling. The humans and demons who were watching the excitement also disappeared. Even the shops around the auction house were mostly closed. The previous lively scene was nowhere to be seen. However, the shop where the sea race general sold sea relics was still half open. Seemed like it was waiting for Xiaohua. Xiaohua's figure had just stepped into the shop when a respectful voice sounded. "Senior is here." "Oh, why are you still here?" Xiaohua was slightly taken aback. "Who are you?" Without waiting for Xiaohua to answer, a yuan thought swept over from afar. It landed on Xiaohua. Soon after, a cold voice sounded. Xiaohua naturally noticed that there were people from the auction house inspecting nearby. He was not afraid of being discovered. When he heard the question, he turned his head and said with a smile, "This one is Xiaohua. My Taoist name is Taoist Xiao. What's the matter?" "General, what's the matter?" The person who came was a sea race general wearing armor. He looked like a big octopus. On the side of the armor, several tentacles held several different weapons. He looked very mighty. "Taoist Xiao?" When the sea general heard this, his expression changed slightly. After all, a Taoist cultivator who could be called a Taoist master should be at the early yuaning stage. He was not someone he could resist. However, the sea general looked left and right. He swam towards Xiaohua and asked, "What are you doing here? Do you have a certificate issued by my Feather Spirit Palace?" This Taoist Xiao is this little one's friend. Yuan hurriedly ran out of the shop and respectfully said to the sea general, "He came to the Feather Spirit Bay to play. This little one has already helped him obtain a certificate from the Sea Whale King." When the sea general saw Yuan come out, he unconsciously sneered and said, "The Feather Spirit Palace has already issued an order. Apart from the certificate issued by the Feather Spirit Palace, all other certificates are invalid. All human cultivators with invalid certificates are to be detained in the Feather Spirit Palace. Their whereabouts and any suspicious signs will be investigated. Since you are related to this human, you should also come with this general." Yuan was clearly stunned. He took half a step back in fear. However, it was only half a step. He stepped forward and said, "Senior Xiao was invited by this little one. This little one will guarantee his identity with my life. This little one will follow the general to the Feather Spirit Palace." "You?" The sea general was startled. He was clearly caught off guard. However, he immediately waved his tentacles and said, "What is a small shrimp like you doing in the Feather Spirit Palace? Be a good boy and stay aside." Then the sea general looked at Xiaohua and said, "Taoist Xiao, do you want to go by yourself? Or do you want this one to invite you?" Impudent. At this moment, a rather dignified voice came from behind Yuan. The owner of the shop, the sea race general, walked out and scolded, "This is this general's honored guest, Brew. Why aren't you scramming back?" "Ah!" The sea general called Brew was shocked when he heard the scolding. He almost naturally bowed and said, "This subordinate greets General Liu." Just as he said this, the sea general suddenly woke up. He straightened up and coldly looked at the sea general called Liu and said, "Liu, don't forget. You are no longer a general of the North Sea Dragon Palace. What qualifications do you have to order this general around? This general is here on the orders of the Feather Spirit Palace to investigate suspicious humans. Since you are colluding with this human, you might as well come with this general to the Feather Spirit Palace." Xiaohua coldly watched from the side, his heart somewhat rueful. There was a struggle for power and fame between the human race, and it was easy for people to scheme against each other. Xiaohua clearly smelled this kind of dark smell between the Haijiang Liu and the bromine. Liu's face was extremely unsightly. He opened his mouth to say something, but it was very clear that Brew was no longer a small soldier under his command. He could not order him around. But if he let Brew take Xiaohua away, Liu could not bear to. After all, He already saw hope in Xiaohua for a group of old soldiers to get rid of their injuries. It was not that Lu did not think of inviting Xiaohua to the Feather Spirit Palace, and then he would tell him about Xiaohua's abilities. But the problem was, he didn't know if Xiaohua was willing to cooperate with the North Sea Dragon Palace. If Xiaohua wasn't willing, and he had leaked Xiaohua's divine ability, it would bring disaster to Xiaohua. Lu didn't think he would do such a thing. Second, even if Xiaohua was willing to cooperate with the North Sea Dragon Palace, how could the North Sea Dragon Palace waste a divine doctor like Xiaohua on these old soldiers? There was no lack of shrimp soldiers and crab generals in the North Sea Dragon Palace that could not be cured. Xiaohua would not have the free time to treat the old soldiers that he cared about. What if I can vouch for you? A faint voice sounded. The sea snake Dee also walked out and coldly looked at Brew. When Brew heard Dee's voice, he hurriedly retreated. It was as if he had suffered a great loss in Dee's hands. His several tentacles quickly danced. He was even more shocked. You, what's wrong with me? Can't you recognize me? Dee said with a smile. The dignified Shanghai general is really awe-inspiring. How come I have never seen a soft octopus with a hard bone? Oh my, I forgot. How can an octopus have bones? I really overestimated you. Dee. Brew's tall figure was like paper in front of Dee. He slightly swayed. He somewhat inarticulately called out, why are you here? If you vouch for me. Chapter 39-43. At this point Bromine hesitated. His two slightly transparent eyes trembled rapidly. He looked at Xiaohua, then looked to the left. He was afraid that this was a trap set for him by Dee. However, Bromine had been here for a long time, and other soldiers had started to pay attention to this place. This gave Bromine the so-called encouragement. Fine. Bromine clenched his teeth and said, you're the same as Lu. You're no longer a subordinate of the North Sea Dragon Palace. What qualifications do you have to guarantee? Since you're with this human, you can't get away with it. You don't know what happened in the Yazi arena last night. Let's go. Bromine took a few steps forward, and the weapon on his tentacles danced arrogantly. Is that so? Are you sure you want me to go? Drip took a step forward with a faint smile. This simple step scared Bromine into retreating a few steps, as if he didn't dare to get too close to Drip. You're pissing me off. Just as Drip was about to push Bromine back, a low, powerless voice came from behind Drip. Then Chio's grandfather, Old Shrimp, staggered out with a shabby crutch. Without saying a word, he swung the crutch at Bromine. Bromine's body was naturally much bigger than Chio's grandfather. The crutch also looked funny. Bromine only needed to lift any one of his tentacles to knock it away. However, seeing Old Shrimp's crutch coming at him, Bromine didn't dare to move. He just let Old Shrimp's crutch hit him. Bromine could only wave his tentacles and the weapon in the air. He shouted in exasperation, Old man, you're a veteran who's been through fire and water. You've bled a lot for the North Sea Dragon Palace. You've done a lot in battle, but you can't delay me. I'll guarantee for Daoist Xiao. Old Shrimp said loudly, if you want to take Daoist Xiao, then take me too. You can't do it either. Bromine didn't dare to fight back, but when he saw some of his colleagues coming over, he gritted his teeth and answered, of course Old Shrimp can't do it. What about us? We'll all guarantee for Daoist Xiao. As he said that, another group of old Sea Tribe members came out of Lu's shop. Some were Sea Tribe members, some were Sea Tribe members, some were loaches, and some were crabs. Bromine was at a loss for words. He glanced at the soldiers of the North Sea Dragon Palace who had surrounded them, then quickly fled. Although these veterans didn't have any official positions and were on the verge of death, they had made outstanding military contributions. They were all old ruffians who couldn't rub sand in their eyes. They were far from what the current soldiers could afford to offend. Usually, these old ruffians would reprimand these soldiers whenever they saw them, let alone now that Bromine had provoked them. The group of Dragon Palace soldiers saw that the situation was not right and ran away, leaving only Bromine to stay behind. Bromine was dumbfounded at the sight of so many veterans. His head was bigger than a mountain. He didn't think that his duty of inviting this strange human to the Feather Spirit Palace would cause so much trouble. Fellow immortals. Xiaohua smiled and cupped his hands. There's no need to make things too difficult for this general. Although this Xiao participated in the Yazi auction hall's auction, this Xiao withdrew from the auction midway for some reason. Although this Xiao doesn't know what happened in the auction, if this Xiao needs to go and ask, this Xiao has no objections. Look at Taoist Xiao. An old loach clapped his hands. He's really a Taoist master. He can kill you with a raise of his hand, but he's still talking to you calmly. Little octopus, do you think this kind of Taoist master is the human Confucian cultivator you're looking for? An old crab waved his claws and shouted. If Taoist Xiao wants to go to the Feather Spirit Palace, we'll go together. Wherever Taoist Xiao goes, we'll go together. Hearing this, Xiao Hua didn't need to look anymore. This must be an old ruffian. He hadn't even met Xiao Hua, and he was already relying on Xiao Hua. This. Bromine began to step back and said with a somewhat panicked tone, the Feather Spirit Palace is looking for a human Confucian cultivator. This Taoist Xiao is obviously not one. Just now my eyes were playing tricks on me. Bromine was a junior in front of these veterans. He couldn't afford to offend any of them. Before the veterans surrounded him, he hurriedly withdrew. At this time, Bromine wasn't afraid of anything going wrong. Although these veterans looked old and weak, they had all risked their lives for the North Sea Dragon Palace for so many years. Their words might not be as useful as his in the Feather Spirit Palace, but in the Feather Spirit Bay, 100 of him couldn't compare to one of them. Seeing Bromine leave with his tail between his legs, several veterans still scolded themselves, damn it, where did this little bastard come from? How dare he behave so atrociously in front of me? Xiao Hua smiled and didn't say anything. He just stood aside. Taoist Xiao. Lu stood aside and said with a smile, I'm sorry to make you laugh. Bromine was a little narrow-minded, but he was timid and didn't have too many bad intentions. I guess he saw that Taoist Xiao was a human and wanted to take credit for it. In fact, if Taoist Xiao wasn't the Confucian cultivator they were looking for, they wouldn't make things too difficult for Taoist Xiao. It doesn't matter. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, if it wasn't for the fact that I was still worried about your injuries, I'm afraid I would have left long ago and ignored his little tricks. Many thanks for Taoist Xiao's pity. Seeing Xiao Hua return, Lu was already happy in his heart. However, he was still uneasy. He didn't know whether Xiao Hua came back for the sea sirira or to save the old sea shrimp. Now that he heard it, his heart had already flown away. His eyes blurred and he hurriedly bowed to express his thanks. Sea Snakely moved his body and said in a low voice, let's invite Taoist Xiao in first. Now that there are changes in the auction, the entire Feather Spirit Bay is heavily guarded. It's better not to attract the attention of the Feather Spirit Palace. Yes. Lu woke up and hurriedly said, Taoist Xiao, please come in. Please. A group of veterans were now very obedient. They all had smiles on their faces and opened the door of the shop. Although the other party was from the sea race and might have human blood on their hands, Xiao Hua saw that they were all like the old sea shrimp. Many parts of their bodies were wrapped in seaweed, and some strange smell floated out from the seaweed. Xiao Hua still raised his hand and said, seniors. Speaking until here, Xiao Hua stopped again. The sea race was a monster. There was no way to call them seniors. However, before Xiao Hua's face became awkward, the group of veterans hurriedly bowed and said, Taoist Xiao, please. And, seeing this, Xiao Hua no longer modestly declined and stepped into the shop. Then, these veterans hurriedly came in under the lead of the old sea shrimp. Taoist Xiao, please sit. After Lu walked into the shop, he hurriedly took out a chair from who knows where and respectfully placed it beside Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua looked at the group of veterans. Those veterans hurriedly raised their hands and said with a smile, Taoist Xiao, please. All right. Xiao Hua sat down, looked at Li and said with a smile, is this Xiao's pill easy to use? Li swam over and prostrated herself in front of Xiao Hua. She said in a low voice, this one thanks Taoist Xiao for the pill. This one's illness has been completely cured. Even, this one feels that my strength can still increase in the future. Oh. Xiao Hua was slightly surprised, but he immediately understood. The soul-nourishing pill refined by the green-robed Xiao Hua was refined in the space. There were 3 moon stars and 6 sun stars in the space, so the power of the stars and moon naturally surpassed that of the hidden immortal continent. Moreover, the soul-nourishing pill nourished Di's soul. allowing Di to better control her own bloodline through her soul. Moreover, the secrets of the sea snake's bloodline could also be known by Di, so Di could use these to enhance her strength. After understanding, Xiaohua said with a smile, "Then I congratulate Taoist Xiao. I didn't expect that the pill that this one casually refined would have such an effect." Casually? Casually refined? Li was somewhat dumbfounded. In her eyes, that pill was really miraculous and wonderful. At the same time, Lu said in surprise, "That pill was really refined by Taoist Xiao? And naturally. Although it was refined by the green-robed Xiaohua, was there any difference between this and Xiaohua's refinement?" Xiaohua naturally admitted with a smile. That. Lu opened his mouth as if he wanted to ask, but he was somewhat hesitant. Xiaohua said straightforwardly, "Since this one has returned, I also want to see if I can do anything for you. After all, if your illness can be cured, then you can hunt less sea relics. This is also a matter of boundless virtue. It's just that this one doesn't know much about your sea race's healing techniques. Similarly, I also don't have the pill formula for refining pills or medicines." "This is easy," an old ruffian shouted without hesitation. "We will kill our way to the apricot forest medicine shop and make them hand over whatever pill formula." Xiaohua smiled but didn't say anything. The sea snake Li hurriedly said, "If you want to go, then go. In this way, even if Taoist Xiao wants to help, he won't dare." Yes, I was just joking. Taoist Xiao shouldn't take it seriously." That old ruffian laughed mischievously. He naturally understood that Xiaohua wouldn't let him loot the human race's medicine shop and harm the human race's interests. "Taoist Xiao," Lu said from the side. This one also thought for a long time just now. It's not realistic to get the pill formula from the apricot forest medicine shop. Moreover, his pill formula might not be useful. Taoist Xiao's pill formula still needs to be obtained from the North Sea Dragon Palace, Zhaixing Lu, Yazi Auction House, Li Lai Trading Company, and Luo Yi Merchant Union. Of course the Dragon Palace has it, but the Feather Spirit Palace may not give it. Zhaixing Lu Yazi Auction House and Li Lai Trading Company need to bid. To be honest, not to mention whether these things are available, we don't have many sea crystals and may not be able to bid. The last place left is the Luo Yi Merchant Union. This one has heard of the Luo Yi Merchant Union's reputation before. It's a merchant union formed by the demon race of the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. It's not large in scale and its transactions are always fair. Moreover, they are indeed resourceful and can get things that ordinary demon race can't. This one wants to see Taoist Xiao and ask him clearly. This one will go find the Luo Yi Merchant Union now. Chapter 3944. Oh. Xiaohua smiles and turns to look at Yuan asking, "Is this your recommendation again?" Yuan hurriedly waves his hand and says, "This is not what I said. General knew about it and then asked about it. That's why I reported it to you." Xiaohua thinks for a while and says to Lu, "It would be best if you could find Beiwen who recorded the pill recipe in Luo Yi Merchant Union. I would be able to refine pills according to the recipe." "Taoist Xiao, you don't want to go with me?" Lu is a bit surprised and disappointed. Xiaohua smiles, "I don't know much about the pill recipes of the monster race. It doesn't matter if I go or not. You only need to ask the monster race in Luo Yi Merchant Union for the pill recipe. They should be in charge of it. Moreover, I have something important to do. I'm afraid I can't accompany you." Alright. Lu naturally wants Xiaohua to go with him. However, Xiaohua has something important to do so he can't force him. Beside him, Drop hastily asks tactfully, "Taoist Xiao, what is it? Do you want to do it in Yuling Bay?" And Xiaohua nods. After thinking for a while, he asks, "Do you know a place called Drifting Pavilion?" "Drifting Pavilion?" Drop thinks for a while and shakes his head. "I am familiar with every place in Yuling Bay, but I have never heard of Drifting Pavilion. Could it be that this drifting lightning abode that Taoist Xiao mentioned is located outside of Yuling Bay?" Xiaohua shakes his head and replies, "No, it's in Yuling Bay." Drop looks at some old soldiers on the left. After thinking for a while, he says in a low voice, "Taoist Xiao, if possible, you should ask these old sea race." Xiaohua nodded, then raised his head to look at the closed shop door and said, "Everyone, this Xiao came to Yuling Bay to look for an old friend. He left a message for this Xiao, saying that he was at the drifting pavilion, but this Xiao couldn't find him anywhere in Yuling Bay. I wonder if anyone can answer my question? Drifting pavilion? The group of old Oceanids are also slightly startled. They all look at each other, wanting to share Xiaohua's burden. However, they seem to have never heard of this name before. One of the old Oceanids even asks Taoist Xiao, do you think this flowing lightning residence? Is it the residence? Or a place name? Or a brothel that you humans often talk about? Xiaohua smiled and said, this Xiao doesn't know either. I only know the name of this place. Suddenly, old sea shrimp seemed to have thought of something and said hurriedly, I remember now. It seems that there is such a place. But, oh, you know about it? Hearing this, Xiaohua was overjoyed. Seeing that old sea shrimp didn't say anything, he asked, could it be that there's something strange about this place? Indeed. Seeing Xiaohua being so cautious, old sea shrimp winked at the group of old sea race members and whispered a few words to Xiaohua. Sure enough, Xiaohua's brows slightly creased. After a while, Xiaohua smiled and said, since this Xiao has come, then I should still make a trip. Everyone just stay here, or go somewhere together. General, hurry to the Luai Merchant Union. When this Xiao pays a visit to my old friend, I can refine some pills or medicines for you. Okay. Lu nodded vigorously and said, I'll go now. When I find the pill formula, we'll meet at Yaoshi. This place is too close to the Yazi auction house. After all, it's inconvenient for Taoist Xiao to be here. Indeed. You all go first. I'll immediately go find a Feather Spirit Palace certificate for Taoist Xiao. An old sea race member said hurriedly. Xiaohua watched as Lu opened the shop door and the group of old sea race members walked out. He said to the fish monster, you want to take this Xiao to that place? Okay, this little one understands. The fish monster was extremely excited. It rubbed its illusory hands and nodded vigorously. Sea Snakely hurriedly said, Taoist Xiao, do you want me to accompany you? No need. Xiaohua waved his hand. You go with Lu to the Lui Merchant Union. Since there is a pill formula, there must be some demonic herbs, demonic fruits and so on. You also help to take a look. Lu is not a shrewd businessman. He Li covered his mouth and said, he's not a human to begin with. Xiaohua nodded. He looked around and said, if possible, give all the sea relics in this shop to this Xiao. This Xiao has a use for them. No problem. Li said without hesitation. This one will pack it up right away. When Taoist Xiao returns, I'll give them all to you. Xiaohua took out a Qingkuan bag and handed it to Li. He directly took the fish monster and prepared to leave the shop. The little sea shrimp waiting at the entrance of the shop hurriedly said shyly, Taoist Xiao, Grandpa and the others have gone to find a certificate for Taoist Xiao. Please wait for a moment. They really went. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Thus, Xiaohua simply stood inside the shop and watched Li tidy up the sea relics in the shop. On the other hand, the somewhat tyrannical shop assistant from before had long disappeared. After a while, Li tidied up all the sea relics in the shop and gave the Qingkuan bag to Xiaohua. Xiaohua looked inside and saw that there were indeed a lot of sea relics. Thinking about how each sea relic was the life of a sea race member, Xiaohua increasingly felt that doing these things was worth it. Xiaohua had just received the Qingkuan bag when the old sea shrimp brought the two old sea race members back hurriedly. From the looks of it, they didn't seem to be injured at all. Xiaohua received a fish card and carefully held it. He smiled and said, many thanks everyone. You can go and rest first. When this Xiao comes back, I will help you refine pills. Seeing Xiaohua treasuring the fish card very much, the old sea shrimp and the others were quite happy. They cupped their hands and said, thank you for everything, Taoist Xiao. Seeing the old sea shrimp and the others leave, Xiaohua also waved his hand and hurriedly took the fish monster out of the shop. After a while, the fish monster asked in a low voice, Taoist Xiao, where are you going? Bayan. Xiaohua said these two words through sound transmission. Ah, you want to go to Qi. The fish monster was shocked and almost blurted out. Fortunately, he only spoke half of it and stopped. Xiaohua smiled and said, if you don't dare to go, then just point in the direction. This Xiao already knows where it is, I can ask. No, this little one will take Taoist Xiao there. Yuan clenched his teeth and said, Then he raised his hand and a demonic cloud appeared under his feet, asking Xiao Hua to fly with him. Xiao Hua urged his flying technique and followed behind Yuan, flying towards the outside of Yuling Bay. Sure enough, along the way, there were many shrimp soldiers and crab generals patrolling, stopping Xiao Hua from time to time. The certificate given to Xiao Hua by the old sea shrimp was quite useful. Every sea race took a look at it and didn't ask much, directly letting them go. After flying over the mountain range of Yuling Bay, they arrived at the other side. Before they could get close, a hot aura hit them in the face, and a strong smell of sulfur gradually diffused in the air. Near this hot aura, there were no sea race, and the patrolling shrimp soldiers and crab generals were also gone. After flying for a while, Yuan's figure was already trembling. Obviously, he couldn't adapt to the heat here. Xiao Hua said, Yuan Chi must be in front. You don't need to get too close. This old man will go by himself. You find a suitable place to stay. After this old man comes out, I will come to find you. The fish monster stopped in midair and said very shamefully, many thanks for Daoist Zhao's sympathy. This little one really can't stand it anymore. And this is a hot place. It's different from the humid life of UC race. It's normal that you can't stand it. Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand, then flew forward. The fish monster watched Xiao Hua's figure fly over the foothills and fall into the valley. It quickly turned around and flew straight to the inside of Yuling Bay. The salty sea breeze swept up the moisture and fell on the fish monster's body. Only then did the fish monster let out a long sigh of relief. It didn't even transform into its human form and return to its fish form. It twisted in the air, as if it was enjoying it to the extreme. Xiao Hua flew over the mountain valley, and in front of him was a sea of scarlet red mountain rocks, scarlet red sand, and also surging scarlet red lava. However, this scarlet red only covered a range of a few dozen li. Looking further into the valley, there was another stretch of dilapidated fences and dilapidated walls. Some dilapidated stone pillars, collapsed pavilions, and other things piled up in the valley. Many weeds and wild vines wrapped around these buildings. Xiao Hua had already learned from old sea shrimp that this valley was called Drifting Pavilion thousands of years ago. It was a place where some monster race gathered. However, there was a change later on. A huge amount of magma was produced overnight, completely destroying the entire drifting pavilion. After the monster race left, another monster race occupied this place and changed the name of this place to Chi. As for why Yuan's expression changed when he heard about this place, it was not only because this place was hot and basically no sea race came here, but also because the monster race that occupied this place was a barbarian, a monster beast that liked to eat sea race. Yuan usually didn't have enough time to hide. Why would he come here? Xiao Hua stood in midair and released his divine sense to explore. He had already seen the dried fish hanging on the mountain rock in the depths of the valley. These dried fish were not the kind that ordinary people would hang in their homes. The short ones were a few feet long and the long ones were several zhang long. They were all dried up and shrunk to one place. It was obvious that when these barbarians hunted these sea race people, the sea race people's bodies were huge. Xiao Hua secretly smiled and said, "This place is not bad." Presumably, the North Sea Dragon Palace also didn't expect Zhang Che to be hiding here. Then Xiao Hua let Zhang Sheng out. The moment Zhang Sheng came out, he immediately shrunk his neck and looked a little uncomfortable. He then looked around and asked curiously, "This is Drifting Pavilion? I'll let fellow immortal Zhang know." Xiao Hua smiled and said, "This place was originally called Drifting Pavilion. Later on, because magma spewed out, Drifting Pavilion was destroyed. Now it's called Chi. This." Zhang Sheng was a little hesitant. He frowned and said, "Since it's called Chi, why did Zhang Che say it's Drifting Pavilion? How can I find Zhang Che? Anyway, this is Drifting Pavilion." Xiao Hua shrugged and replied, "As for how to find Zhang Che, I don't know. However, there's a group of barbarians here who know how to forge weapons. You might as well go and ask them." "All right." Zhang Sheng thought for a while and nodded. However, after flying for several zhang, he turned his head and asked, "Daoist Xiao, the North Sea Dragon Palace didn't chase after us, right?" "No." Xiao Hua looked between the mountain rocks and casually replied, "That's good." Zhang Sheng smiled and flew down the valley. Chapter 39:45 At the bottom of the valley was an enormous mountain crevice. Within the mountain crevice was a space of hundreds of meters. Within this space, one after another, stone caves surrounded the crimson magma in the center. In front of the stone caves, there were many materials and large pieces of stone scattered about. At the edge of the magma, there were also some weapons submerged in the magma. Only some parts of the handles were exposed. Xiaohua and Zhang Shang had just approached this mountain crevice when they were immediately discovered by the demon race. They saw 5 leopards, each about 30 meters in size, holding weapons as they flew over from the left side of the magma on a demon cloud. The leopard in front was holding a dried fish in its hand and was biting it with all its might. Its sharp fangs flashed with a blood-red color. "Stop!" one of the leopards shouted loudly. "Is this a place where you can come?" Zhang Shang turned his head to look at Xiaohua and smiled. He flew forward a few steps, cupped his hands and said, "Gigi Pai." Xiaohua was stunned and blinked his eyes. He could be considered proficient in the demon language and dragon language, but he actually didn't understand what Zhang Shang was saying. However, since Zhang Shang and Zhang Che had arranged to meet here, and Zhang Shang didn't bring any keepsake, presumably the strange demon language was also what they had agreed on, right? As expected, when the leopard heard Zhang Shang speak, its expression changed slightly. The leopard that was eating the dried fish threw away the dried fish in its hand and flew a few steps closer. It also spoke in a similar demon language, but the speed of its speech was even more hurried. The 2 demons spoke a few words, and then they both stretched out their claws and stuck them together. The claws slightly touched a few times, and the rhythm was also different. Then the leopard raised its head and looked at Xiaohua. On that sinister and strange leopard face, a trace of a smile was squeezed out. Seeing this, Xiaohua also nodded and returned a smile at him. The leopard raised its hand. It was still that strange demon language which seemed to mean please. Zhang Shang transmitted his voice in a low voice, "Spiritual Master Xiao, please follow me." Okay. Xiaohua knew that Zhang Shang was being cautious, so he also sent a sound transmission and flew down with Zhang Shang. The other few barbarians also gave way. Their faces were also filled with respect. The leopard in front led Xiaohua and Zhang Shang into a cave. The inside of the cave was even hotter than the outside. Several streams of magma seeped in from the 4 corners of the cave, then flowed through several grooves and fell into a furnace similar to a cauldron. This furnace was square in shape, and strange demon characters were engraved on it. There were many patterns in the demon characters, and those patterns were actually filled with the splendor of the moon and stars. Seeing this, Xiaohua knew that this was a tool used by the demi-human race and couldn't help but take a few more glances at it. However, he could see that there were only some raw materials in the furnaces, presumably still being refined. When he thought about the weapons in the lava outside the cave, Xiaohua lost interest in taking a closer look. The strength of these barbarians was limited, and they could only use the lava to refine weapons. They had no value to him as a reference. Naturally, there were also some barbarians following behind Xiaohua. When they saw Xiaohua looking at the furnace, they frowned and looked at each other with dissatisfaction in their eyes. After passing through this cave, they arrived at an even larger cave. Inside, there were some weapons commonly seen by the sea race, and they seemed to be of good quality. However, Xiaohua's gaze didn't even stop. He directly looked into the cave and saw another deep cave. At this moment, there were several larger barbarians standing in front of the deep cave. The leader of the barbarians walked forward and whispered a few words. Unexpectedly, he also spoke in strange demon characters. The barbarians guarding the deep cave also raised their heads in surprise. They looked at Zhang Shang and then at Xiaohua. After a slight hesitation, they muttered a few words before turning around and entering the deep cave. Xiaohua looked at the dark cave and didn't release his divine sense. He then lowered his head and looked at his feet. Below his feet was a layer of magma that had cooled down. It was ochre red in color, and there were some fire-type yuan qi emitting from it, causing the entire cave to be scorching hot. At this moment, Zhang Shang turned his head and smiled at Xiaohua, as if indicating for Xiaohua to wait a moment. Xiaohua also smiled and nodded. He didn't mind. After a while, the barbarian came out and waved the large black fork in his hand. "Go in." Damn it, I finally understood a few words. Xiaohua cursed inwardly as he followed Zhang Shang into the deep cave. The deep cave was indeed large. There was a huge stone table with several strange weapons placed on top of it. At the head of the stone table, there was a barbarian that was over 10 jong tall sitting coldly on a stone bed. Next to it were several other barbarians with graceful figures. They were probably female and were obediently accompanying it. Next to the stone table there were also a dozen or so barbarians. They were all staring at Xiao Hua and Jiang Sheng with fiendish expressions. Jiji Gugu. The barbarian opened its mouth and spoke in a difficult demon character. Jiang Sheng took a few steps forward and also spoke a few words. Then the barbarian was slightly stunned, as if it didn't dare to believe it. Similarly, the dozen or so barbarians were also stunned. Some of them even looked at the barbarians that had attracted Xiao Hua and Jiang Sheng in disbelief. What did you say? The barbarian was a little anxious and finally spoke in a demon character that Xiao Hua could understand. I didn't say anything. Jiang Sheng turned his head and glanced at Xiao Hua. He said coldly, I already said that I am a dragon general of the North Sea Dragon Palace. My subordinates have already surrounded this place. All of you leave behind the things used to forge weapons and hurry up and get out of here. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing all of you. Don't you think that Taoist master Xiao? Jiang Sheng's tone was gloomy. The gaze he used to look at Xiao Hua was also sharp, and even had a hint of ridicule. You. Xiao Hua listened to Jiang Sheng's baffling words and couldn't help but be stunned. Just like those barbarians from before, when he looked at Jiang Sheng's gaze again, Xiao Hua suddenly understood. After all this fuss, he had been led by the nose by Jiang Sheng. There was no Jiang Che in the Flowing Lightning residence. Even now Jiang Sheng still didn't believe him. Damn it! Without waiting for Xiao Hua to say anything, the leader of the barbarians roared angrily and swung his arm. The female barbarians around him were immediately sent flying. The leader of the barbarians pounced towards Xiao Hua like a flying mountain. The two claws made a whistling sound and instantly slapped in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. You're sick. Xiao Hua coldly spat out 2 words at Jiang Sheng. His left hand waved in midair and the wishful steel staff appeared in his hand. Boom! There was a loud noise and it hit the claws of the barbarians. The claws on the head of the barbarians were very powerful. In the loud noise a line of sparks appeared. The leader of the barbarians was actually not sent flying by the wishful steel staff. Moreover, the leader of the barbarians actually used the huge force of the wishful steel staff to flash in midair. The thick leopard tail made a woo sound again and swept towards Xiao Hua's head. Xiao Hua urged his magic power, and the air waves in the nearby space surged. Xiao Hua slightly flicked his finger, and a spell was cast. A fist-sized earth shield immediately appeared in front of him. Puff! In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, the tail of the flying leopard hit the earth shield. A thick crack appeared on the earth shield but it didn't shatter. However, the flying leopard's tail drooped down. It was clearly injured by the counterattack of the earth shield. Roar! At this moment, the dozens of barbarians next to the stone table roared and rushed towards Xiao Hua and Jiang Sheng respectively. Xiao Hua did not face them at all. After blocking the attack of the leader of the barbarians, he sneered and urged the fire escape technique. Shua! There was a light sound, but a string of flames was born and his figure disappeared from the distance. The barbarians that rushed towards Xiao Hua were startled. They looked at each other and 2 of them turned around and chased out of the deep hole, while the rest rushed towards Jiang Sheng. Roar! Xiao Hua appeared outside the mountain valley. Hearing the faint dragon roar in the mountain valley, he snorted coldly and flew towards the top of the mountain valley without stopping. Those dozens of barbarians were only in the light-gathering realm, and could not be considered as powerful experts. However, the leader of the barbarians had the strength of the Enlightenment Star realm. If Jiang Sheng was at his peak, he would be able to put up a fight. As for now, Jiang Sheng was already injured, so how could he be a match for these barbarians? However, this had nothing to do with Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua wanted to help Jiang Sheng with good intentions, but he didn't expect that Jiang Sheng would make a fool out of him like this. Xiao Hua, who looked very reckless, was actually so scheming. It really made Xiao Hua's heart cold. Xiao Hua's divine sense swept through the bottom of the mountain valley. 2 barbarians led a few weaker ones out. Xiao Hua originally wanted to teach these monsters a lesson, but when he saw the Scarlet Mountain rocks nearby, he sighed. His figure moved, turning into a rainbow and flying into the sky. Then Xiaohua waved his large sleeve and swept up Yuan, who was standing far away from the mountain rocks, and disappeared in a moment. Where did the Dragon Palace Marine soldiers come from? Then where did that powerful human fly off to? Dozens of barbarians flew up the mountain valley with weapons in hand. Their gazes were all empty. Not only did they not see Xiaohua's figure, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals were also nowhere to be seen. The leader of the barbarians released his divine sense and looked around for a moment. His eyes turned a few times, and he instructed the barbarians behind him, "Go to the Feather Spirit Palace and find out if the second prince of the Dragon Palace wants to go back on his word again. Oh, and while you're at it, see what happened in Feather Spirit Bay recently." Yes, the dozens of barbarians scattered and flew away, disappearing in a moment. The two barbarians who had chased after Xiaohua were still not at ease. They once again circled the entire mountain valley before descending into the mountain valley. Xiaohua's figure landed in Feather Spirit Bay. Yuan shook his head, looked left and right, and said with a smile, "Taoist, have you finished your business?" "And yes, it's already finished. Bring this Xiao to Yao Shi." Xiaohua nodded, his face not showing any abnormality. "Senior, please follow this little one." Seeing that Xiaohua was so serious about his promise, the fish monster was overjoyed. It carefully flew in front of Xiaohua, bringing him into the depths of Feather Spirit Bay. While Xiaohua was flying, he was thinking about how to refine pills for Old Sea Shrimp and the others. At this time, he was not in the mood to be angry about Zhang Shang's distrust. After all, from the beginning to the end, Xiaohua was helping Zhang Shang with his own wishful thinking. It was normal for Zhang Shang to be suspicious, but Xiaohua helping others to this extent was indeed a bit shameful. Chapter 39-46. Now that he thought about it, ever since Xiaohua saved Zhang Shang in the Yazi arena, Xiaohua had never let Zhang Shang see the fight between him and the North Sea Dragon Palace. How could Zhang Shang trust the few names that Xiaohua mentioned? Even if Xiaohua escaped with Zhang Shang still saw the fight between Xiaohua and the North Sea Dragon Palace. If it was Zhang Shang, he could also see it as the North Sea Dragon Palace playing hard to get. Zhang Shang thought that Xiaohua was bait to capture Zhang Che, Zhang Hong, and the people of the Heavenly Abode River. This was very normal. Since that was the case, what Zhang Shang said to Xiaohua earlier should also be a test. In other words, Zhang Hong was not captured by the North Sea Dragon Palace. Perhaps it was because of this that Zhang Shang saw the flaw. And it was also because of this flaw that Xiaohua was relieved. As long as Zhang Hong was fine, the matter of the Heavenly Abode River had nothing to do with Xiaohua. Especially since Zhang Shang drowned Longevity Town, he deserved to die. Xiaohua pulled himself away and left without the slightest bit of hesitation. After flying past some shops, Xiaohua frowned slightly. Everywhere he looked, there were large and small puddles. Some of these puddles were empty, and some of them were floating on the surface of the water. Some of these puddles were filled with filth, and some of them had some members of the sea race floating on them. However, these puddles were emitting an unpleasant odor. This odor was somewhat stinky and rotten. Xiaohua felt that it was very strange. Looking at the end of the puddles, there were some simple origin arrays. Xiaohua's eyes could not see through them. Although Yuan was flying in front, his eyes never left Xiaohua's face. Seeing Xiaohua frown, he hurriedly smiled and said, "Taoist, this is the place where the sea race like me live. This place is filled with seawater brought in by the Feather Spirit Palace. Normally it is changed every half a year. If it was the place where the ordinary sea race lived, there would not be an unpleasant smell. However, if it was the place where the old sea shrimp lived, because of their injuries, the seawater would inevitably be contaminated with the smell. The seawater that is changed every half a year does not require sea crystals. If you want to change it normally, you need to pay a lot of sea crystals, and no harm." Xiaohua smiled and said, "This old man will not smell it." Yes, enlightened master. It's not far ahead." Yuan pointed at a place protected by an origin formation in the distance. In fact, there was no need for Yuan to say anything. Outside the formation, Old Shrimp and the other old members of the Sea Clan were already waiting there. Seeing Xiaohua coming over, all of them had smiles on their faces. After the old members of the Sea Clan entered the formation, the other old members of the Sea Clan welcomed them. Daoist Xiao, please. Old Sea Shrimp very respectfully invited Xiao Hua to enter the origin formation. In front of Xiao Hua were dozens of old sea creatures with different appearances. Before Xiao Hua even opened his mouth, these old sea creatures all slightly bowed, carefully greeting Xiao Hua with smiling faces. Xiao Hua raised his hand, saluted everyone, and said with a smile, "Gentlemen, gentlemen, has General Lu returned?" Old Sea Shrimp hastily walked out, raised his claws and said with a smile, "Old men don't surround Daoist Xiao. Since Daoist Xiao is already here, he will definitely help us if he can. I still want to let you rest for a while and wait for you to return." All right. As they spoke, the dozens of old sea race members dispersed. However, they didn't go far, and their gazes were fixed on Xiao Hua. "Daoist Xiao, this way please." Old Sea Shrimp raised his hand and invited Xiao Hua to walk towards the center of the origin formation. The interior of the origin formation was about a few li in size. It looked like an island with seawater all around. There were some trees on the island and there was actually a pavilion among the trees. Near the pavilion, there were also some clear and melodious chirping sounds of birds. Xiao Hua flew across the seawater and landed on the island. He looked around and said with a smile, "This Yaoshi really lives up to its name." "Indeed," Old Sea Shrimp said with a smile, "this Yaoshi is a famous place to receive guests in Yuling Bay. Many humans like to rest here. When I came over, a few Confucian cultivators had just left this place." General Lu is very considerate. Xiao Hua understood. So this Yaoshi wasn't what he had imagined. It was the place where Old Sea Shrimp and the other sea creatures lived. Walking into the pavilion, there was a stone table, a few jade chairs, and a few small cups placed on top of the stone table. The cups were filled with some light green liquid, and Xiao Hua couldn't tell what it was. "Daoist Xiao, please take a seat." Old Sea Shrimp respectfully invited Xiao Hua to sit down. He raised his hand and picked up a cup and placed it in front of Xiao Hua. "This is Yuling Bay's ice rain liquid. It is produced from the ice spring at the bottom of the North Sea. It is said that it is useful for the cultivation of humans." Xiao Hua sighed. He took the cup and said, "Why are you so polite? Presumably, this thing will cost a lot of sea crystals. It is enough for me to know your intentions." Old Sea Shrimp said with a smile, "There is a saying in the human race, no one will blame you for being polite. We are all vulgar sea creatures. We don't understand the etiquette of the hidden immortal continent. Normally, we would only learn it after seeing others do it. As long as Daoist doesn't get tired of it, we will be satisfied." "Forget it." Xiao Hua raised the cup, raised his head and swallowed the ice rain liquid into his mouth. As the ice rain liquid entered his stomach, an ice-cold yuan qi came out from the ice rain liquid and rushed into Xiao Hua's meridians. At the same time, Xiao Hua's body felt refreshed, as if all the pores on his body were about to open. "Not bad," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "Ice rain liquid really lives up to its reputation. If Daoist likes it, then use it all." Old Sea Shrimp hurriedly put the other cups in front of Xiao Hua. "These things are useless to us sea creatures." Xiao Hua bitterly smiled. This ice rain liquid was admittedly not bad, but that was only for ordinary cultivators. The amount of yuan qi within this ice rain liquid was simply insignificant to Xiao Hua. The only thing that could make Xiao Hua praise it was the momentary feeling and nothing more. Looking at Old Sea Shrimp, who was very eager, Xiao Hua waved his hand and received the ice rain liquid. He said with a smile, "I appreciate your intentions. I have no use for this thing now. Let's talk about it later." Good. The Old Sea Shrimp smiled and chatted with Xiao Hua for a while. Xiao Hua also asked about the Feather Spirit Bay with interest. At this time, Xiao Hua knew that the Old Sea Shrimp and the other soldiers of the North Sea Dragon Palace were born in the sea. However, because of the war, they were sent to guard Yuling Bay because of their meritorious service. Yuling Bay was naturally a peaceful place, and there would be no more war. However, after these veterans retired, they could no longer cut through the wind and waves and return to the Northern Sea territory. They could only spend the rest of their lives here. In fact, for these old sea creatures, as long as there was seawater, anywhere was their home. However, they were injured and in pain every day. Usually, it was inevitable that they would think of their former carefree life and miss their former sea. As for Lu, he was just as Xiao Hua thought. He was a loyal sea creature general. When he saw that his subordinates' injuries could not be healed and they were howling every day, he took out the sea crystals he had accumulated to treat their injuries. The sea relics in the shop were also killed by him using sea crystals to invite soldiers he was familiar with. As for old sea shrimp and the other sea creatures, they naturally lived in the puddles that Xiao Hua saw when he walked over. The fishy smell was emitted by the pus and blood on their bodies. How many sea creatures like you are in Yuling Bay? Xiao Hua asked with a frown. At least 100,000. Old sea shrimp answered without hesitation. Xiao Hua was puzzled and asked curiously, how come there are so many? Then why do you all have to live in Yuling Bay? Won't you return to the northern sea? Old sea shrimp smiled bitterly and said, Daoist Xiao, you don't know. However, before he could explain, a sharp voice called out from afar, Daoist Xiao, have you returned? Daoist Xiao, have you returned? Then, a yuan shun hurriedly swept over and landed on Xiao Hua. The voice sounded again, quick, Daoist Xiao, Lu has encountered trouble in the Flowing Merchant Union. Xiao Hua stared blankly. He didn't understand why Lu had encountered trouble in the Flowing Merchant Union, and why Drip was looking for him. However, he didn't hesitate. His figure turned into a rainbow and flew to the sea where the Yuanshan formation was and said, quick, let's go. On the way, Drip told him what had happened. In fact, it wasn't a big deal. Today, there was a small auction in the Flowing Merchant Union that was similar to the Yazi auction house. After participating, Lu came across a beast skin and bevan that had a pill formula recorded. Coincidentally, the Apricot Forest Medicine Shop also participated in this auction. The Apricot Forest Medicine Shop was determined to get the beast skin and bevan. Of course, Lu wouldn't give in. The two sides started to bid and the beast skin and bevan reached an extremely high price. The Apricot Forest Medicine Shop obviously didn't believe that Lu could take out so many sea crystals. Therefore, they took out their Qingkuan bag and asked for the sea crystals immediately after bidding. This was contrary to the auction rules of the Flowing Merchant Union, so the Flowing Merchant Union didn't agree. However, the Flowing Merchant Union reminded Lu that if he couldn't take out so many sea crystals after the auction, not only would the beast skin and bevan belong to the Apricot Forest Medicine Shop, Lu would also have to pay a large amount of sea crystals to the Apricot Forest Medicine Shop. Of course, Lu didn't have so many sea crystals. He hurriedly asked Drip to come back and find Old Sea Shrimp and the others to raise the sea crystals. Drip was well aware of how many sea crystals Old Sea Shrimp and the other sea tribes had. She knew that these sea tribes definitely wouldn't be able to gather so many sea crystals. Therefore, she went to find Xiao Hua as soon as she entered the Yuanshan formation. After all, the human race Dao cultivators who could participate in the Yazi auction house would definitely have sea crystals in their Qingkuan bags. After hearing Drip's explanation, Xiao Hua's heart was also relieved. After he asked about the price of the beast skin and bevan, his heart was completely at ease. He smiled and said, you don't have to worry about the price. Even if it was 10 times more expensive, this old man can still take it out. That's good, that's good. Drip was actually a little panicked. Now that she heard it, she was really grateful and said, Taoist master, this matter. Originally, we sea tribes had to deal with it properly, but I didn't expect that Taoist master would have to take out the sea crystals. This one doesn't know what to say. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, my human race has a saying, send Buddha to the Western paradise, send people to their home. Since this old man has the spare energy, this old man will do it alone. But we are monster race. Drip wouldn't say this sentence normally, but facing such a compassionate Taoist master Xiao, Drip admired him from the bottom of her heart and couldn't help but say it. Chapter 3947. If the human race doesn't have humanity, then what's the difference between them and beasts? If the demon race has a human heart, then what's the difference between them and the human race? Xiao Hua replied with a smile. Drop sighed in shame. Back then I also devoured a lot of humans. Now that I think about it, lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. As long as you start today. Xiao Hua replied indifferently. Dee nodded slightly and pointed to a cave in the stone wall in front of her and said, here it is. Xiao Hua looked at the cave. It was similar to the Yazi auction house, but the scale was a lot smaller. Even the words, Continuous Merchant Union, above the cave was a lot inferior. Xiao Hua and Drop landed. Drop took out a palm-sized jade tablet and handed it to the demon race guarding the cave, then pointed at Xiao Hua and said, "This is the honored guest of my general. He heard that the Continuous Merchant Union has the rare treasure of the Thousand Demon Sacred Realm. He was very happy and specially came to take a look." The demon race of the Continuous Merchant Union checked the jade tablet and returned it to Drop, then bowed and said, "Immortal friend, please, not bad." Xiao Hua followed Drop into the cave and said with a smile, "The guards of this Continuous Merchant Union are much better than the Yazi auction house. Moreover, they actually let us in during the auction." Drop covered his mouth and said, "It's just some superficial words. The Continuous Merchant Union already knew that I went out to look for sea crystals. Of course, the Luoi Merchant Alliance is much better than the Yazi auction. Although the scale is small, they treat all the members of the Sea clan equally." Just as Qi said this, a voice sounded from inside, "Fellow immortal, the entire auction is over. I've been waiting for you for the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. The other immortal friends also accompanied me and waited for you. If you can't take out 100,000 sea crystals, then just say it directly. What are you pretending for? In fact, although I am a human, I am also a person with a reputation in the Yuling Bay. I also know a little about what you are like. It is impossible for you to take out 100,000 sea crystals. For the sake of the Continuous Merchant Union's face, and for the sake of immortal friend, I have patiently waited for so long. If we were in the hidden immortal continent, I would have already become hostile. Sai, forget it. You probably can't take out 10,000 sea crystals anyway. You might as well take out 5,000. My apricot forest medicine store has been taken care of by the immortals of the Sea clan in Yuling Bay. And the Luo Merchant Union has been good to us as well. My apricot forest medicine store will bid for the pill formula and Bay one at the price of 100,000 sea crystals." Even though Xinglin Drugstore's words were arrogant, they were reasonable. Lu did not know how to respond. Xiao Hua's figure flew into the auction house and laughed brightly. "Who said that General Lu doesn't have sea crystals? Oh, Spiritual Master Xiao?" Xiao Hua's figure still hadn't appeared, but the crowd of sea race and human race in the auction hall all turned their heads in surprise, wanting to see who had arrived. At the same time, a voice that Xiao Hua was very familiar with called out in astonishment. Moreover, Xiao Hua understood that this voice was definitely not Lu's. When Xiao Hua's gaze followed the voice, he couldn't help but be amused. It turned out that the one standing in the middle of the auction wasn't another demon, but the demon clan Xingpe whom Xiao Hua had met before. Needless to say, the Luoi Merchant Union must be related to Yingpo's clansmen. Xiao Hua landed in front of everyone's gaze and looked around the auction hall. This auction hall was only a few hundred feet in size and looked rather simple. There were some demon clan and human race sitting in a few simple origin arrays. However, these humans and demon clan didn't cover their faces. The shock on everyone's faces fell into Xiao Hua's eyes. Xiao Hua slightly nodded towards Yingpe and walked to Lu's side. He took out a Qiankuan pouch from his Taoist robe and handed it to Lu. "General Lu, this is your sea crystal." "All right." Lu took the sea crystal with a grateful expression like Lu's. "Spiritual Master Xiao?" Across from Lu, a handsome Confucian scholar held a folding fan in his hand. He frowned and said, "This one is Zhang Yong of Yu Province's Nanyang Zhang clan. Greetings to Spiritual Master Xiao. Even though this one doesn't know which province Spiritual Master Xiao is in charge of, even though our Confucian Tao is different, we are all humans. Why is Spiritual Master Xiao helping the sea race? If this matter were to spread to the hidden immortal continent, Spiritual Master Xiao and Spiritual Master Zhao's country would have a bad reputation, right?" "You province's Nanyang Zhang clan?" Xiao Hua slightly pondered and immediately realized. Isn't medical Saint Zhang Zhongjing from Yu Province's Nanyang Zhang clan? This Zhang Yong is naturally the descendant of medical saint. Xiao Hua hurriedly raised his hand and said, "So it's medical Saint Zhang Zhongjing's descendant. This one has been disrespectful. That's all because of my ancestors' great reputation. My ancestors' medical skills have long been lost in the hands of us juniors. This one is ashamed." Zhang Yong saw that Xiao Hua knew his clan's reputation and was slightly proud. He kept his folding fan and cupped his hands. Even though he didn't say anything, his smile already revealed a kind of victory in his hands. He knew that Xiao Hua had to give Zhang clan face. Spiritual master. Lu also understood and said with a bitter smile, since that's the case, there's no need to make things difficult for spiritual master. This one doesn't want these things, however. Without waiting for Xiaohua to speak, Ying Per in the distance smiled and said, so General Lu is acquainted with spiritual master Xiao. Why didn't you say so earlier? Sorry, fellow immortal Zhang. My Luoyi Merchant Alliance won't be bidding for this item. Ah! Zhang Yong and all the other humans and demons in the auction house were stunned. Zhang Yong shouted, fellow immortal, if this item wasn't taken out, then it's fine. But now that the auction is over, you're saying that you won't be bidding. Where's the credibility of your Luoyi Merchant Alliance? In the future, who will come to the Luoyi Merchant Alliance to bid for things? Your Luoyi Merchant Alliance can't compare to Yazi Auction House and Zhai Xinglu. With this matter, I'm afraid that in the future, there won't be any humans or even demons coming to the Luoyi Merchant Alliance to bid for things, right? Fellow immortal, you don't have to be like this. Xiaohua smiled and raised his hand saying, this one knows that the auction house should let people take a look at the items before bidding. Right? This one hasn't seen this item before. Fellow immortal, can you let this one take a look? Of course. Ying Per originally wanted to give this item to Xiaohua. Hearing Xiaohua's words, he naturally raised his hand and waved the beast skin and bay one. The two items landed in front of Xiaohua. Xiaohua took the beast skin and bay one. When he turned around, the beast skin shook slightly and instantly kept it into the space. He then handed bay one to Lu Dao. General Lu, this one doesn't have any elemental thoughts. I'm afraid I can't take a look. Take a look. Lu didn't know what Xiaohua was planning to do. After taking bay one, he heard Xiaohua's voice transmission. The corner of his eyes twitched a few times. He activated his elemental thoughts and pretended to look at Bei One. He said, where's the beast's skin? Let this one take a look again. At this moment, Xiaohua gave the beast skin to Lu and returned Bei One to Xiaohua. Xiaohua took Bei One and kept it into the space. Lu looked at the beast's skin and pondered for a moment. He nodded and said, Daoist Xiao, these two items are indeed what this one wants. Sigh, if it was someone else, then so be it. Xiaohua reached out and took the beast's skin. Bei Wen also appeared in his hand. He then sighed and said, but Yuzhou's Nanyang's Zhang clan is the descendant of the medical saint. This item, it's better to give it to them. Oh, all right. Lu hesitated for a moment and replied, but 5,000 sea crystals. We still have to compensate Xinglin drugstore. Xiaohua said without hesitation, if we didn't interfere, how could Xinglin drugstore spend so many sea crystals? But just for this, we still have to compensate them with 5,000 sea crystals. Yes, Lu replied. He took out 5,000 sea crystals from his Qingquan bracelet. Xiaohua took it and gave it to Zhang Yong along with the beast's skin and Bei Wen. This happiness came too suddenly. Zhang Yong was caught unprepared. But looking at the beast's skin and Bei Wen, Zhang Yong clenched his teeth. Buying these two items for 95,000 sea crystals was indeed not worth it. He originally wanted to take Lu's sea crystals and then bargain with Luoyi Business Alliance. But Xiaohua was so generous that he couldn't open his mouth anymore. Zhang Yong could only take the two items. He took out a Qingquan bag from his bosom and gave it to Ying Pe along with the 5,000 sea crystals. He smiled bitterly and said, Daoist friend, here is 75,000 sea crystals. As for the remaining 20,000 sea crystals, when this one returns to Xinglin drugstore, I will immediately send someone to deliver it. No problem, no problem. Ying Per took the Qingquan bag and said with a smile, this one believes in Xinglin drugstore's reputation. Good. Zhang Yong nodded. He then cupped his hands towards Xiaohua and said, many thanks, Daoist friend Xiao. If you have time, come to this one Xinglin drugstore. This one will welcome you with open arms. No problem. Xiaohua replied with a smile, if I have time, this one will definitely pay a visit. Fellow Taoists. Ying Per raised his hand and said, this auction ends here. Fellow Taoists, please come again next time. The group of demons and humans all left. Ying Per sealed the entrance of the auction hall. He turned around and bowed, greetings Daoist Xiao. Rise. Xiaohua helped Ying Per up and said with a smile, it has been several decades since we parted on Yaotai Mountain. Fellow Taoist, how have you been? It is all thanks to fellow Taoist. Ingpa said with a smile, with fellow Taoist primeval stones, this one and my clansmen were able to open this Luoyi merchant union. Our lives have been passable. Haha, fellow Taoist's words are becoming more and more like my human race. Xiaohua laughed loudly. Ingpo looked at Lu Heli and said with a smile, Taoist Xiao, can you come with this one for a chat? Of course. Xiaohua nodded. He then said to Lu Heli, you all can go back first. This one will go back in a moment. Yes, Taoist. Lu Heli replied. He took out the Qiankuan bag and was about to return it to Xiaohua. Xiaohua said with a smile, this one arbitrarily made you lose 5,000 sea crystals. The primeval stones in the bag can be considered as compensation. Ingpa smiled and took out 5,000 sea crystals from Zhang Yang's Qiankuan ring. He handed it to Lu and said, wool comes from a sheep's back. Fellow Taoist allowed this one to earn 80,000 sea crystals. Take these 5,000 sea crystals as my thanks. Lu was at a loss. Beside him, Lu Heli said, since Taoist Xiao is very close with the Luoyi Merchant Union, you can take it. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Lu took the sea crystals and returned the Qiankuan back to Xiaohua. Xiaohua did not say anything. He took the Qiankuan bag and watched as the two sea race flew out of the auction hall. Chapter 39-48. Taoist Master, please. Ingpa raised his hand and invited Xiaohua forward. Xiaohua smiled and said, don't be so polite with me. You lead the way. Yes. Ingpa smiled faintly and led Xiaohua into the auction field. They arrived at a rather large hall. This hall was similar to what the human race would normally see, but it was filled with large pieces of gravel. Ingpa said to the demon on the side of the hall, go and invite the 9 elders here. Tell them that Taoist Master Xiao is here. Taoist Master Xiao? The demon was startled. He looked at Xiaohua with a different gaze and hurriedly left. 9 elders? Xiaohua stepped into the hall and said with a smile, are they the elders of your clan? Ingpa nodded and said, yes. Then Ingper took out a jade chair from the heaven and earth ring and placed it on the side of the stone. He raised his hand and said, Taoist Master, please sit. Okay. Xiaohua knew that this was the place where the human race's honored guests sat, so he sat down without hesitation. He then looked at Ingpa sitting on the main seat next to him. Xiaohua suddenly woke up and cupped his hands. Oh, congratulations, Taoist Master. You are now the head of a clan? Taoist Master Xiao, you must be joking. Ingpa smiled. My clan is a small clan in the 1,000 demon sacred realm. Being the head of a clan is nothing. Moreover, my position as the head of a clan is related to Taoist Master Xiao. Oh, could it be? Xiaohua already understood. Ingpu explained, Taoist Master Xiao is right. It is because I made a few transactions with Taoist Master in Black Wind Mountain Range. My clan's head just happened to be in trouble, so I stood out. Haha. Taoist Master Xiao is prepared and has the ability to seize opportunities. Xiaohua said with a smile. This has nothing to do with me. Ingpa smiled and took out some rare fruits from the heaven and earth ring for Xiaohua to taste. After a while, he probed, Taoist Master Xiao, after making a few transactions with Black Wind Mountain Range, when I was preparing to go there, I received the news that Black Wind Mountain Range was being attacked by Immortal Palace. I also heard Taoist Master Zhao's fame of defeating Immortal Palace. I am very worried for Taoist Master Xiao. I even secretly went to see Black Wind Mountain Range. That place is completely different from before. But I really didn't expect that Taoist Master Xiao would suddenly come to Yuling Bay today. It's nothing. Xiaohua said with a smile, I had an appointment with a fellow Taoist, so I came here, but I didn't run into him. Therefore this Xiao is preparing to return. Xiaohua roughly explained everything that he could say. In the end, he smiled and said, if I didn't see it with my own eyes, how could I have thought that the Luoyi Merchant Union was actually fellow immortals? It seems like fellow immortal is fated to follow me. Otherwise, why would you still come to my Luo Merchant Alliance after several rejections? Ingpa laughed and said, if fellow immortal wants any Bay 1 elixirs or pill formulas, I can ask my clansmen to find them. When he heard up to here, Xiaohua had an idea in his heart, and he probed. Fellow immortal, I'll ask you something. Please go ahead, fellow immortal. Ingpa replied with a smile. Earlier, you said that you obtained information about the Black Wind Mountain Range. Xiaohua said in a low voice. So, your Luo Merchant Union has a certain source of information in the hidden immortal continent? Of course. Ingpa nodded. For Zhaixing Lu, Li Lai Trading Company, and my Luo Merchant Union, information is sometimes like sea crystals. Only by having a source of information all over the hidden immortal continent can we find business opportunities. However, my Luo Merchant Union has only been established for a short period of time, and we haven't done enough in this aspect. A lot of information is bought with vitality stones. So it's like this. Xiaohua pinched his chin and his mind spun rapidly. Then he said something shocking. Fellow immortal, if this Xiao manages this Luo Merchant Union with you, will your Luo Merchant Union be able to develop very quickly? What did fellow immortal say? Ingpa was shocked, and he didn't know how to answer. After a moment, Ingpa said with a bitter smile, fellow immortal Xiao, this Xiao knows that your cultivation is profound, and there are also a lot of vitality stones in your Qingkuan bag. However, not to mention that for my Luo Merchant Union to develop, the amount of vitality stones that fellow immortal thinks is far beyond what fellow immortal thinks. This Xiao doesn't think that fellow immortal can take it out. If fellow immortal wants to cooperate with my Luo Merchant Union with just these vitality stones, I'm afraid it's impossible. Of course, Xiaohua said with a smile. This Luo Merchant Union belongs to fellow immortal and your clansmen. This Xiao definitely doesn't have any covetous thoughts. This Xiao just wants to cooperate with fellow immortal and be able to obtain information about the hidden immortal continent from your Luo Merchant Union. And even information about the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm and the Western Paradise. Fellow immortal, you think too highly of this Xiao. Ingpa didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How far does my Luo Merchant Union have to develop to be able to provide so much information for fellow immortal Xiao? Why not? Xiaohua said with a smile. As long as the Luo Merchant Union cooperates with this Xiao will let you broaden your horizons. How is that possible? If Xiaohua wasn't Ingpa's benefactor, Ingpa would have already driven him away. How could a Taoist cultivator know the twists and turns of running a merchant union, even if he could defeat perfected Lord Qingyun? However, before Ingpa could say anything else, 9 demon clan members who looked similar to Ingpa came in from the outside. Ingpa stood up and introduced with a smile, Elders, this is the Taoist Master Xiao that I mentioned to the elders earlier. If it wasn't for his help, I'm afraid it wouldn't be so easy for us to establish the merchant union. Since Taoist Master Xiao has come to visit, I invite the elders to come and meet him. The 9 elders were different from Ingpa. Some of them looked enthusiastic while some looked cold. However, Xiaohua didn't care. One by one he returned the greeting. His etiquette was very considerate. However, seeing that the 9 elders of the Ingpa clan were all in Yuling Bay, Xiaohua was a little surprised. Elders, please take a seat. Ingpa sat down first and said to the 9 elders. The 9 elders sat on different pieces of gravel. Rather than saying that they were sitting, it was better to say that they were lying down. They looked very comfortable. Ingpa looked at Xiaohua, thought for a moment and said, Elders, Taoist Master Xiao has done a favor for our clan. He came to find me today because he has something important to discuss with me. Since all the elders are here, I would like to hear your opinions. With that, Ingpa told them that Xiaohua wanted to cooperate with the Merchant Union and obtained information from the Merchant Union. An elder waited for Ingpa to finish speaking, then waved his hand and said, Although Taoist Master Xiao has done a favor for our clan, this Merchant Union belongs to our clan. When we established it, we didn't plan to cooperate with anyone. Besides, our clan no longer has a place to stand in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. This Merchant Union is our clan's last hope. The human clan has a saying. How can we allow others to sleep beside our bed? I don't think it's appropriate. That's right. If Taoist Master Xiao wants information, he can exchange it with primordial stones. Why do we have to cooperate? Humans are humans. It's hard to get rid of their greedy hearts. Originally, they wanted to make a deal with our clan, but now that they see our merchant union prospering, they want to interfere. In the end, they want to swallow the entire merchant union for themselves. This kind of thing. I've seen many times. Xiaohua smiled but didn't say anything. After all, what the elders said was true. Everyone had their own thoughts, not to mention the difference between the human race and the Yao race. It was normal for these Yao race that he had never met before to doubt him. Yingpe smiled and said to Xiaohua, "Fellow Taoist, as you can see, although I'm the clan leader, many things need to be unanimously decided by the elders. I've already told you about this situation before." Xiaohua stood up, raised his hand, and took out a universe bracelet. He casually handed it to an elder beside him and said, "Fellow Taoist, take a look at this first. Then you can make a decision later." That elder was a bit hesitant. He looked at Yingpe and the other demons, but still took it. Xiaohua continued, "This Xiao knows that fellow Taoists have misgivings. After all, this is the first time we've met. Moreover, although Yingpe trusts this Xiao after all, he represents the interests of the clan. There are many things." Just as Xiaohua was speaking, the clan leader of the demon clan cried out in alarm, his face showing an inconceivable expression. Xiaohua wasn't surprised and continued, "Yingpe has many things to consider from the clan's interests. He can't make decisions on his own. This old man hasn't seen Yingpe much, but I know that he's a genius in business. However, what he lacks is the conditions to make the merchant union bigger. This Xiao has never been interested in the merchant union. My hope for the merchant union is some information. Of course, if you want to buy information, you can, but how can it be as efficient as controlling the information yourself? This Xiao is different from Yingpe. This Xiao has no interest in managing the merchant union, but this Xiao has the means to expand the merchant union. When the two are combined, it's a win-win situation." At this moment, the yin-yang bracelet in the hands of the clan leader of the demon clan had already been passed to two elders. The two elders were also extremely surprised, but fortunately, they didn't cry out in alarm. Seeing this, Yingpe was also somewhat surprised. His gaze fell on the yin-yang bracelet and he seemed to be lost in thought. "Yingpe, take a look at this." As he spoke, Xiaohua took out another yin-yang bracelet and passed it to Yingpe. Yingpe took it and scanned it with his origin force. He couldn't help but cry out again, "What?" Then Yingpe realized that he had lost his composure. He looked at Xiaohua and passed the yin-yang bracelet to an elder beside him. "Yingpe, this Xiao has more than this," Xiaohua said with a smile. "Moreover, this Xiao will continuously provide these things to the merchant union. Do you think this Xiao has the capital to cooperate with the merchant union?" Yingpe was somewhat hesitant. Xiaohua struck while the iron was hot. He took out a jade bottle and passed it to Yingpe. "Take a look at this." "What is this?" Yingpe took the jade bottle and looked at it. He was somewhat puzzled and asked curiously, "This bitter. What is this?" "Medicine." Xiaohua pointed with his hand and said, "This is the medicine of the water clan controlled by the apricot forest medicine store. This Xiao already had the bevan from before. This Xiao refined some of it myself. The raw materials are all from the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm and the North Sea." Chapter 39-49. Hearing this, Yingbo couldn't help but stand up. Previously, Xiaohua's Heaven and Earth bracelet only contained some magic tools and other things. Although Yingbo was surprised, it was not enough to shock him. However, the medicine that Xiaohua took out made Yingbo unable to sit still. He clearly knew the status of the apricot forest medicine shop in the Yuling Bay. Since Xiaohua could take out this kind of medicine, he could naturally take out other things. Don't worry. Xiaohua decided to say something shocking. He raised his hand and took out another Heaven and Earth bracelet and handed it to Yingbo. He said, "Fellow immortal, take a look at this." "What is this?" Yingbo didn't wait for the Heaven and Earth bracelet to fly over. He walked over and took the Heaven and Earth bracelet from the air. He checked it with his primordial thought and said in surprise, This is just a grain for the human race? What's the use of it?" Xiaohua said with a smile, "Perhaps you demons don't need this grain. But what about the hidden immortal continent and the pure land? If the merchant union wants to gain a foothold in these two places, which Confucian cultivator or Buddhist disciple would dare to go against the merchant union when you take out these things that are related to the people's livelihood?" Yingbo and other demons naturally don't need this grain. They couldn't figure out the importance of it. However, after hearing Xiaohua's words, they immediately understood. Ingbo even said with a smile, not just the 2 continents of the human race, even in my 1,000 demons sacred realm, there are still many demons who need this grain. But the problem is, Ingbo was a little hesitant, fellow immortal, you can only take out these, a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Xiaohua laughed. Don't forget about the disciples of my Black Wind Mountain. Where did they go? Ingbo patted his forehead and said with a smile, Taoist Xiao is really far-sighted. I seem to understand a little. Now, I'm afraid the number of disciples of my Black Wind Mountain is more than 10 times what you saw that day. Xiaohua said with a smile. Besides, with my reputation now, recruiting some Taoist cultivators is not a difficult thing. These spiritual herbs, magic tools, and grain can be endlessly given to me. Actually, my Taoist cultivators in the hidden immortal continent ostracized us. Otherwise, why would I cooperate with the merchant union? Sigh, not bad. Ingpa finally understood Xiaohua's thoughts. He raised his head and looked at the elders who had already seen the universe bracelets. Then he passed the medicine to them. This medicine? Xiaohua chuckled. To tell you the truth, if the continuous merchant union can find more demon herbs, demon fruits, and other things, I can still let the disciples of the Black Wind Ridge refine even more. There's no need to talk about the seeds, but the medicine should be enough to make the name of the trade union known throughout the 1,000 demons sacred realm. Immortal's condition, Ingpa said with a bitter smile. I really can't refuse. The 9 elders looked through the items in the universal bracelet, and their eyes revealed a rare look of greed. Unfortunately, they couldn't see through Xiaohua's strength. Moreover, they knew that Xiaohua had defeated perfected Lord Qing'e. Who would dare to have any evil thoughts? Elders, what do you think? Ingpa asked. The group of elders looked at the universal bracelet in Ingpo's hands. They looked at each other for a moment and said, Immortal Xiao is an old friend of the clan leader. This matter, let the clan leader decide for himself. Immortal friends, Xiaohua hurriedly said. When I talked to Ingpa earlier, I didn't plan to take out so many things. Therefore, I only plan to cooperate with the continuous merchant union to obtain information. Now that I've made it clear, I'm sure all the elders can see that the things I took out, not to mention the Prophet Merchant Union, even Star Picking Tower, is willing to cooperate with me. Therefore, my cooperation with the continuous merchant union may have to deepen a bit. Immortal Xiao, do you mean that the Black Wind Ridge will cooperate with the continuous merchant union? Ingpo understood something and asked. Xiaohua nodded. Yes, you're right. My Black Wind Ridge provides the continuous merchant union with an endless supply of things. Naturally, my Black Wind Ridge will get something in return. This is different from the cooperation between me and the Luoyi Business Alliance. Ingpo thought for a moment and said, it's possible to cooperate with the Dao sect. However, this matter is of great importance. I can't decide on my own. I need to discuss it with the elders. Immortal Xiao, please wait a moment. Well said. Xiaohua sat down and said, you wait for the discussion. Bring me some demon herbs and demon fruits. No problem. Seeing Xiaohua's current appearance, Ingpa knew that he was very confident in this cooperation. He answered and called the demon race on guard outside. He then left with the group of elders. Xiaohua asked the demon race on guard for some demon fruits and some special aquatic plants in the North Sea. Then he waved his hands and created waves of water. The water melted the aquatic plants and demon fruits one by one like flames. Then, Xiaohua used the water dissolution technique to start refining medicine in the hall. Seeing Xiaohua's miraculous skills, the demon race on guard was dumbstruck. Xiaohua's Qi Huang technique had long been perfected to the point of perfection. Refining a simple medicine was a piece of cake for him. In just a short moment, Xiaohua had finished refining the medicine. Seeing that Ingbo and the other members of the demon clan had yet to return, he simply continued to refine. Only after he had refined more than 10 medicines did Ingbo return to the hall. However, the 9 elders did not follow him, and the universe bangles were no longer in Ingbo's hands. Xiaohua naturally understood. He waved his hand and the water disappeared. He asked, fellow immortal, have you made a decision? Alas, Immortal Xiaohua's things are really good. The conditions are also very generous. My inferior clansmen have no choice but to agree. Ingpa smiled bitterly and said, however, the elders also made it clear that this continuous merchant union is the last hope of my clan. They don't want immortal Xiao Hua to control it. Alas, what kind of worry is this? Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, this Xiao will definitely not. Moreover, this Xiao also guarantees that my Black Wind Ridge will not interfere in the development of the continuous merchant union. This Xiao and my Black Wind Ridge's development will only be in the cultivation of Taoism. If that's the case, this one agrees to cooperate with the Black Wind Ridge on behalf of my clansmen. Ingpa raised his claws and said solemnly, the continuous merchant union can give Black Wind Ridge 70% of the profits from the items of the Black Wind Ridge. As for the information that Black Wind Ridge needs, our continuous merchant union will unconditionally provide it. Immortal Xiao, as an ally of our continuous merchant union, not only will our continuous merchant union provide Immortal Xiao with the things that he needs first, our continuous merchant union can also give Immortal Xiao 10% of the profits every year. Of course, the condition is that whenever our continuous merchant union needs Immortal Xiao Hua must act at any time. Oh, you still want this one to act? Xiao Hua was somewhat surprised by the last condition. Ingpa smiled bitterly and said, the continuous merchant union is the hope of my clan. However, my clan no longer has a place in the Thousand Demons sacred realm. Therefore, this one has been thinking about finding a backer. Previously, this one did not feel that Immortal Xiao Hua was very powerful. However, since Immortal Xiao Hua was able to defeat Immortal Qing Yuan, your future prospects are limitless. If this one does not establish a good relationship with Immortal Xiao Hua, when should I wait? Of course, if Immortal Xiao feels that 10% is not much, this one can give Immortal Xiao 5% of my profits. That's not necessary. This one just feels that as a Taoist cultivator, I will inevitably have some conflicts with Confucian cultivators in the future. I'm afraid that I will implicate the continuous merchant union in the future. Immortal Xiao doesn't need to worry about this. The demon clan's business in the hidden immortal continent and western land of ultimate bliss is already filled with difficulties. Immortal Xiao doesn't matter if you are a Taoist cultivator or a Confucian cultivator, as long as your strength is outstanding. Xiao Hua was overjoyed and was about to agree. However, his heart moved and he said, also the food seeds, medicine and other things, you need to say that they are provided by Immortal Xiao. If possible, there is no need for any sea crystals or primeval stones. This is naturally possible. Ingpa nodded. There are also many poor demon clans in the Thousand Demons sacred realm. They may not have any primeval stones to give to Immortal Xiao. Good. Xiao Hua raised his hand and patted Ingpa's claws. This is considered a formal alliance. Many thanks to Immortal Xiao for giving my continuous merchant union another chance. Ingpa knew that Xiao Hua was a man of his words and his heart was set. He smiled and took out a flat bone piece from his bosom and handed it to Xiao Hua. This is Immortal Xiao's keepsake. With this keepsake, Immortal Xiao can exercise authority in the continuous merchant union that is second only to me and the 9 elders. Haha, good. Xiao Hua took the bone piece and looked at it. There was a strange demon beast engraved on it. It was actually similar to a low-level demon beast in the legacy world. Xiao Hua took the bone piece and said, since this one is an ally of the continuous merchant union, you should bring some more universe bracelets over. This time this one came out with something. If it wasn't for meeting fellow immortal, perhaps the Linlai Trading Company would have benefited. Good. Ingpa hurriedly ordered the demon clan guarding outside to take the universe bracelets. However, he said in a low voice, Immortal Xiao, when this one came in, Immortal Xiao was refining medicine? Yes. Xiao Hua nodded. That's what this one promised Lu Heti. Actually, there are many old Sea Clan members in this Yuling Bay. You should bring enough demon fruits and seaweed. This one will refine a batch for you first. This is naturally possible. Ingpa said somewhat embarrassedly, but what this one means is, this refining technique, can Immortal Xiao Hua teach this one's clansmen? Hearing this, Xiao Hua immediately came to a realization. He nodded and said, of course. You and I are now in a cooperative relationship. This one naturally can teach your clansmen what this one knows. Immortal Xiao Hua. Ingpa was almost about to cry just now. There was an elder who said that Immortal Xiao Hua had bad intentions. This one, as the patriarch, rejected it. Now, it seems that elder was really measuring the heart of a gentleman with his own mean measure. My human clan has a saying, distance tests a horse's strength, and time reveals a person's heart. In the future it will be fine after a long time. Xiao Hua said indifferently, you should find a few, or call all the clansmen who have some experience in refining medicine. This one is now thinking of how to teach them the refining technique. Okay, this one will do it right away. Ingpa couldn't even close his mouth. He hurriedly ran out by himself. He didn't even call the demon clan member on duty. Xiao Hua sat back in his chair. In his mind he was thinking of how to teach the demon clan how to refine medicine. Chapter 3950. Not long after, Ingpa actually brought in 30 or so demons, and even an elder came along. Greetings, Master Xiao. The 30 or so demons obviously received Ingpa's orders, and saluted respectfully as soon as they came in. Master Xiao. Xiao Hua smiled and raised his hand and get up. Then this Xiao will be your master for once. Thank you, Master Xiao. The demons happily stood up. Xiao Hua raised his hand, and a green light flashed in the entire hall, and 30 or so green crystal threads entered between the eyebrows of the demons. In just a few breaths, all of the demons had painful expressions on their faces. Xiao Hua withdrew his soul technique, and said indifferently, all of you carefully recall and comprehend. After an hour, you should be able to remember half of what the demons left behind. Yes, this disciple understands. The 30 or so demons all answered, then closed their eyes and carefully memorized. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, Ingpa, come over here. Yes, master. At this moment, Ingpa prostrated himself in admiration of Xiao Hua, and hurriedly walked over. Are the universe bangles ready? Here. Ingpa took out a dozen or so universe bangles. And it's almost enough. Xiao Hua held a universe bag in his left hand, and a universe bag in his right hand. In just a short moment, Ingpa's dozen or so universe bangles were all filled, and he said with a smile, this is the first time my Black Wind Ridge cooperated with the Luoyi Merchant Union, and I'm quite sincere. In the future, I'm afraid we'll have a long relationship. Ingpa was so excited that his face turned pale. Although there were many things, but it was enough to take his life. When he was bidding, he still had to consider the safety of the Luoyi Merchant Union, and it was really not easy. Ingpa took out a universe bangle and handed it to the elder who followed him, and said in a low voice, this universe bangle and the previous ones, you all discuss how to bid. Do not attract the attention of other experts. And this old man knows. This elder could be considered to be completely at ease with Xiao Hua, and he cupped his hands towards Xiao Hua and Ingpa, then hurriedly left. After the elder left, Xiao Hua asked again, Ingpa, what good things does the Luoyi Merchant Union have now? I'll let master know. Ingpa shook his head and said, previously, I had prepared some things for you. However, when I heard that the Black Wind Ridge was gone, I bid for those things. However, if Taoist master needs anything, feel free to tell me and I'll have my clansmen search for it. Some news. Xiao Hua said in a low voice, news about metal and wood magnetism, metal and earth magnetism, wood and water magnetism. Also, where can I find the extreme magnetic ray? Ingpa didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Taoist master, these. I'm afraid that our clansmen won't be able to find them. I'll help you take a look elsewhere. All right, thank you, fellow immortal. Xiao Hua understood the difficulty of this information and nodded. As long as we can find it, the time doesn't matter. There's also a universe bracelet here. Ingpa took out another one from his bosom and smiled. I just took this from the storage area. It's filled with demon fruits, demon herbs, seaweed, seawood, and other ordinary items of the 1,000 demon sacred realm. These should be able to be refined into medicine. All right, this old man understands. Xiao Hua took the universe bracelet and said, this old man will do his best to refine it. Throwing the universe bracelet to Green Robe, Xiao Hua asked with a smile, fellow immortal, what other good things do you have here? Ingpa shook his head and said, the Luoyi Merchant Union just held an auction. There aren't many things left. I reckon that they won't be able to enter Taoist master's eyes. If Taoist master wants to find something, Zhai Xinglu's auction is in 3 days. This one can accompany fellow immortal to take a look. There's an auction. Xiaohua smiled and said, the day before yesterday it was Yazi Auction House. Now it's Luoyi Merchant Union, 3 days later it's Zhaixing Lu's. Then Lilai Trading Company will also have one in the near future. Right? That's right. Ingpa nodded and said, in Yuling Bay, only our 4 clans are qualified to hold auctions. We usually arrange our own auctions according to Yazi Auction House's auctions, most of which are held recently. Tomorrow should be Lilai Trading Companies, but Sea Soul Scholars' items are mostly from the human race, and most of them are from Confucian cultivators. This one also went to participate, and I reckon that it's somewhat different from fellow immortals' expectations. Therefore, this one suggests fellow immortal to participate in Zhaixing Lu's auction 3 days later. Their items are not inferior to Yazi auction houses, and are usually placed at the end, which is the so-called finale of the human race. Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, since the Luo Chamber of Commerce has some relationship with the Lilai Trading Company, you might as well send one of your subordinates over to ask what the Lilai Trading Company has prepared for this auction. If this Xiao has any intentions, this Xiao can go over and take a look. That's right. Ingpa nodded and said, Taoist Master is right. In every auction, if there isn't a special reason, we will make the items to be auctioned public. This one will send my clansmen over to inquire. Not to mention that Ingpa sent his clansmen to Lilai Trading Company to inquire. Just these 30 or so clansmen of Ingpa slowly woke up after a full hour. Xiaohua originally had some expectations, thinking that the longer they comprehended, the more they would be able to remember. However, after asking, he was very disappointed. Most of them had forgotten 80% of the simple water fusion technique, and only 4 clansmen of the demon race had remembered 30%. It seems that the inheritance of the demon race really emphasizes bloodline. Xiaohua thought to himself, it's completely different from my human race. This water fusion technique is not too complicated. As long as the cultivators of my human race put in the effort, even if they can't be outstanding, they can at least comprehend the majority of it by analogy. Waving his hand to let the 20 or so clansmen of the demon race leave, Xiaohua said to Ingpa standing next to him, Ingpa, it seems that only these 4 clansmen can try to refine the medicine. Not only was Ingpa not disappointed, but his eyes were also abnormally fanatical, and he couldn't suppress the joy in his mouth as he said, Thank you, Taoist Master. If it weren't for Taoist Master's secret technique, how could my clansmen master the Taoist cultivation method? In the future, if my clan can prosper, I will have to thank Taoist Master Xiao. Seeing this, Xiaohua was enlightened again. He wasn't a demon, so his thoughts were different from the demon race. However, he forgot that as long as he taught these 4 clansmen of the water fusion technique, and these 4 clansmen of the demon race passed it on in the clan, perhaps in another 1,000 or 10,000 years, this water fusion technique would be integrated into the bloodline of Ingpa's clan. Ingpa and the other clansmen of the demon race in the future might be born with the water fusion technique. No wonder Ingpa shed tears of gratitude. Thinking of this, an inconceivable thought appeared in his mind. Damn it, this Xiao knows so many secret techniques of the demon race, and has obtained the bloodline of the absolute saint. Then this Xiao's descendants, what kind of situation will they be? This thought naturally flashed through Xiaohua's mind, but how could Xiaohua know? The hand of karma in his space was gradually taking shape, so how could all these thoughts appear out of thin air? Many of them were related to the karma of the river of karma. What he occasionally thought of might just be a small wave in the river of karma. Afterwards, Xiaohua asked the 4 clansmen of the demon race about their comprehension, and gave them detailed instructions on how to use their demon power to perform the water fusion technique. Furthermore, in front of these 4 clansmen of the demon race, he refined the medicine again and again. Unfortunately, although the 4 clansmen of the demon race already understood how to control their demon power, no matter what, they couldn't display their demon power properly. This made Xiaohua very depressed. When did he have to be so patient when teaching his disciples? Fujiwen, Lui, and the others, which one of them didn't immediately understand when he casually mentioned it? Even Black Bear, White Lion, and Golden Eagle only had a single soul technique to teach them the cultivation method. How could these 4 wooden clansmen of the demon race compare? However, it was good that Xiaohua needed to refine medicine for Bromine and the other old members of the sea race, so he simply patiently refined it again and again. After 3 days, Xiao Hua gave the refined medicine to Ying Pu and had him find a clansman to give it to Lu. He then looked at the demon race who were still frantically practicing the water fusion technique and said, "This old man's teachings end here. As for how to practice in the future, it will be up to you. In the secret techniques this old man left you, there is also a method to use a pill furnace to refine medicine. When you find a pill furnace in the future, you can try it yourself. That way it might be much easier than now. You don't have to be too radical now. Reverend, rest assured. This one has already sent clansmen to look for it. The human pill furnace may not be easy to use, but our demon race should have something similar." Ying Pu smiled at the side and said, "Now, I will accompany Reverend to Zhaixing Lu. Many thanks, Master Xiao." The 4 clansmen bowed and thanked this unfathomable Master Xiao with heartfelt admiration. Xiao Hua waved his hand, indicating the 4 to continue practicing. He then followed Ying Pu out of the Luoyi Merchant Union. As soon as he went out, he saw a sea beast holding a conch-like carriage waiting there. Xiao Hua smiled. "It's still better to have sea crystals. Previously, when I followed Lu and Di, I had to rely on myself to fly. In the middle of the journey, I was interrogated by the sea race of the Feather Spirit Palace. Now that we are riding a sea carriage, there shouldn't be so many trifles, right?" "Reverend, please." Ying Pu invited Xiao Hua onto the sea carriage and said with a smile, "Reverend, these few days in Yuling Bay are different from the past. The Feather Spirit Palace caused a mess in Yuling Bay because of the matter of the Yazi Arena. Normally, there are also many sea carriages. Even if you don't ride a sea carriage, you won't be interrogated." Xiao Hua's heart moved and he asked again, "This Xiao also knows about these matters, I just don't know. Has the North Sea Dragon Palace found the Confucian cultivator that caused trouble? Has the monster that escaped been caught?" According to reliable information, the North Sea Dragon Palace has already sent dragon generals more than 10,000 li deep into the hidden immortal continent, but they still haven't found any traces of the Confucian cultivator. Ying Pu replied, "If the Confucian cultivator can't be found, then of course there's no news about the monster that escaped." "Oh," Xiao Hua casually responded, but his heart was slightly bewildered. Damn it, could it be that Zhang Sheng was eaten by those leopards? But, whether they were eaten or not, what does it have to do with this Xiao? After the time it took to eat a meal, the sound of wind gradually appeared outside the window. The sound of the wind was getting louder and louder. Not only was there a mournful sound, even the sea carriage was slightly shaking. Ying Pu looked at the gloomy sky outside the window and said with a smile, "It's rare that there's no tsunami wind these few days. Today it's starting to blow again. This time it will blow for several days." Chapter 39:51. Xiao Hua nodded when he saw how powerful the sea breeze was. The winds and clouds above the North Sea are unpredictable. No one knows when a tsunami will appear. Yuling Bay is right by the sea. Naturally, it will be the first to be affected. As he spoke, Xiao Hua looked outside. Whether it was the E-residence or the E-shop, they were all glowing. It was obvious that the demon array of Yuling Bay was slowly activating to resist the strong sea breeze. As Xiao Hua and Ying Pu were talking, the sea carriage actually flew up again towards the foot of the mountain. "Ayo!" Xiao Hua looked up and saw a few majestic palaces standing at the foot of the mountain. Amidst the raging sea breeze, wisps of light appeared around the palaces. Xiao Hua couldn't help but ask in astonishment, could Zhaixing Lu be in one of these palaces? Damn it, I always thought that this was Yuling Palace's place. Yuling Palace is filled with the water clan of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Although they can leave the water, they still like to stay in the water. Yuling Palace is built underground in the mountain and is connected to the North Sea. They will not build their palaces on the mountain. Ying Pu smiled. Only Zhaixing Lu is wealthy enough to challenge the North Sea Dragon Palace and build palaces on the foot of the mountain. Xiao Hua frowned and narrowed his eyes. He looked at the approaching palaces and asked curiously, "Is Zhaixing Lu so powerful? They can actually challenge the North Sea Dragon Palace? How powerful is Zhaixing Lu?" This is a question that I considered when I first formed the Continuous Merchant Alliance. Then I started to gather information to find the answer. But, even now, I do not know the answer to this question. Actually, there is no need to think too much. Look at Yuling Bay. All the powers rely on the North Sea Dragon Palace. Only Zhai Xinglu has built palaces on the mountain. This is enough to show how powerful Zhai Xinglu is, Ingpa said with some fascination. Xiaohua smiled. He had not expected that Zhai Xinglu, whom he had met in the Bronze Pillar country, would actually be so powerful. It looked like he would have to reevaluate the words of Zhu Qing. However, thinking about it from another perspective, Duan Muqing and Murong Songyun, who were both secondary first-rank aristocratic families, were well-behaved in Zhai Xinglu. Even the East Sea Dragon Palace's patrol envoy was well-behaved. Presumably, Zhai Xinglu would not be as unbearable as Xiaohua had previously thought, right? Woo! A huge gust of sea wind swept over, and the entire carriage finally couldn't withstand it. It spun in the air and crashed towards the mountain peak. Xiaohua's figure flashed and appeared in midair. With a shake of his big sleeves, he covered the sea chariot. After that, Xiaohua transformed into a rainbow and landed on the ground. Looking at Ingpa, who was unable to fly out of the sea chariot in time, he said with a smile, "The sea breeze is so strong, you don't need to accompany this Xiao to the auction. You can go back first." Ingpa pondered for a moment and nodded. The sea breeze is indeed too strong. There won't be too many monsters participating in the auction. My strength is too weak and I might delay the auction. It's better for me to turn back. Then Ingpa reminded him again. The token of the continuous merchant union in Zhai Xinglu's hands should be useful in Zhai Xinglu. Don't forget to take it out when you enter. This old man knows. You can go back now. Xiaohua smiled and transformed into a rainbow again. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived near the palace. Seeing Xiaohua's figure disappear, Ingpa took a deep breath and muttered, "Zhai Xinglu, I hope you won't disappoint this one." In order to pull Zhai Xinglu into the merchant union, this one had a falling out with the 9 elders. The affairs of the world were very strange. Many accidental factors were often more decisive than certain factors. If the continuous merchant union had developed normally, with the efforts of Ingpa and the elders of the clan, it might have been able to develop. However, this development was filled with hardships. Every day, countless merchant unions and trading companies appeared in the 3 continents. Every day, countless merchant unions and trading companies closed down. Perhaps this kind of continuous merchant union would disappear one day. However, they had met Xiaohua. Who had come to Yuling Bay to look for Ao Zhantian. This mere chance encounter had completely changed the fate of the continuous merchant union. Perhaps many years later, when Ingpa and the 9 elders thought about this seemingly hasty decision, they would be very glad that they had seized this one and only opportunity. Xiaohua didn't think as much as Ingpa. His figure was flying in the air, and he had already seen clearly that in front of the palace, there was a pavilion that was dozens of feet tall. On the pavilion there was a signboard that was about 10 feet tall, with the words Zhai Xinglu written on it. These 3 words looked exactly the same as the ones Xiaohua had seen in the Bronze Pillar Nation. They were written by the same person. However, Xiaohua didn't dare to underestimate them now. And when Xiaohua withdrew his contempt, those 3 big words looked extremely wonderful again. It was far from having the aura of the secular world that it had in the past. Damn it! Xiaohua looked at it for a moment, then withdrew his gaze and smiled bitterly. Are the words good? Or is this Xiao's heart dirty? Along with Xiaohua's figure appearing in front of the pavilion, a respectful voice sounded out from within. Greetings, senior. Then, a light pillar that was like a ladder stretched out from the pavilion, and a young man in plain clothes walked out from within. He respectfully saluted and said, "Senior, have you come to participate in the auction?" "Yes." Xiaohua stood in the air. Although there was no light around him, the sea breeze didn't even lift a corner of Xiaohua's Taoist robe. "Senior, please." The young man took a few steps forward, and the light pillar also extended and covered Xiaohua. Xiaohua didn't need to use his magic power, and the light pillar brought Xiaohua into the pavilion. The interior of the pavilion was similar to the Zhai Xinglu in the Bronze Pillar Nation. It was a huge open space and the ground looked like a huge glass. Xiaohua could clearly see the low vegetation on the mountain peak swaying helplessly in the sea breeze. On both sides of the open space, there were already some dragon horse carriages. There were also some sea beasts lying obediently on the ground. Several tall sea race people were holding strange weapons in their hands, guarding these carriages. After the open space there was a huge palace. Behind this palace, there were also many interconnected palaces. It was much larger than the Zhaixing Lu in the Bronze Pillar Nation. At this moment the palace's doors were wide open, and more than 10 men in plain clothes stood there in an orderly manner. They all had smiles on their faces. "Senior, this way please." The young man was well trained. He waited for Xiao Hua to pause for a moment and clearly see the situation around him. Then he raised his hand and said respectfully. And Xiao Hua nodded and followed the young man to the front of the palace. The 10 men respectfully bowed at the same time and said in unison, "Greetings, senior. Rise." Xiao Hua nodded and walked closer to the Zhaixing Lu. After entering the Zhaixing Lu twice, Xiao Hua was no longer the unknown Taoist cultivator of the past. Sure enough, as Xiao Hua had expected, the moment he entered Zhaixing Lu, he was faced with the same screen. Xiao Hua had originally wanted to pass by it, but after taking 2 steps, he stopped and turned to the man behind him. "What's your number?" The man was stunned. Then he smiled and said, "Senior, I'm here to welcome guests. I don't have a number." "Oh." Xiao Hua nodded and said with a smile, "In that case, you don't know anything about this screen." "Screen?" The man was stunned. Then his expression immediately changed to one of respect. He said, "Senior, since you know about the screen of my Zhaixing Lu, you are naturally my Zhaixing Lu's distinguished guest. Senior, please wait a moment. I'll ask the chief steward to come over." "Okay." Xiao Hua thought for a moment and simply stood there without moving. The man didn't dare to leave. He took out a jade slip and flicked it. The jade slip flew out soundlessly. He then said to Xiao Hua, "Senior, please wait a moment. My chief steward will come over immediately." In just a few breaths a beautiful cloud appeared not far away. Then, a woman even prettier than the clouds walked out. When the woman saw Xiao Hua, a strange expression appeared on her face. She didn't even walk close to him and immediately said respectfully, "So it's Taoist Xiao. Junior Zhong Qiao greets Senior." Seeing that Zhong Qiao recognized him at a glance and flew over, Xiao Hua was no longer surprised. Some people in this world were born to be chief stewards. Xiao Hua's strength was outstanding, and he believed he had a photographic memory for cultivation techniques and other aspects. However, he never dared to place high hopes on himself when it came to judging people's faces. "Oh." Xiao Hua raised an eyebrow and raised a hand to lift Zhong Qiao up. He smiled and said, "I thought the chief steward was a man. I didn't expect you to be an outstanding woman. People often say that women are not inferior to men. Indeed, it's true." Zhong Qiao stood up and said with a smile, "Senior, you flatter me. I'm just an ordinary person. I do what I should do and get what I should get." "Well said." Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, "The matters of the world are so simple. However, many people don't understand." Zhong Qiao smiled and asked, "Senior, may I know why you've come to my Zhaixing Lu?" Xiao Hua was about to answer, but his heart skipped a beat and he asked again, "I occasionally pass by Yuling Bay and heard that there was a Zhaixing Lu here. I wanted to see if Zhu Qing was here." "Haha, I'm here." "Of course Zhu Qing isn't here," Zhong Qiao said with a smile. "As for where Zhu Qing is, I don't know either. In that case, I can only ask Miss about the matters of the Xingyue Palace." Xiao Hua asked again, "Senior, you're indeed here for the matters of the Xingyue Palace," Zhong Qiao said with a smile. "It looks like the Xingyue Palace is fated to be with you." "Oh." Xiao Hua's eyes lit up and he asked curiously, "Could it be that there's news about the Xingyue Palace?" "This is not the place to talk. Senior, please come with me." Zhong Qiao looked around. Although it was the same as before and there were no other cultivators or members of the sea race nearby, Zhong Qiao still felt worried and said, Xiao Hua nodded. Zhong Qiao raised a hand and pointed, and a spiral staircase appeared beneath their feet. Under Zhong Qiao's lead, Xiao Hua came to a loft. Xiao Hua looked at the loft that was similar to the auction house in the past and said with a smile, "This is the high platform of the auction house, right?" Chapter 3952. Senior, you're right. Zhong Qiao smiled. "Since you're here, let's bid again. It's still early now, so I'll tell you about Xingyue Palace." "All right." Xiao Hua nodded. "I remember Zhu Qing said that if I hear news about Xingyue Palace, I can find any Zhai Xinglu Xingyue can send me to Xingyue Palace. It's exactly as you said. Zhong Qiao smiled. Senior's name and image have been left in Xingyue. As long as you appear in Zhai Xinglu, we will definitely tell you about Xingyue Palace. Moreover, you defeated perfected Lord Qingyuan of the Immortal Palace and sowed seeds for justice, benefiting all living beings in the world. Now that your reputation is growing, as long as you appear in Zhai Xinglu, we will give you news about Xingyue Palace without any name or image. Haha, I'm ashamed. Xiaohua smiled. It's just an act of fishing for fame, but you all know about it. Zhong Qiao covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes rippling with an indescribable expression. If you're fishing for fame, there won't be any good deeds in the world. Zhai Xinglu also wants to do such a good deed, but with Zhai Xinglu's strength we can't do it. This shows the importance of Senior's good deed. Moreover, when I saw Senior's good deed just now, I thought it was Senior's simple benevolence, but thinking carefully, there are too many things to ponder about. Seeing that Zhong Qiao did not talk about Xingyue Palace and instead changed the topic, Xiaohua asked, "Why can't Zhai Xinglu do it? What did you see?" If it's immortal herbs or demon fruits, Zhai Xinglu may be able to find them. But if it's so many seeds, where will Zhai Xinglu get them? There are many disasters in the hidden immortal mainland now, and only Su province and Yu province are safe. How can the people of these two provinces have extra food? Although there is food in the Western Paradise, the war between immortals and Buddhas is imminent. No one dares to take this risk. Moreover, how many primordial stones can this risk be worth? Zhong Qiao explained with a smile. After all, Xingyue isn't a piece of white paper. Xiaohua sighed. Once stained with the stench of money, even the white jade will be covered in dust. Zhong Qiao ignored Xiaohua's sigh and continued, moreover, Senior has just defended the Immortal Palace. Now, taking advantage of the grain seed matter, you are wantonly gathering the people's support. If the Immortal Palace wants to suppress you again, I'm afraid they will be extremely scrupulous. Now that I think about it, I really admire your calculation. You can actually think of getting rid of the control of the Immortal Palace from the hearts of the people. This is something that I have never dreamed of. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. When he took out the grain seed, he never thought about it. If it had such an effect, it could only be an unintentional result. Also, Zhong Qiao continued, if Senior had been the only one spreading the news, the Confucian cultivators would have killed it long ago, and no one would have known. However, the Confucian cultivators led by the four great clans were not convinced by the Immortal Palace, so they used Senior's matter to humiliate the Immortal Palace. As a result, Senior's matter spread like wildfire, and more cultivators knew about it. There were even many clans that sent Senior's grain seeds to various places in 9 regions. Daoist Xiao has become the savior of many people in the hidden immortal continent. As long as time passes, Daoist Xiao's name will certainly be known by all the people in the hidden immortal continent. Also, Senior Xiao, if this junior's prediction is correct, it won't be long before Senior will be pardoned by the Immortal Palace, and even be rewarded by the Immortal Palace. Xiaohua was somewhat stunned. He didn't expect that his seed planting in the God and Devil blood pool would be known by the world so quickly. Even more, he didn't expect that the speed of the Confucian cultivator clans was far beyond his imagination. How long had it been? They had already spread their grain seeds throughout 9 regions. In particular, he really envied Zhai Xinglu's source of information. This small chief manager of Zhai Xinglu actually knew so much. However, when he heard Zhong Qiao's words, he was somewhat puzzled and asked curiously, how is that possible? This old man is already surprised that the Immortal Palace didn't arrest me. How can there be a reward? Presumably Daoist Xiao knows that your Dao school has an old senior called the Grand Mist Ancestor, right? Of course I know. Xiaohua somewhat understood. Since that old senior doesn't listen to the Immortal Palace and wants to go against the Immortal Palace, then the Immortal Palace naturally has to find someone who can go against that old senior. Zhong Qiao explained, and isn't Senior Xiao just the right person? Xiaohua's mouth was bitter, but he still shook his head. Unfortunately, this old man's strength is too far from the Grand Mist Ancestors. It doesn't matter if your cultivation is lacking. The Immortal Palace has countless methods. Raising Senior's cultivation is just a matter of lifting a finger. Zhong Qiao smiled and said, "But if you want to find someone with such a good reputation like Taoist Xiao, you won't be able to find one even in 100,000 years. This is the Immortal Palace's plan to sow discord. Presumably, the Grand Mist Ancestor can see through it with a glance, otherwise, this old man will be in danger." Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "A Taoist Xiao." Zhong Qiao smiled and said, "If it's that simple, then it's good." In fact, Junior sometimes thinks about Senior's actions, although it's calculated very well, if there's no time, or if Senior's luck is bad, even if you pile up grain seeds all over the hidden Immortal Continent, the Immortal Palace may not give face to the Confucian aristocratic families. Don't talk about rewards, perhaps they might even kill the chicken to scare the monkeys and warn the 4 aristocratic families. Senior, don't forget what you said in the Copper Pillar State. If the Immortal Palace wants to kill Senior, the 4 aristocratic families definitely won't dare to brazenly stop it. Uh-oh? Where is this old man's luck good? Xiao Hua was somewhat at a loss as he was in the middle of the situation. Naturally, it's the war between immortals and Buddhas. Zhong Qiao replied. Xiao Hua scratched his head. Since it's a war between immortals and Buddhas, what does it have to do with this old man, a Taoist cultivator? The war between immortals and Buddhas naturally has nothing to do with Senior. But Senior has won the hearts of the people. Zhong Qiao's words hit Xiao Hua like a thunderbolt. Xiao Hua instantly understood. The Buddhist sects obtained believers in the hidden Immortal Continent, and their power infiltrated the lower levels of the Confucian cultivators' rule through the common people. This was precisely what the Confucian cultivators feared, and at the same time, it was also their shortcoming. The war between immortals and Buddhas was also based on this fundamental reason, and the appearance of Xiao Hua broke the situation where the Buddhist sects were the dominant power among the common people. Xiao Hua's good deeds were exactly similar to the Buddhist sects, and even more direct. Although the common people who knew or respected Taoist Master Xiao couldn't be compared to the common people who worshipped Mahavairakana, but in the future, under the intentional push of the Immortal Palace, a Taoist master who fought against the faith of the Buddhist sects would definitely be formed. This kind of faith was a powerful aid for the Confucian cultivators in the war between immortals and Buddhas. As for the threat that Taoist Master Xiao posed to the Immortal Palace simply didn't put it in their eyes. The Immortal Palace was afraid of the Buddhist sects, but they were simply not afraid of the weak Taoist Master Xiao. Ha! Thinking of this, Xiao Hua laughed. Zhong Qiao also covered her mouth and said, Taoist Master really understands. It seems that Junior doesn't need to say it clearly. That's right, you don't need to say it clearly. Xiao Hua nodded. No matter how clearly this matter was explained, it was likely that no one would know the peculiarity within. No one would know that the Namo Guanyin Bodhisattva revered by the Buddhist sect and the Taoist Tao sect's Taoist Xiao were the same person. Since ancient times, there had been many cases where the fishermen benefited from the fight between the snipe and the clam, but there had never been such a big fisherman like Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua actually wanted to know what kind of reward this snipe of the Immortal Palace would give him. Moreover, Xiao Hua also clearly knew that the Immortal Palace would definitely give him a reward, not only because of the support of the 4 great families, but also because of his merit and virtue, allowing him to confront the faith of the Buddhist sections. If that's the case. Xiao Hua thought again. Previously, this Xiao vaguely felt that there would be a disaster, but now it seems that this disaster has nothing to do with the Immortal Palace. Senior. Zhong Qiao of course didn't know what Xiao Hua was planning in his heart, and said, these are all Junior's guesses. It's because Junior read the Book of Heroes and really admired the ingenuity of Senior's chess set, which is far more useful than the Demon God chess set. That's why Junior couldn't help but speak in front of Senior. If there's any disrespect, I hope Senior can forgive me. It's fine, it's fine. Xiao Hua said with a smile. This Xiao likes straightforward people the most. Since that's the case, Junior will tell Senior about the Star Moon Palace. Zhong Qiao paused and said, actually, there's no clear news about the Star Moon Palace for the time being. But there are some strange phenomena. Judging from previous experience, I'm afraid that it will take at least 200 years for the outline to appear. So Junior can't tell Senior where the Star Moon Palace is, nor can I tell Senior the specific time. 200 years. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, that's not particularly long. The Star Moon Order says at least 200 years, There's no guarantee if it's more than that, maybe 2,000 years. Zhong Qiao said with a smile. Hearing this, Xiaohua suddenly raised his head, stared at Zhong Qiao, and asked word by word, what you said earlier. I'm afraid it's not your own thoughts, right? Zhong Qiao's face changed and she hurriedly got up, bowed and said, Senior, please forgive me. Some of it is Junior's thoughts, and some of it is from the Star Moon order passed down from Xingyun. It should be from all the managers of the star-picking towers. Senior, you don't have to worry. Other than these matters, there are also some related to the Confucian cultivators recorded in the Book of Heroes. For these human elites, Xingyun holds the greatest goodwill and cooperation, and can even provide some help. Xiaohua's expression was a little cold, and he took out a jade eye and handed it to Zhong Qiao, saying, This is something I need. Take a look. Does Star Moon have it? Yes, Senior. Zhong Qiao did not dare to be negligent. She took the jade eye and looked at it, then said with a bitter smile, Senior, you're making things difficult for me. Wood and water elemental magnetism, water and fire elemental magnetism, fire and earth elemental magnetism, and metal elemental magnetism are all things of legend. Where can I find them? Not to mention Khanate Wood Mother and Khanate Earth Mother. I'm not asking you to find them. Xiaohua replied indifferently, Don't you have Star Moon behind you? Isn't Star Moon willing to help? Zhong Qiao did not know whether to laugh or cry, and said in a low voice, The things you want are too rare in this world, even for Star Moon. Chapter 3953. Forget it. Xiaohua waved his hand with a smile. You don't have to find it. Just give me the news. Yes, I will report this to Xingyue in a moment. Senior can inquire about it at any Zhaixing Lu in the future. Zhong Qiao felt that she had outsmarted herself. That's more like it. Xiaohua said as he reached out and took out a jade eye. What about the materials inside? So much? Zhong Qiao was dumbfounded when she saw the materials used to build the teleportation array, and the thunderbolt in Xiaohua's jade eye. After a moment of surprise, she said with a smile, We do have these materials, and many of them are being auctioned at today's auction. Senior wants so many materials I dare not make the decision. If possible, Senior only needs to bid. Isn't that the same as not saying anything? Xiaohua snorted coldly, scaring Zhong Qiao into cold sweat. Seeing Zhong Qiao's expression change, Xiaohua waved his hand and said, Forget it, I will bid later. Yes, thank you, Senior. Senior is an honored guest of Zhaixing Lu. Everything will be discounted. Zhong Qiao hurriedly said obediently. Oh, that's right. Besides me, are there any recent deeds of those Confucian cultivators in the Book of Heroes? Xiaohua asked. When Zhong Qiao heard this, her expression changed again. She hurriedly said, Senior, please forgive me. I cannot speak of those things casually. After all, each person's secrets are hidden within. Can you at least tell me the names of those Confucian cultivators? Xiaohua asked with a smile. But in Zhong Qiao's eyes, his smile was full of conspiracy. Zhong Qiao thought for a moment and said with a bitter smile, Senior, did you come to Zhaixing Lu because you obtained some information? Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He stopped smiling and looked out the window. What do you think? Alas, since Senior wants to find trouble with that person, actually, you can wait until that person leaves Zhaixing Lu. After all, whether it's Senior or that person, they are both honored guests of Zhaixing Lu and are protected by Zhaixing Lu. Zhong Qiao sighed. A few days ago, Long Jiang from Feather Spirit Palace forced his way to Zhaixing Lu, but I did not reveal that person's whereabouts. If that person was Senior, I would still do the same. Therefore, I hope that Senior won't force me. Zhong Qiao's words made Xiaohua even more curious. There were quite a few Confucian cultivators who had enmity with him, but most of them were secrets. However, Xiaohua already knew how powerful Xingyu was. Perhaps they knew some secrets. Who was this person who deserved his bad luck? Duanmu Qing. That's not right. With Duanmu Qing's current cultivation, how could she be worthy of this old man's bad luck? It's Duanmu Liangsheng. The first thing Xiaohua thought of was the Duanmu family and Duanmu Liangsheng. Xiaohua even felt a little guilty, but he immediately shook his head. That's not right. This old man's grudge with Duanmu Liangsheng is too secretive. Xingyue couldn't possibly know. Then, who is it? Suddenly, Xiaohua was startled. He seemed to have thought of something and almost jumped out of his chair. Since it was Star Picking Tower, then he should have thought of Bronze Pillar State. Since there was Bronze Pillar State, then he should have thought of Bronze Pillar Academy. Thinking of Bronze Pillar Academy, Xiaohua couldn't help but think of its dean and deputy. And since he thought of these two people, Xiaohua can already determine who the person who is worthy of his bad luck is. Other than Dou Shanjun, who had fought with him in front of Bronze Pillar Academy, and Dou Shanjun, who had revealed his extraordinary cultivation in the Black Wind Ridge cave abode. Who else was worthy of Xiaohua's bad luck? Who else could see Xingyu and the big hand behind the screen like Xiaohua? Xiaohua forcefully suppressed his surprise. He really didn't know what he was feeling now. Did he want to see Dou Shanjun? Or did he want to quickly escape from this place? Facing Dou Shanjun, Xiaohua felt that he was a child without any strength to fight back. He really didn't like this feeling. This old man hasn't seen Professor Dou for many years and wanted to see if he was still as elegant as before. You don't have to be afraid. Since you don't want to say, this old man won't force you. Xiaohua said with a smile while stealing glances at Zhong Qiao's expression. Sure enough, Zhong Qiao's face was obviously relaxed. She said with a smile, "Thank you, Senior, for your tolerance." However, before Zhong Qiao's voice fell, a very strange divine sense swept in from outside. The restriction inside the pavilion was completely invisible to this divine sense. When this divine sense swept over Xiaohua, it immediately caused a very slight tremble in the bottom of Xiaohua's heart. Damn it! Xiaohua immediately became alert. He was greatly alarmed. He didn't need to think at all. His first thought was, this Dou Shanjun, what cultivation level is he at? This Xiao had only just mentioned him, and he immediately sensed it? Since he knew that Dou Shanjun was in Jiaxing Lu, Xiaohua's tone pretended to be respectful. He waved his hand and said, "We didn't get to know each other until we fought. Although he's a Confucian cultivator and I'm a Taoist, I've also practiced Confucian swordsmanship and have a certain relationship with Confucian cultivators. How can I find trouble with him as you think?" This is probably what a hero cherishes another hero. Zhong Qiao covered her mouth and laughed again. She looked very indescribably beautiful. Although Dou Shanjun's cultivation level can't compare to Taoist Zhao's, he can also see the secret of the screen. In the future, if the two seniors enter Xingyue Palace hand in hand, it may be another beautiful story in the future. Xiaohua was a little tongue-tied. Zhong Qiao's words were awkward no matter how he heard them, but he couldn't refute anything. Zhong Qiao had probably said everything she needed to say. She stood up and said, "The auction will begin in half an incense stick's worth of time. Junior won't nag Senior anymore. Junior wishes Senior a fruitful return today." I'll take advantage of your auspicious words. Xiaohua nodded, not standing up. Zhong Qiao took her leave. Not long after, a beautiful woman came to deliver spirit fruits and other things. Xiaohua asked, and this woman was indeed called Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi had just left with the spirit fruits and returned in a moment, holding a visiting card in her hand. She said with a nervous expression, "Senior, Dou Shanjun of Bronze Pillar Academy wants to visit." "Oh? Is that so? Why aren't you inviting him in?" Xiaohua was well aware, but he pretended to be surprised and stood up. Xiaoyi's expression relaxed, and she said with a smile, "Senior, please sit down. Dou Shanjun is here to visit. You're a senior, so there's no need to be so courteous. This old man and Dou Shanjun are old acquaintances. It's nothing to welcome him. Senior is really amiable and approachable," Xiaoyi said and left the pavilion. A moment later Dou Shanjun walked in. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly went up to greet and was about to salute. Dou Shanjun waved his hand and waved his big sleeve. A cloud of rosy clouds came out from his sleeve and blended into the pavilion's surroundings in a moment. A layer of warm jade-like luster emerged from the four walls. Xiaohua knew that Dou Shanjun had set up a restriction to prevent others from spying on the scenery here. He bowed and said, "Junior Xiaohua greets Senior." However, just as he bowed and his gaze fell to the ground, he was suddenly shocked. He secretly frowned and said, "Even with Dou Shanjun's cultivation, he has to be so careful in Jiaxing Lu. Then, who is he guarding against?" Get up. Do Shanjun raised his hand to help Xiaohua up and sat at the place where Xiaohua was sitting before. He raised his head to look at Xiaohua, who was standing respectfully in front of him, and said with a smile, "It's only been a few decades since we last met, but your name is actually so resounding that it far surpasses this old man's. Wherever you go, this old man still has to retreat 3 steps." Xiaohua said in panic, "Senior is thinking too much. It's all because Senior is keeping a low profile and doesn't want others to know. Compared to Senior, this Junior is only the light of a firefly." Do Shanjun picked up a spirit fruit and took a bite. He said with a smile, "This old man said that the things you did were really beyond this old man's expectations. This old man can't see through your thoughts anymore. If it's like what Zhong Qiao said, your schemes are really too deep. But if you didn't think so much, I'm afraid that even Thunder Monastery's Vairocana would have to give up his seat for you." "Senior." Xiaohua smiled bitterly. "Don't you know what this junior is thinking? This junior just wants to cultivate in peace. Cultivating in peace is only a kind of ideal. This ideal is only a white lotus flower in your heart. In this world, no matter how profound your cultivation is, you're all like a piece of duckweed. You can only drift in an unpredictable situation without being able to control yourself. Perhaps if your cultivation is high, you'll have a trace of power to protect yourself. But any resistance will be strangled by everything in this world." Do Shanjun said with a sigh. "Even if it's this old man, it's also the same." Do Shanjun's tone at this time was already different from when he was at Black Wind Ridge. Although he still didn't see Xiaohua as an equal cultivator, his tone already faintly contained extremely high praise. Yes, this junior understands. Xiaohua naturally didn't dare to follow Do Shanjun's tone and asked further. He only said respectfully, "This junior obtained Senior's cultivation method and secret technique, and has always been practicing bitterly. I want to have the power to protect myself. The tree wants to be still, but the wind won't stop. Xiaohua, you're in the middle of the situation. Right now you're in the limelight. If you want to protect yourself, just relying on your cultivation isn't necessarily enough." Do Shanjun glanced at Xiaohua and said, "Zhong Qiao's words are quite reasonable. You should also think more about it." Xiaohua was startled and said in a low voice, "Senior, when did you hear it? How come this junior didn't notice it?" "Humph, if I was discovered by you, what face would this old man have left?" Do Shanjun scolded, then looked at Xiaohua and said with some praise, "Your concealment technique is quite good. With this old man's ability, I can't see the whole thing. Remove the secret technique and let this old man see your cultivation." "Thank you, Senior." Xiaohua's face showed ecstasy. Because Do Shanjun said this, it was clear that he wanted to give pointers to Xiaohua's cultivation. For an ordinary cultivator, this was a rare opportunity. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's heart was abnormally bitter. He didn't dare to let Do Shanjun, this old monster, touch his body. If Do Shanjun discovered the secret of his body, who knew what kind of fangs he would reveal? Chapter 3954. However, since Do Shanjun had pointed it out, Xiaohua was also helpless. He could only brace himself and withdraw the secret technique, revealing the early stage of the spirit-severing stage. Fortunately, Do Shanjun didn't reach out his hand at all. Just like before, his 2 eyes gave birth to black and white lattices. On each black and white lattice, tiny runes appeared. The runes rushed out like ants, filling Do Shanjun's entire eyes. In these black and white eyes, Xiaohua's whole body was cold, as if he was seen clearly by Do Shanjun from the inside out. "Huh, it's a little strange," Do Shanjun exclaimed in surprise, just like when he examined the 5 brocade cloud painting. Then, he raised his hand and pressed his index finger and middle finger between his eyebrows. Pop! A strange silver rune exploded between Do Shanjun's eyebrows. In Do Shanjun's eyes, the black and white runes flashed with colorful brilliance, extremely dazzling. After a while, the brilliance in Do Shanjun's eyes gradually dissipated, revealing the previous black and white starry eyes. At this time, Do Shanjun's eyes showed obvious surprise. "Xiaohua, when did you start to practice the red nascent soul technique?" Do Shanjun stared at Xiaohua's eyes and asked word by word, "Why didn't this old man notice it last time? Red nascent soul technique? Xiaohua was stunned and asked, Junior doesn't know what red nascent soul technique is. Oh. Do Shanjun replied, it's the common loose immortal technique in the cultivation world. Ah, Senior. Xiaohua's heart jumped, and he hurriedly took out the scattered nascent soul ink yuntong from his arms and handed it to Do Shanjun and said, Junior got this ink yuntong by chance and saw that there was a secret technique to cultivate the nascent soul technique. You also know that Junior's spiritual power is relatively strong, and I don't have a useful technique. I saw that there were some unique techniques in this secret technique, so I tried to cultivate it. Do Shanjun took the ink yuntong and looked at it. His face was relieved, but he didn't speak, but closed his eyes and thought about something. Xiaohua's heart tightened. He stared at Do Shanjun and didn't dare to speak. After a while, seeing Do Shanjun open his eyes, he carefully asked, Senior, this technique, is there a great flaw? Where's the cultivation technique I gave you? Do Shanjun did not directly answer Xiaohua's question, but instead asked, why don't you cultivate those upright cultivation methods? Xiaohua replied with an extremely wrong tone, Senior, Junior naturally used the cultivation method that Senior gave me to cultivate. Humph, how can the crimson nascent technique be cultivated together with the immortal nascent technique? Do Shanjun sneered. An ordinary nascent soul cultivator only has 2 meridians. These meridians ultimately support the yin and yang of the spirit body. All cultivation methods rely on the body's meridians. Does your nascent soul have meridians all over your body? Can he cultivate Dao techniques? Junior. Xiaohua muttered to himself for a moment and then said with a smile, I use Senior's cultivation method to cultivate my physical body, meridians and nascent soul, with the help of this so-called crimson nascent arts trick. Sai, you're really bold. Do Shanjun sighed and said, although the crimson infant technique is very powerful, in the end, without the protection of the physical body, it is difficult to achieve the great Tao. Such examples can be found everywhere. Thus, as long as ordinary cultivators had a physical body, they would not attempt this cultivation technique that had no end in sight. Your cultivation is still shallow, so quickly give it up. Yes, Junior understands. Xiaohua nodded. Now your realm seems to have reached the spirit severing stage, but in fact you are still in the late nascent soul stage. In these decades, has there been no bottleneck from the nascent soul stage to the spirit severing stage? Do Shanjun asked again. Xiaohua was shocked and hurriedly replied, Yes, Senior, Junior has been wondering what's going on with me. Moreover, I can cultivate the spirit severing cultivation method that Senior gave me. The reason is naturally this crimson infant technique. Do Shanjun said, Your physical body and nascent soul have different cultivation paths. Of course, there will be a situation of chaos in your realm. Then how should I solve it? Xiaohua asked. Do Shanjun shrugged his shoulders and said lightly, You can't live if you want to. This old man also doesn't know how to solve it. Xiaohua was shocked. Looking at the ink cloud pupil that was still in Do Shanjun's hand, his eyes turned and asked, Senior, do you have the complete crimson infant technique? What? Do you want to go all the way? Do Shanjun raised the ink cloud pupil in his hand and asked thoughtfully, Junior thinks that if you want to solve it properly, you must have a complete understanding of the crimson infant technique. The cultivation method that Junior got is incomplete, and it is the understanding of others. I am afraid that it is not as authentic as the cultivation method in Senior's hands. If Senior has it, can you give it to Junior to comprehend? Maybe I can find a way to deal with it. Xiaohua explained, moreover, Junior wants to break through from the nascent soul stage, but I have not found a suitable medicinal pill. If Senior has a suitable medicinal pill, Junior can also solve it from another way. Your appetite is really not small. Do Shanjun sneered. This old man has not promised to give you the crimson infant technique, and you still want the breaking darkness pill? Xiaohua said with a smile, Since Senior has already given me a helping hand, you might as well help Junior to the end. If Junior walks a unique path, I may be able to help Senior in the future. Do Shanjun closed his eyes, and the ink cloud pupil in his hand turned over and over. After a while, Do Shanjun's finger moved, and the ink cloud pupil turned into ashes. Xiaohua was delighted. Sure enough, another ink cloud pupil appeared in Do Shanjun's hand. Do Shanjun opened his eyes and looked at Xiaohua. He passed the ink cloud pupil to Xiaohua and said, Xiaohua, This old man has high expectations for you. As long as I can help you, this old man will give it to you. However, you must not bite off more than you can chew. And do not be self-opinionated and arrogant like the Grand Mist ancestor. As long as you cultivate step by step, and everything you did before was out of your heart, this old man can guarantee that you can cultivate to the Mahayana realm. Of course, whether you can ascend or not depends on your own luck. This old man cannot guarantee it. See, Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. Do Shanjun's words contained too much, and Xiaohua did not dare to think too much about it. This scarlet infant technique is complete. You can use it as a reference. Moreover, this old man did not add any restrictions. Do Shanjun said and handed the ink cloud pupil to Xiaohua. Then, without waiting for Xiaohua to take it, he took out a Chenkuan bag from his sleeve and said, "This is the dark breaking pill, void bearing pill, lotus connecting pill, and green heaven pill. Since this old man wants to give it to you, this old man might as well give it to you." See, Xiaohua was stunned. He sucked in a breath of cold air again and looked at Do Shanjun in disbelief. The dark breaking pill was a necessary pill to break through the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm and enter the spirit severing stage. The void bearing pill was used to break through to the void refining stage. The lotus connecting pill was used to break through to the unity stage. The green heaven pill was used to break through to the Mahayana realm. Although the hidden immortal continent and dawn rain continent were different, Xiaohua did not know whether the pills given by Do Shanjun would be useful. However, based on these pills, Xiaohua was able to see that Do Shanjun cared for him deeply. Xiaohua did not accept Mo Yuntong and the Chenkuan bag like before. Instead, he tidied up his robe and bowed respectfully. "Junior Xiaohua thanks Senior for your kindness." What Xiaohua said was not excessive. Xiaohua had never had a real master since he started cultivating. No cultivator had ever guided Xiaohua in his cultivation for a long time. Do Shanjun not only gave Xiaohua the cultivation method and divine sense secret technique after he separated his spirit, but now he also gave Xiaohua the red nascent soul technique and various pills and pill recipes. His importance in Xiaohua's cultivation was not inferior to the inheritance left by Longlongzi. How could Xiaohua not be grateful? However, to Xiaohua's surprise, Do Shanjun waved his hand and stopped Xiaohua from bowing. He said lightly, "This old man doesn't intend to teach you anything. You don't have to say this in front of this old man. This old man just thinks that you are a promising talent. Now that the hidden immortal continent is declining, this old man can help as much as he can." Although Senior has such a simple idea, Senior doesn't dare to accept it so easily. Xiaohua shook his head and insisted, "Senior, please accept Junior's bow." Xiaohua didn't use his spiritual power. He just simply bowed. "There's no need for that." Do Shanjun also insisted, "I think you also know that this old man is just making a deal with you. All of this is for this old man to get more in the future." Yes, this Junior understands. Seeing this, Xiaohua had to get up and said, "Junior can promise Senior here that as long as it's not something that offends the heavens and reason, Junior can help Senior." Without waiting for Xiaohua to finish speaking, Do Shanjun interrupted him in astonishment. He even asked with a little dumbfounded, What did you say? As long as it's not something that offends the heavens and reason, you will help this old man?" Xiaohua nodded and said righteously, "Yes, this Junior is a principled cultivator of the Tao sect. This Junior can be selfish, can be greedy, can plot against others, but there is one thing that this Junior will never do, and that is not something that offends the heavens and reason. If Senior wants to make a deal with this Junior, then Senior should take back these things. Even if this Junior accepts them, he will never make a deal with Senior in the future." It looks like this old man's things from before are gone forever? Do Shanjun's face turned cold as he said in a low voice. Seeing that Do Shanjun was angry, Xiaohua felt a little regretful in his heart. He felt that he shouldn't have accepted them just now and acted according to the circumstances in the future. But he thought for a moment. Do Shanjun was so powerful, even if he cultivated for another 1,000 years, it would probably be difficult for him to be a match. Instead of making things difficult for him in the future, he might as well make a decision now. However, Xiaohua also understood in his heart that he was gambling right now. Gambling that Do Shanjun wasn't the kind of person he thought. Xiaohua gritted his teeth and nodded. This junior has already cultivated the cultivation technique senior bestowed. If senior wants to take back Mo Yuntong and the other things, this junior will give them to senior right away. But senior didn't say what you wanted this junior to do that day, so this junior can't be considered to have broken the contract. Chapter 39:55. Still stubborn. Do Shanjun looked at Xiao Hua, who was a little rascal but still had some backbone. He was both angry and amused. With a wave of his hand, he threw Mo Yuntong and the Qingkuan bag into Xiao Hua's arms. He said, "This old man wants to do something outrageous. Why would I need your help? In the 3 continents there are only a few people who can stop this old man. As long as it's not an outrageous thing, this junior can help senior." Xiao Hua took the things with a smile and sent them into the space. Even if Do Shanjun wanted to take them back, he was afraid that he couldn't. Let's talk about helping later. Do Shanjun sighed. Your cultivation is still not enough. If I say it now, it will mess up your cultivation. Seniors matter. This junior is really curious. Xiao Hua was really puzzled. His realm had already reached the spirit-severing stage, which was already considered good among the Dao cultivators of the hidden immortal continent, but in Do Shanjun's eyes, he was still not good enough. He really couldn't think of what Do Shanjun wanted him to help with. Alas, in the past, there was also a Dao cultivator like you who also thanked me like this. He knew how to conduct himself better than you, and he kowtowed to this old man, but in the end, Do Shanjun looked at Xiao Hua and sighed. This old man still ended up with nothing. Xiao Hua's heart moved. He seemed to understand something, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. He smiled and said, "This junior is a casual person. I didn't expect that. I was right not to insist today." Yes. Do Shanjun nodded. You were right not to be too attentive today. With that, Do Shanjun shook his hand again and took out a 1-foot-long jade ruler from his sleeve. He handed it to Xiao Hua and said, "This thing is called the Thunder Ruler, and it records the thunder cultivation method of 10,000 thunderbolts. This old man sees that you have a 3-legged cat's thunder cultivation method, so this thing is also given to you. Remember, heavenly thunder is the power of heaven and earth. If you are not completely loyal and have a clear conscience, you can't cultivate it. Your character seems to be more upright than this old man. So this thunder cultivation method is just right for you. Moreover, you must practice well. This thunder cultivation method is related to what this old man needs your help in the future." Ah! Xiao Hua was simply wild with joy. He almost blurted out, "Senior, this junior hasn't bowed at all. Why are you being so courteous?" Do Shanjun flicked his finger, and the thunder ruler turned into a bolt of lightning that fell into Xiao Hua's arms. The moment the lightning touched Xiao Hua's Taoist robe, it immediately converged. It was enough to show that Do Shanjun's magic had reached the realm of being able to release and withdraw at will. This time Xiao Hua wasn't polite. He stretched out his hand and took the lightning ruler into his space several times faster than the lightning ruler. Then, he rubbed his palms together with all his strength. He seemed to be very excited. "Do you feel like you've taken advantage of me?" Do Shanjun snappily glared at Xiao Hua. That's right. Junior wanted to see if there was anything good in the auction. But I didn't expect that before the auction even started, I would meet a lucky star like Senior. The things that Senior bestowed upon me are things that I wouldn't even dare to dream of. Tell me, how can this junior not be excited? Xiao Hua spoke the truth. Auction house. When Do Shanjun heard this, he rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "Were you the one behind the Yazi auction house?" "Yes, Senior." Xiao Hua knew that he couldn't hide it from Do Shanjun, so he admitted it very quickly. Do Shanjun didn't understand and asked, "Why didn't you stay in Yuzhou and think about how to avoid the expedition of the Immortal Palace? Why did you come to Yuling Bay to pick a fight with the North Sea Dragon Palace?" "Senior, Junior can't compare to you. How could I dare to pick a fight with the North Sea Dragon Palace?" Xiao Hua smiled apologetically and explained the origin of the matter in a simple manner. When Do Shanjun heard this, he nodded his head and said, "If that's the case, then it is in line with your character of being a good person. Xiao Jian schemed against you and Ya. You should be helping him get rid of the karma." "Sai, that's right. Junior is a good person. Xiaohua smacked his lips and told him about the matter of Zhang Shang misunderstanding him. Dou Shanjun waved his hand helplessly and said, "The matters of the 3 rivers and 4 seas are the matters of the sea race. Even the Dragon Island doesn't pay much attention to it. Why are you getting involved without any reason? Their bones are broken but their tendons are still connected. The karma entanglement within is disorderly. No one can understand it clearly." At this point, Dou Shanjun suddenly thought of something. He closed his eyes for a moment and said, "In room 7, there seems to be a dragon from the heavenly abode river. If you want to explain clearly and help your disciple tie this red string, you might as well go and take a look." "Forget it." Xiaohua waved his hand. "They almost sold me. Junior still wants to count copper coins for them? Do as you wish." Dou Shanjun waved his hand and stood up. "I have stayed here for too long. I am afraid that it will cause misunderstandings. Oh, that Star Moon Palace will appear in 300 years. You have to hurry up and cultivate. If there is a chance to enter, it will be beneficial for you and me." "Yes, Junior understands." Xiaohua nodded. "Junior will definitely work hard to cultivate. You are on your own. Your cultivation method is too complicated. I hope that the Thunderbolt can suppress these cultivation methods." Dou Shanjun waved his hand and prepared to leave. Suddenly, Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat and he hurriedly said, "Senior, back then, did you see that Junior knew how to attract lightning so you—" Who would have thought that Dou Shanjun would not answer him at all? He raised his hand and grabbed, and several rays of light fell into his hand. He muttered as he slowly walked out of Xiaohua's pavilion. Seeing Dou Shanjun's figure disappear, Xiaohua could not help but laugh loudly. His entire body turned into a ball and flew into the air. He somersaulted a dozen times in the air before floating down. He let out a long breath and shouted, "Damn it, this is too refreshing. The Crimson Infant Technique. This is not a cultivation method that can exist in the cultivation world. Thunderbolt, this is a complete lightning cultivation method. Even if the lightning element technique of the Imperial Thunder sect is not lost, it cannot be compared to this. This is a cultivation method that I cannot imagine. Today's auction was really worth it." Immediately, Xiaohua sat down and his mind entered the space. At this time, the green-robed Xiaohua also threw his job of teaching disciples to the side. He was holding the thunder ruler in his hand. On top of the thunder ruler, there were thin streaks of lightning that flowed into his hand. The green-robed Xiaohua's body was also surging with lightning. His entire body seemed to have turned into lightning. Waves of indescribable enlightenment came from the green-robed Xiaohua's primordial spirit. Jade Archive Xiaohua's eyes slightly narrowed. His 2 eyes also turned into lightning. This lightning first trembled, then blurred and overlapped. 1 turned into 2, 2 turned into 4. In just a moment, small lightning streaks came out from Jade Archive Xiaohua's eyes and fell on his face and robe. Moreover, these lightning streaks seemed to have spirituality as they rushed into the air and formed a huge lightning bolt that fell on the immortal beheading platform. Rumble! The immortal beheading platform flashed with lightning and invisible waves spread in all directions. At the same time, another lightning bolt came out from the immortal beheading platform and fell on Jade Archive Xiaohua's body. The 2 lightning bolts seemed to form a cycle that flowed in circles. A moment later, Xiaohua's body emitted the sound of thunder and lightning. Xiaohua's figure flickered and rushed to the front of the green-robed Xiaohua. He raised his hand and grabbed a lightning talisman and placed it on the green-robed Xiaohua's body. Rumble! A thunderous sound came out from the green-robed Xiaohua's body. More lightning runes came out from his body and rushed along the lightning towards the immortal beheading platform. So that's how it is. Jade Archive Xiaohua's body fell outside the lightning cycle. He looked at the runes and thoughtfully said, "This lightning cultivation is not something an ordinary cultivator can cultivate. Not only does one have to have a straight and irreplaceable mind, but one also has to have a tough body. Presumably, Senior Du has already noticed that I's body is different, so he thought of teaching me. This Senior Du, what kind of person is he? His cultivation is so high that it can scare people to death. I almost lost my secret in front of him." The unstoppable thunderbolt is cultivated by fellow Taoist in green robes. This Scarlet Infant technique is equally important. It seems that only I can comprehend and cultivate it myself. As Jade Archive Xiaohua muttered to himself, he raised his hand and the ink eye fell into his hand. A clear light flashed from Jade Archive Xiaohua's eyes, and the ink eye gradually turned into nothingness. However, it was only a moment before a solemn expression appeared on Jade Archive Xiaohua's face again. Moreover, there was an inconceivable expression mixed with this solemn expression. Not knowing how much time had passed, Jade Archive Xiaohua suddenly opened his eyes. His figure shook as he came out of the space. When his mind returned to its original position, Xiaohua opened his eyes. He saw the pretty Xiao Yi carefully standing at the side. She asked in a low voice, "Spiritual master, there will be a bid for refining materials soon." Xiaohua nodded. "This old man knows. You can leave now." "Yes, senior." Xiao Yi didn't dare to say more. The auction had been going on for a while, but Xiaohua hadn't bid. He hadn't even opened the window of the pavilion. Zhong Qiao was afraid that there would be a change in the pavilion, so she forced Xiao Yi to break in and wake Xiaohua up. Xiao Yi woke Xiaohua up with trepidation, fearing that Xiaohua would be angry. Now that Xiaohua didn't pursue the matter, how could she not tactfully leave? "Oh wait," Xiaohua said. Xiao Yi was startled. Her body trembled slightly as she turned around and asked, "Senior, do you have any other orders?" "Take this spirit fruit." Xiaohua pointed at the spirit fruit and smiled. "This old man hasn't eaten it yet. You can use it." Many thanks, senior." Xiao Yi was overjoyed. She quickly walked over and took the jade plates, then respectfully bowed and left. After Xiao Yi left, Xiaohua raised his hand and patted the air. The window on the wall opened, revealing a huge auction hall. It wasn't much different from the auction hall in the Copper Pillar country. Fellow immortals. A tall and handsome Confucian cultivator held a folding fan in his hand and pointed at an inkstone-like imperial tool. He said, "If no one bids, this inkstone-like imperial tool will be this fellow immortals." After waiting for a while, no one spoke. The Confucian cultivator tapped the folding fan in his hand, and the imperial equipment disappeared. Then in front of the window sill opposite Xiaohua, a disc as smooth as a mirror suddenly appeared. The imperial equipment was placed inside the disc. From the window sill, a white and tender arm like a lotus root stretched out. Two slender fingers took the imperial equipment and placed a Qingkuan pouch on top of the disc. Only then did the disc disappear. Chapter 3956. Alright, the Buddhist, imperial and demon artifacts have all been auctioned. Next is a batch of Taoist magic treasures. The Confucian cultivator paused for a moment, and a strange expression appeared on his face. However, these magic treasures are different from the magic treasures of ordinary auctions. They were obtained by the merfolk of the North Sea by chance on a deserted island. After being appraised by our star-plucking tower's consecrator, they should be used by ancient cultivators. Fellow immortal Feng, is this true? Ancient Taoist magic treasures? A loud voice cried out in shock. The Confucian cultivator surnamed Feng shrugged and smiled. "I am not a Taoist cultivator, so how would I know if these magic treasures were used by ancient cultivators? However, this jade eye says so. Even if fellow immortal doesn't believe me, you have to believe our star-plucking tower's consecrator, right? Quickly, let us see." A few impatient Confucian cultivators began to shout. Don't be impatient. The Confucian cultivator surnamed Feng raised his hand and took out 4 or 5 magic treasures of different appearances from his Qingkuan bag. As these magic treasures fell into the air, everyone's eyes lit up. These 5 magic treasures were simple and unadorned. A layer of light that could be seen with the naked eye faintly protected these magic treasures. Within the light, strands of runes faintly flickered, showing how precious these magic treasures were. Fellow immortals. The Confucian cultivator surnamed Feng raised his hand and grabbed the magic treasure closest to him. A scarlet brilliance of several feet shot out from the magic treasure, as if it wanted to burn the surrounding space. The Confucian cultivator surnamed Feng introduced. This magic treasure is called the Li Fire Pestle. There is an ancient Li Fire formation inside. Under the activation of magic power, 3 layers of fire formations will be created. As for the specific power, I don't dare to speak carelessly. Fellow Taoists will know after bidding for it and refining it. At this point, the Confucian cultivator surnamed Feng hesitated for a moment and seemed to quietly open his mouth. However, his voice once again echoed throughout the auction hall. That's right, I won't tell ordinary people. This magic treasure is suitable for Taoist cultivators of the 5th grade and above. If fellow immortal is only at the 3rd or 4th grade, it's best not to bid. See, in an instant the entire auction hall was deathly silent. Even Xiao Hua, who had just opened the window and hadn't said a word, was stunned. Damn it, Yuling Bei is indeed Yuling Bei. They even dare to bid for a magic treasure used by a 5th grade essence energy Dao cultivator. That is to say, there are Taoist experts at the 5th grade of essence energy and above in this auction. Xiao Hua thought to himself in surprise. But it was only for an instant, and Xiao Hua laughed involuntarily again. Not to mention himself, even Do Shanjun was also in the bidding hall. 5th grade origin energy, what did it count for? How do you bid for this item? A slightly hoarse voice broke the silence. 1 million top-grade primal stones. The scholar surnamed Feng replied without hesitation. All right, this old man offers 1 million. The hoarse voice cried out, his tone full of urgency. 1,100,000. Another voice called out before the first voice could even finish its sentence. 1. 2 million. Damn it, Yuling Bei is indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Xiao Hua listened to several different voices and inwardly cursed. Normally, even a single nascent soul cultivator is rare. But today, so many appeared all of a sudden. No wonder the people of the Immortal Palace came here. Not long after, the price of the Li Fire Pestle had already reached 2.4 million high-grade primal stones. In the current hidden immortal continent, it was difficult to find traces of cultivators at the 5th grade of essence energy and above. However, what was even rarer than cultivators were ancient magic treasures like the Li Fire Pestle, so 2.4 million top-grade primal stones was normal. Another cultivator raised the price a few more times, and finally the Li Fire Pestle was bought by an unknown Taoist cultivator for 2.7 million top-grade primal stones. Subsequently, the Jade Water Toad, Yearning Soul Entanglement, Dragon Crouching Pillar, Heaven Shaking Sword, and other magic treasures were also bought by unknown cultivators for around 3 million top-grade primal stones. Finally, the scholar surnamed Feng pointed at 2 items that looked like rings and said, finally, these 2 magic treasures should be a pair, so they were put together in the bidding. What I want to say is that this magic treasure's effect is extremely special, and it may not be used in ordinary places. Moreover, whether it is Taoist magic power or Confucian true qi, they can all be used. Seeing that the scholar surnamed Feng only mentioned the appearance of the magic treasure but not its name, the group of human cultivators secretly laughed and didn't speak. Sure enough, after the scholar surnamed Feng said a few more words, a sea race couldn't help but shout, "Hey brat, what is this thing? You've been talking for half a day, how come I don't understand?" "Haha, are you stupid?" A human voice laughed loudly. Brat Feng talked for half a day just to tell us that this magic treasure is a real treasure, and ordinary cultivators shouldn't covet it. I can tell you that if Brat Feng doesn't have 1 million primal stones per word, you can twist my head off. Hey, this senior is going too far with his words. The scholar surnamed Feng smiled and said, Junior's words only cost 700,000 primal stones. How can it reach 1 million? Bullshit. Quickly tell us what this thing is. The sea race shouted. The scholar surnamed Feng wasn't angry at all, and he pointed at the 2 rings and said with a smile, "This thing is called the Heaven Wing Spectroscope. That thing is called the Earth Wing Spectroscope. These 2 treasures put together are called the 2-wing spectroscope." What bullshit thing is this? What's the use of it? The sea race was stunned, and Xiao Hua stood up from his seat in surprise and couldn't help but walk to the window. The scholar surnamed Feng said again, "This magic treasure is refined with the polar magnetic rays, so it has no use in ordinary places. It can only be used inside the polar magnetic rays, and it can be used to control the polar magnetic rays." Boom! When the scholar surnamed Feng said this, the human race cultivators who knew about the polar magnetic rays were in an uproar. No one thought that the incomparably powerful polar magnetic rays could be controlled through magic treasures, so someone couldn't help but shout, "Fellow immortal Feng, you just said 6 words, right? Could it be that this 2-wing spectroscope has a price of 2,000,000 primal stones? That's right. The scholar surnamed Feng nodded and said, the last ancient Dao magic treasure, the two-wing spectroscope, has a price of 5,000,000 primal stones. Fellow immortal can bid if you like it. 5,000,000 primal stones. This old man wants it. Just as the scholar surnamed Feng's voice fell, someone immediately shouted. Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed, and his ears heard the bids of others. He took a deep breath and shouted, 10,000,000 primal stones. Whoosh! The entire auction hall instantly became deathly silent, even faster than before. The scholar surnamed Feng looked at the window that hadn't appeared before in disbelief, and said with a trembling voice, Senior has bid 10,000,000 primal stones? Nonsense. Xiao Hua said coldly. Who else wants to bid with this old man? Xiao Hua's voice was extremely cold, and it even contained soul cultivation soul techniques, which carried an indescribable threat in the ears of others. Is there anyone else who wants to bid with Senior? The scholar surnamed Feng's heart trembled, and he hurriedly asked, Granny, 10,000,000 primal stones, how many cultivators can afford it? An almost inaudible voice came from the corner. Seeing this, the scholar surnamed Feng didn't dare to be long-winded. He waved the folding fan in his hand and said, Okay, this item is Senior's. Seeing the two-wing spectroscope disappear in front of the scholar surnamed Feng and land in his window, Xiao Hua waved his sleeve and immediately put it into the space. Then he let out a long sigh. Don't be fooled by his calm expression. His heart was clenched. After all, the two-wing spectroscope was a magic treasure that he had coveted for several hundred years. Seeing that he was about to bid for it, it would be strange if he didn't bid for Zhang Kai. Moreover, he was also afraid that someone would bid, so he directly bid 10,000,000 primal stones, frightening many cultivators who wanted to bid. However, it was fortunate that the immortal envoys from the immortal palace who opposed him weren't here. Otherwise his trick might not have succeeded. After putting away the two-wing spectroscope, Xiao Hua calmly placed a Qiankuan pouch on the disc in front of the window sill, and then hid in the pavilion without saying anything. Cough cough. The scholar surnamed Feng checked the Qiankuan pouch, and his face was filled with ecstasy. He said with a smile, Many thanks for Senior's support. This is the highest bid in this auction. If fellow immortal can't surpass it in the future, my star-picking tower will give fellow immortal a small surprise. Alright, next up is the beast slaves. The scholar surnamed Feng put away the Qiankuan pouch, and the clouds beneath his feet moved. Several cracks appeared on both sides of the auction hall, and dozens of demonic beasts wearing chains inscribed with runes walked out from the cracks. Some of these demonic beasts were directly captured from the Thousand Demons sacred realm. Some were sold to my star-picking tower by the demonic beasts, and some were eliminated from the arena. The scholar surnamed Feng explained, however, fellow immortals, please don't worry. These demonic beasts have all been implanted with beast-slave talismans. After a fellow immortal bids, as long as he controls the talisman, he can control the demonic beast's life and death. Moreover, this beast-slave talisman was refined by an expert, so there definitely won't be any signs of backlash. Xiao Hua hid in the window, coldly watching the demonic beast's bidding. His heart was a bit confused, and there was an indescribable feeling in it. He looked at the humans in the auction hall, who were very excited. One by one, they enthusiastically bid for the beast slaves, and the atmosphere reached a climax. I understand now. As he watched the beast slaves being put into the Qiankuan bracelet by their masters, Xiao Hua suddenly realized something. No wonder the Sea Clan of the Grotto Heaven River came to the Star-Picking Tower's auction hall. It turns out that they want to win here. Or perhaps they want to bid for a Yazi Arena's beast to test the Yazi Arena's strength. Then Xiao Hua looked at the surrounding windows. These windows were all protected by essence arrays, so Xiao Hua's spiritual force could not penetrate them. He also could not tell which of the Sea Clan of the Grotto Heaven River belonged to. Perhaps I should pay them a visit? Xiao Hua's heart wavered, just as Do Shanjun had expected. At this moment the scholar surnamed Feng said, Next up is a batch of materials for refining tools. Fellow immortals, if any of you are interested, you can bid. Soon after, the person in charge of the auction reported the quantity and type of materials. There were many materials that could be used to construct lightning boats and teleportation formations. Xiaohua didn't hesitate and started bidding. Chapter 3957. Xiaohua bought the majority of the materials in the auction in one go. Coupled with the fact that he had enough primeval stones in the space, he bought the majority of the materials in one go. Xiaohua's big spending surprised many of the humans and monsters who were participating in the auction. They whispered to each other and tried to guess who Xiaohua was. After all, the current Xiaohua was completely different from the Xiaohua of the stargazing tower. He had the bearing of a great master, and the aura of a saint inside and a monarch outside was brewing. How could his tone be the same as before? Even if Zhu Qing was by his side, she wouldn't be able to see Xiaohua's true face. After buying enough materials, Xiaohua had nothing to worry about in this auction. He thought for a moment and pulled Louis out of the space. Louis had obviously heard what Yuanya said. When he saw Xiaohua, he respectfully saluted and asked, "Master, is Xiao Yun in danger?" Although Yuanya didn't know much, Zhang Shang's appearance in the space was enough for Louis to guess a lot. Xiaohua was glad that he let Louis out. Otherwise, he wouldn't know what Louis was thinking in the space. Xiao Yun should be fine. The one who is in trouble is Zhang Shang. Xiaohua muttered to himself for a moment, then explained the ins and outs of the matter. When Louis heard that Xiao Yun wasn't in danger, he smiled and said, "That's good. Disciple is only worried about Xiao Yun's safety. Disciple doesn't care about the heavenly abode river." Zhang Shang and the other sea races flooded the longevity town. Even if they were eaten by the barbarians, Disciple would still ask for a few skewers to eat. Xiaohua smiled and glared at Louis. "Master still wants you to show off in front of the heavenly abode river and deepen their impression of you. But you want to eat dragon meat. How can Master let you go?" Louis smiled and replied, "Master, Disciple knows what you're thinking. However, in the eyes of the sea races of the heavenly abode river, revenge and a great undertaking are of great importance. Disciple's cultivation is shallow. I'm only a first or second grade cultivator. How can they put me in their eyes? If Disciple goes there now, other than Xiao Yun, no one will give Disciple a second glance. Rather than give them a bad impression, Disciple might as well not show his face." "Not bad, not bad." Xiaohua nodded. "Master was thinking of leading." "Oh, I was thinking of letting you all gain experience, but I forgot about this. You should focus on your cultivation. When you are able to stand proudly among the hidden immortals, there is no need for you to look for others. Even the dragons of the heavenly abode river might come knocking on your door." "Master." When Xiaohua said the word visit, there was a double meaning to it. Louis was a little embarrassed when he heard it and said in a low voice, "This disciple regards Xiao Yun as his own little sister. You shouldn't think too much." He. Xiaohua smiled and said righteously, "In the future, when this old man has the opportunity, I will also accept Xiao Yun as my disciple. Damn it, fire prevention, theft prevention, senior brother. I want to see how you're going to take care of your little sister." Master. Louis's face flushed red. He, who had always been clever, didn't know how to answer. Haha. Xiaohua laughed loudly. How could he not see through Louis's thoughts? Wasn't a youth yearning for love exactly what Louis and the others were thinking? This disciple is going back to cultivate. Louis bowed and said, "I will leave everything to Master. When this disciple reaches the Grandmaster realm as soon as possible, I will come to share Master's worries." Xiaohua was slightly surprised and said curiously, "Grandmaster realm? Your requirements are really high. Master will have to wait for you to share his worries. Who knows how long that will take?" If this disciple becomes a Grandmaster, then won't Master be a Mahayana realm master?" Louis pursed his lips and smiled. This disciple is looking forward to that day. Good flattery. Xiaohua flicked his sleeve and put Louis into the space. He smiled and said, "Go back and cultivate well." After putting Louis away, Xiaohua pondered for a moment and walked out of the pavilion. When Xiaoyi saw Xiaohua coming out, she hurriedly bowed and said, "Senior, what's the matter? Take this old man to room 7. This old man is going to visit an old friend." Xiaohua ordered indifferently. Xiaoyi hurriedly nodded, raised her hand and said, "Senior, please." Outside the pavilion was a corridor, but there was no trace of other people. As Xiaoyi walked for a distance, Xiaohua felt a faint aura of a yuan array sweep past. Then his eyes lit up. Another pretty Xiaoyi came to greet him and said respectfully, "Greetings, senior. And this old man is here to visit an old friend." Xiaohua took out a jade eye and wrote 2 words Zhangsheng in it. He handed it to Xiaoyi and said, "This old man doesn't have a name token, so I will give this to them." "Yes, senior." Xiaoyi took the jade eye, walked to the door and whispered a few words. Then a finger stretched out from the door and hooked the jade eye, not allowing Xiaoyi to enter. After waiting for half a cigarette, a layer of inscriptions and clouds flashed in front of the door, and a human figure in a cloak poked his head out. Although the cloak covered the aura of the sea tribe, an unconcealable dragon's breath still passed through, and the 2 little girls trembled under the pressure. "Who are you?" A hoarse voice came from the cloak. It was obviously changed. Xiaohua raised his hand and saluted. He transmitted his voice, "I am Xiaohua of Dao Sect. The matter of Yazi auction house was done by me." The cloak clearly trembled again, and the tone was somewhat hurried. How did you know I was waiting here?" Xiaohua smiled. "How I know is not a big deal. You don't need to know. You only need to know that I came here alone, and I have nothing to do with the North Sea Dragon Palace." "Please." The dragon in the cloak said a rare word. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "I am not in a hurry to go in. You discuss with the dragon inside first. Don't wait for me to go in and make a move. At that time, both of us will lose face, and we will attract the attention of Zhai Xinglu. Spiritual Master Xiao, please wait a moment." The dragon in the cloak nodded slightly and returned to the room. After a while, the door of the room appeared, and the hoarse voice came from inside. "Spiritual Master, please come in." "Okay." Xiaohua agreed and stepped into the room. However, in view of Zhangsheng's vigilance, Xiaohua did not let down his guard. Sure enough, after entering the room, Xiaohua was greeted by 4 cloaked dragons. Each of them stood at a corner surrounding Xiaohua in the middle. For powerful dragon forces were like big hands clamping Xiaohua in the middle. Xiaohua's body flashed with a faint golden light. He did not deliberately resist and only said, "Zhangsheng is in the hands of Ba Bao of Baiyan. If you don't believe me, you can go and investigate." Of course, if Ba Bao handed Zhangsheng over to the North Sea Dragon Palace, then it has nothing to do with me. "What? How did Zhangsheng fall into the hands of Ba Bao?" Another slightly shrill voice came. Xiaohua smiled faintly and ignored the murderous dragon force. He walked to a chair and said, "What's the point of asking this? If you were late, Zhangsheng might have been roasted by Ba Bao into dragon meat skewers. Of course, I also want to remind you that if Ba Bao and the North Sea Dragon Palace worked together to set a trap in Baiyan, don't blame me for not warning you." The 4 dragons whispered to each other and discussed for a moment. 2 of them hurriedly left while the other 2 dragons stood there vigilantly. Xiaohua ate a few spirit fruits and stretched out his finger. 2 spirit fruits flew out and landed in front of the 2 dragons. He smiled and said, "My 2 dragon friends, why are you so nervous? I came alone, what are you afraid of? Besides, what happened in the Yazi arena a few days ago? Don't you know?" Swish! 2 streams of dragon chi swirled in the air, and the 2 dragon fruits turned into powder. A dragon said with a hoarse voice, "This old man and the other dragons naturally know about the Yazi auction house. But, as for what exactly happened, I'm not too sure." "Oh, I see." Xiaohua understood. He knew everything that happened in the Yazi arena, but the North Sea Dragon Palace did not disclose the details. In particular, the dragons of the Heavenly Abode River couldn't find out the details. Otherwise, they wouldn't have prepared to bid for the Yazi arena. Xiaohua raised his hand and said, "Please have a seat. Let me tell you the ins and outs of the matter. However, since I'm not afraid of the North Sea Dragon Palace and treat you so honestly, you 2 dragon friends don't have to be so stingy and careful, right?" "All right." The 2 dragons looked at each other. It was unknown if they could see each other's expression through the cloak. Then one dragon took off his cloak, and the other did the same. However, the dragon who took off his cloak first walked over and sat beside Xiaohua. The other dragon was still on guard. Xiaohua glanced at the dragon. It still had a ferocious dragon face, no different from Ao Zhan, Ao Qian, and the others he had seen before. However, The two snow-white eyebrows above the fist-sized eyes were a little eye-catching. Fellow immortal, your surname is also Jiang, right? Xiaohua probed. The dragon cupped his hands and said, I'm the third elder of the heavenly abode river, Jiang Hai. Excuse me. So it's the third elder. Xiaohua cupped his hands, but the respect in his tone was limited. We know Daoist Zhao's name, but this is Yuling Bei. We can't be careless, so I have to be careful. Jiang Hai explained politely. Xiaohua smiled and replied, of course you should be careful. However, being too careful will hurt people's hearts. As he spoke, Xiaohua recounted the whole story. When he reached the part where he threw Jiang Sheng into Bai Yan's hands, the dragon beside him couldn't help but cry out, Spiritual Master Xiao, since you've already rescued Jiang Sheng, why throw him into Bai Yan's hands? You only need to tell him the reason. Isn't that better than anything else? Now that this misunderstanding has been formed, if anything happens to Jiang Sheng, Chapter 3958. Xiaohua replied indifferently, I brought my disciple to the gladiator arena to end my karma with the arena. However, even after this Xiao ended things, the arena still wanted to use this Xiao. Thus, this Xiao decided to go all out and destroy their arena to save my disciple. As for Jiang Sheng, I just saw that he was a hero and didn't want him to die in the mouth of the fighting beast, so I saved him along the way. And I was kind enough to bring him to you. Since he didn't believe me, why would I save him? Besides, if I didn't come to you, he would have died in the hands of the leopards sooner or later. What Zhenren Xiao said is, Jiang Hai waved his hand to stop the dragon from speaking. He looked up at the door and said indifferently, it's almost time. Whether or not the North Sea Dragon Palace is ambushing Tao Wu, there should be news coming. Sure enough, as soon as Jiang Hai finished speaking, a layer of inscriptions on the door flashed. A cloaked dragon barged in, walked to Jiang Hai's side, and said a few words in the dragon language in a hoarse voice. Naturally, Xiaohua could hear the dragon language clearly. Bai and didn't have the North Sea Dragon Palace's ambush. The two dragons easily rescued Jiang Sheng from Bai Yan, and to Xiaohua's surprise, Jiang Sheng didn't suffer much in Bai Yan. Damn it! Xiaohua understood. Tao Wu's leopards weren't fools. They probably saw the grudge between the North Sea Dragon Palace and the Heavenly Cave River, and didn't want to get involved. If the North Sea Dragon Palace had found the Tao Wu, they would have definitely handed Jiang Sheng over. But since the North Sea Dragon Palace had not found the Tao Wu, the dragons of Dongtian River would naturally have to hand Jiang Sheng over to Dongtian River. Even Xiaohua vaguely guessed why Jiang Sheng wanted to lead him and the North Sea Dragon Palace to Tao Wu. Zhenren Xiao. Jiang Hai heard the report and stood up. He cupped his hands and said, I thank you on behalf of the dragons of the Heavenly Cave River. Haha, you're welcome. Xiaohua had always been amenable to coaxing but not coercion. Seeing Jiang Hai being so polite, he hurriedly stood up and said, I have a relationship with the dragons of the Heavenly Cave River. At this point, Xiaohua was slightly stunned, because the dragon who came in later pulled off his cloak. It was Zhang Che, who he knew from before, and Zhang Che did not look at him. He only stood silently at the side of Jiang Hai. Xiaohua was stunned for a moment before he understood a little. Zhang Che had revealed some of the secrets of the Heavenly Abode River when he saved him in the Legacy Realm. Presumably, Zhang Che had some considerations and did not tell his clan about his encounter with him. Presumably, Jiang Sheng had never heard of his name from Zhang Che's mouth. Yes. Jiang Hai didn't notice Xiaohua's strange expression and said with a smile, Jiang Sheng just told me about how he met Daoist Master and how Daoist Master rescued him. He also specially asked this old man to apologize to Daoist Master on his behalf. He misunderstood Daoist Master. Xiaohua was a little puzzled. Zhang Che clearly didn't mention this, but he didn't care. Who knew if Zhang Che had used some secret technique of the dragon race to transmit his voice? Hence, he waved his hand and said, since the misunderstanding has been cleared up, why would I blame fellow immortal Jiang? I hope fellow immortal Jiang can forgive me for being impulsive. He didn't suffer much. Jiang Hai smiled and said, Daoist Master, please take a seat. My Heavenly Abode River is deeply grateful that Daoist Master saved Jiang Sheng. How can my Heavenly Abode River repay Daoist Master? There's no need. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said righteously, this Xiao has never asked for anything in return. Since Zhang Sheng was still rescued, this Xiao's wish has been fulfilled. This Xiao will return now. Farewell. Taoist Master Xiao. Zhang Hai hurriedly stopped Xiao Hua and said, since there's no need for anything in return, just sit for a while. My heavenly abode river clan doesn't have many old friends in the region, and there's no one as warm-hearted as Taoist Master. This old man really wants to make friends with Taoist Master. How could Xiao Hua not know what Zhang Hai was thinking? Of course, he didn't want to get involved in the grudge between the heavenly abode river and the dragon palace of the four seas. He smiled and said, no need to be so polite. This Xiao still has to participate in the auction. This old man can also bid here. Why does Taoist Master have to go back? As Zhang Hai spoke, he flicked his dragon claw and the window of the pavilion opened. The clamor of bidding came from outside. Zhang Hai smiled and said, Taoist Master, what do you like? My heavenly abode river can bid for it. I'll give it to you. All right. Xiao Hua was helpless and could only stand in front of the window sill. At this time the auction house was very lively. People were bidding for some items of the Thousand Demons sacred realm. Many humans and demons were bidding loudly. After watching for a while, Xiao Hua turned and asked, Third Elder, how is Zhang Hong? Zhang Hong? Oh. Zhang Hai was stunned and said in surprise, Taoist Master knows my clan's little princess? Yes, this Xiao knows her. This Xiao's disciple Lu Yi saved your clan's little princess in the Longevity Town. Xiao Hua nodded. He's very concerned about Zhang Hong now. Oh, this old man knows. Zhang Hai smiled and said, my clan's little princess has always talked about Brother Lu. However, the Longevity Town is now where the immortals and Buddhas are fighting. My heavenly abode river dragon clan doesn't dare to go there to search. I didn't expect Brother Lu to become Taoist Master's disciple. Congratulations. Yes, it's really not easy to find a loyal disciple. Xiao Hua answered and then said, and this Xiao didn't expect that Xiao Yun has always been concerned about Lu Yi. Sigh. Hearing this, Zhang Hai sighed and said, this old man is embarrassed to tell Taoist Master, but my clan's little princess has now fallen into the hands of the North Sea Dragon Palace. What? Xiao Hua was stunned and almost couldn't believe his ears. How did Xiao Yun fall into the hands of the North Sea Dragon Palace? Wasn't that Zhang Sheng's nonsense to test this Xiao? Zhang Hai smiled bitterly and said, when Zhang Sheng was captured, my clan's little princess naturally didn't fall into the North Sea Dragon Palace. After that 4 or 5 days ago, the North Sea Dragon Palace's Dragon General Ao Xian got the news from somewhere and suddenly attacked the remaining people of my heavenly abode river. My clan's little princess was captured by him and brought to the Feather Spirit Palace. See? Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air and said in surprise, Ao Xian, are you talking about a few days ago? The one who entered the Feather Spirit Palace covered in blood. Dragon General? This old man doesn't know. This old man wasn't near the Feather Spirit Bay that day. Zhang Hai answered with some hesitation. He didn't know that when Ao Xian returned to the Feather Spirit Palace, Xiao Hua was at the entrance of the Feather Spirit Palace. Xiao Hua also didn't know that the dragon shell in the hands of the Dragon General, who entered the Feather Spirit Palace that day, was actually Zhang Hong. Damn it, if this old man had known that day, this Xiao would have snatched the dragon shell away no matter what. Xiao Hua was very regretful. Ao Xian was already injured that day. Although Xiao Hua couldn't see through his strength, if he had attacked, Xiao Hua might have succeeded. Today this old man came to Star Picking Tower to inquire about Zhang Sheng. More importantly, this old man wants to buy information about the Feather Spirit Palace returning to the North Sea Dragon Palace. Zhang Hai no longer treated Xiao Hua as an outsider and said without hiding anything, there are many dragon arrays in the Feather Spirit Palace. It's not easy for us to make a move, but if we leave the Feather Spirit Palace, we can save the little princess in the North Sea. Save what? Ao Xian doesn't know that you will save her. It must be another big ambush. Xiao Hua poured cold water on Zhang Hai. Sai Zhang Sheng is different from Zhang Hong. Zhang Hai sighed. The North Sea Dragon Palace humiliated Zhang Sheng in the arena. My heavenly abode river can turn a blind eye to it. But the little princess can't. She is the hope of my heavenly abode river, and also the face of my heavenly abode river. At this point Zhang Hai looked at Xiao Hua and said earnestly, "Spiritual Master Xiao, this old man knows that my heavenly abode river owes you a favor. Furthermore, you have a proud character and don't look down on everything in my heavenly abode river. However, this old man hopes that you can help my heavenly abode river on account of the 3 years of friendship between Xiao Yun and Brother Lu." "Don't." Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand and said, "This Xiao is a human cultivator and only has the strength of a 5th grade essence force. How would I dare to get involved in the matters of your dragon race?" Speaking of asking for help, this old man has no choice. Now that my heavenly abode river Sea Clan has withered, the number of experts we can use is limited. This old man is willing to ask for help from any human or demon race that can help my heavenly abode river. Zhang Hai sighed and said, "Not to mention an expert like Spiritual Master Xiao who can play with Ao Jing in the palm of his hand." Damn it. Xiao Hua was speechless. Zhang Hai was right. If he could play with Ao Jing, how could he be a 5th grade essence force cultivator? Moreover, Louis had also said that the Fortune Gate could choose not to get involved in the matters of the heavenly abode river. But for Xiao Yun's matter, they had to get involved. At this time Xiao Hua was feeling a little regretful. If he could go back in time, he would definitely return to the Feather Spirit Palace and kick Ao Xian to death before snatching Long Bei away. Alright, fellow immortals, the next item to be auctioned is a demonic beast race's secret technique. At this time, the voice of the scholar surnamed Feng came from the auction hall. Although the records of this secret technique are incomplete, according to my Star Plucking Tower's consecrators, this secret technique should be a demonic beast race's fake body technique. Fake body technique? What does that mean? A human asked curiously. Is it the Dao Sex puppet technique? Are you talking about the puppet soldiers and generals technique of Confucianism? The demonic beast race's fake body technique is different from our human race's fake body technique. The scholar surnamed Feng explained, the demonic beast race's fake body technique is more similar to a clone technique. I heard that if one cultivates this fake body technique to the peak, one can cultivate a demonic beast that is exactly the same as oneself. Doesn't this mean that there are 2 people? That human exclaimed in shock. However, before that human could finish speaking, a demonic beast calmly said, "Our demonic beast race's cultivation technique has never been written down. The ones that can be written down are also not profound cultivation techniques. Fellow immortal, you've described this fake body technique to be so profound, but this old man doesn't believe you. This old man needs to see this cultivation technique first. My apologies, this cultivation technique is a little special. If fellow immortal believes me, you can bid for it. If not, this little one can't do anything about it." The scholar surnamed Feng smiled and said, "This cultivation technique can only be given to the fellow immortal who wins the bid." Chapter 3959. How many primeval stones? The demons couldn't wait any longer and shouted at the top of their lungs. 20 million primeval stones. Feng shouted. 1 million each time, 30 million. Xiao Hua immediately called out as soon as Feng's voice fell. Xiao Hua had the same wishful thinking as last time. He wanted to suppress all the demons in one go. Unfortunately, he couldn't get any advantage this time. One of the demons shouted, 31 million, 35 million. Another voice beat Xiao Hua to it. 40 million. Xiao Hua was about to speak when Zhang Hai hurriedly stopped him. "Don't worry, Taoist." "Oh, what's wrong?" Xiao Hua asked curiously. Zhang Hai looked at Xiao Hua and smiled. "This old man wants to know Taoist is a human. Why are you bidding for a demon cultivation method?" Xiao Hua rolled his eyes. This Xiao likes the words of the demon race. "I want to use this fake body technique to explain them." Haha. Zhang Hai laughed. He knew that Xiao Hua was just fooling him, but he didn't care. He said, "The monster race's fake body technique is just an elementary cultivation method of the clone technique. Ordinary humans simply can't cultivate it. And it's just as that demon said. Cultivation methods that can be written in demon characters are not real demon cultivation methods. What's more, this is the holy blood, a high-level cultivation method of the demon race. But since Zhai Xinglu said that this cultivation method is real, it must be 70% real. But to cultivate a fake body with it, I'm afraid it will be difficult." What do you mean, third elder? Xiao Hua asked anxiously when he heard that the demon race's cultivation method had reached 50 million. Zhang Hai explained calmly, although my heavenly abode river has declined, it is still one of the 3 rivers and 4 seas of the 3 continents. What the dragon race should have, my heavenly abode river has. My heavenly abode river has a dragon cloning technique. It should be complete. Since Taoists saved Zhangsheng, this old man is willing to give this cultivation method to you as a token of my heavenly abode river's gratitude. Seeing that the old fox Zhang Hai didn't mention the matter of rescuing Zhang Hong, and only talked about the matter of rescuing Zhangsheng, how could Xiao Hua not know what Zhang Hai was thinking? If he agreed, then he agreed, but how could Xiao Hua be that kind of person? Even without this doppelganger technique, Xiao Hua would not have given up on helping the heavenly abode river rescue Zhang Hong. Now that he had a doppelganger technique, was it not a pleasant surprise for Xiao Hua? Xiao Hua pretended to hesitate. Zhang Che, go and report to the great elder. Tell him to hurry up and invite the totem to thank Taoist Xiao for his help. Zhang Hai saw that there was hope. Without hesitation, he immediately ordered Zhang Che. When Zhang Che saw that Xiao Hua didn't expose him, he was happy in his heart. He agreed, looked deeply at Xiao Hua, and hurriedly left. All right. Xiao Hua nodded and said with a smile, since third elder is so generous, it would be impolite for this Xiao to refuse. I wonder how third elder plans to rescue little Yun? Seeing that Xiao Hua had acquiesced, Zhang Hai was also overjoyed. He cupped his hands and said, this old man thanks Taoist Xiao for his righteousness. My heavenly abode river dragon clan will remember Taoist Zhao's help in our hearts. No need to say those empty words. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, after all, saving little Yun is something that both you and I have to do. Yes, Taoist Xiao is right. Zhang Hai closed the window of the auction house and nodded. This old man has just arrived at Yuling Bay. The North Sea Dragon Palace is such a big force. This old man came to Zhai Xinglu with great difficulty. I haven't received any specific information, so this old man can't have any specific plans. So it's like that. Xiao Hua thought for a moment. He didn't know if Zhang Hai was worried about him, or if he really didn't have any plans. He said, this Xiao doesn't care about the plans. Once third elder has decided on how to proceed, you can come to the Luoyi Merchant Union to inform this Xiao. What do you think? Luoyi Merchant Union? All right. Zhang Hai thought for a moment and nodded. Leave the specific plans to my heavenly abode river. When it's time to act, this old man will send someone to inform Taoist Xiao. Then this Xiao will take his leave first. Xiao Hua stood up and cupped his hands to bid farewell. Zhang Hai didn't urge him to stay. After sending Xiao Hua off, Zhang Hai stood in the pavilion and looked at the corner of the wall, as if he was in deep thought. After half a cup of tea's time, he said, Zhang Ming, do you think this Taoist Xiao is reliable? Reporting to Elder. Zhang Ming of the Dragon Clan, who remained in the pavilion, almost didn't think about it and said, I feel that this Xiao Hua is a person of character. Everything he said came from the bottom of his heart, and he didn't hide his thoughts in the slightest. Zhang Hai shook his head slightly and sighed. If it was a demon, this old man would have trusted him long ago. But the human race is fickle. This old man doesn't dare to trust Xiao Hua too much. But Zhang Ming didn't understand. Taoist Xiao saved Zhangsheng, and Zhangsheng said it himself. That's the problem. Zhang Hai explained, this Taoist Xiao is really merciful and kind. Even the Thunder Temple's Vairocana can't compare to him. Is there such a human in this world? Seems I haven't seen it either. Zhang Ming shook his head slightly, then asked, then why did Elder invite Xiao Hua to save the little princess? From the bottom of my heart, this old man doesn't trust Xiao Hua. Zhang Hai seemed to be explaining to Zhang Ming, but it felt like he was convincing himself. But from the little princess's memories, this Xiao Hua seems to be a good person. Moreover, when Jiangsheng flooded Longevity Town, Xiao Hua was also there. He shouldn't have any connection with the North Sea Dragon Palace. Also, this old man feels that Xiao Hua's cultivation is definitely not as simple as he showed. If he helps Heavenly Abode River, the effect will be no small matter. Third Elder, if Xiao Hua is in cahoots with the North Sea Dragon Palace, then we're in big trouble. Zhang Ming voiced out Zhang Hai's doubts. That's right. What's false and what's real and what's false? Who knows what's real and what's false? Zhang Hai obviously didn't have much confidence in Xiao Hua. At this moment, Zhang Che came back from outside and explained his situation in a low voice. Then he looked at Zhang Hai's hesitant expression, thought for a moment and said, "I'll let Third Elder know. I previously hid some things, but now that Xiao Hua has appeared, I feel that it's better to make things clear." "Oh, what are you hiding now? Are these things related to Xiao Hua?" Zhang Hai was a little dumbfounded and hurriedly asked. Zhang Che knew that after Xiao Hua's appearance, his matter in the legacy world had become an airtight wall. Zhang Hai and the other dragons would definitely know about it no matter what he said earlier or later. Therefore, he told Zhang Hai about his matter in the legacy world. This? Zhang Hai was dumbfounded. "Zhang Che, why didn't you say so earlier?" "Think, Xiao Hua is just a Dao sect cultivator. Since he knows the little princess and the Louis he mentioned was also mentioned by the little princess, he shouldn't go against Heavenly Abode River. The problem is, he's also friends with Ao Zhan. What kind of dragon general is Ao Zhan? The other dragons don't know, but don't you know? But he saved me in Jiangshang, and when he saved Jiangshang he even mentioned my name." Zhang Che said confidently, "I think this Xiao Hua should be reliable." That's right. He didn't expose you just now, so you naturally think he's reliable." Jiang Ming sneered. "Not to mention me, even if Zhang Sheng was here, he would say the same thing." Zhang Che retorted without hesitation. At this moment, Xiaoyi whispered from outside, reporting to Senior, "Someone is here with a name card." Zhang Hai waved his hand and said, "Be quiet, there seems to be news coming." Following Zhang Sheng's instructions, Jiang Ming and Jiang Che raised their dragon claws and covered their cloaks. After a while, there was no trace of the Heavenly Abode River Dragon clan in the pavilion. Then, a figure in the same black robe walked into the pavilion. Xiao Hua returned to his own pavilion, frowning as he looked out the window. At this moment, Zhai Xinglu had taken out another demon weapon. Many demons were competing for it, and the sounds of bidding were ear-piercing. Xiao Hua's gaze was a little unfocused, and his mind was racing. He had encountered many things at Zhai Xinglu today, and he had gained a lot, but after these gains he had to face another great danger. Let's not talk about what Do Shanjun wanted Xiao Hua to do. It definitely wasn't that simple. Xiao Hua's current cultivation hadn't even reached Do Shanjun's requirements. Xiao Hua was too lazy to guess what this matter was. Then there was the matter of Heavenly Abode River. Xiao Hua still couldn't avoid provoking the North Sea Dragon Palace and rescuing Dragon Lady Jiang Hong. Regarding this matter, Xiao Hua's heart was a bit uneasy. Previously, he had already felt fear in his heart, and felt that he would encounter an unprecedented danger. He used to think that it was the Immortal Palace's anger, but after Zhu Cheng's explanation, the Murong family's attitude, and Do Shanjun's analysis, Xiao Hua knew that the Immortal Palace would not do anything to him for the time being. There was no need for the Immortal Palace to delay the important war between immortals and Buddhas for a small character like him. This meant that the North Sea Dragon Palace or Dragon Island might be the source of the danger that Xiao Hua would face. "I always feel like I'm not in control." Xiao Hua withdrew his gaze from the auction house and smiled bitterly to himself. "It's troublesome to have too many disciples. If it weren't for Lu Yi, I definitely wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess." But Xiao Hua beamed with joy. The Heavenly Abode River's foundation is really powerful. They even have a doppelganger technique. If I succeed in cultivating this doppelganger technique, won't I have a few more helpers? Xiao Hua was stunned for a moment. Seeing that there were no more suitable things to bid at Zhai Xinglu, he simply walked out of the pavilion. Xiao Yi, who was outside the door, hurried forward and asked, "Senior, which room are you going to visit?" "I'm not going." Xiao Hua smiled. "I've already bid for something suitable and am ready to go back. I wonder if I can leave at any time during this auction?" Chapter 3960. Of course. Xiaoyi smiled and said, "Senior can leave at any time. However, the auction hasn't ended yet. It seems that there are many rare treasures that haven't appeared yet. Senior, don't you want to take a look? Moreover, the sea wind is very strong right now. I'm afraid it will take an hour for it to gradually decrease." No need. Xiaohua waved his hand. I'll go back now. Take me out. Yes, senior, this way please. Xiaoyi didn't dare to urge him to stay any longer. She twisted her waist and sent Xiaohua to the door of Zhai Xinglu. Just as Xiaoyi had said, although Zhai Xinglu was protected by an essence formation, an earth-shattering tremor came from the essence formation. A wave that made one's heart tremble also penetrated the essence formation. Looking outside the gatehouse, the sky and earth were completely dark. It was impossible to see the outline of Yuling Bay from before. Occasionally, a gust of wind whistled past like a horned dragon, pulling at the gray wind, but no sound was heard. The group of young Confucian scholars waiting at the gate saw Xiaohua come out and saw Xiaoyi's signal. They hurriedly bowed and said in unison, "Junior respectfully sends senior off. And you've all worked hard." Xiaohua nodded. He waved his hand and took out a few origin stones and gave them to Xiaoyi. He said, "Keep half for yourself. Give the rest to these people." Xiaoyi was ecstatic. She hurriedly took it and bowed. "Thank you, spiritual master Xiao." However, when she raised her head, Xiaohua's figure had already disappeared. Only the origin array in front of the gate had some faint fluctuations, swaying with the brilliance. When Xiaohua exited Zhai Xinglu, the entire world was filled with whistling winds. Moreover, amidst the omnipresent sound of the wind, the rumbling of the waves was also incessant. Usually when there was wind, the sky was mostly clean. The strong wind would tear the clouds apart. However, the storm in Yuling Bay was different. The entire sky was covered with red clouds. These clouds were fiercely tumbling like the sea border of the North Sea. Although some clouds were torn apart from time to time, they were covered by other clouds in a moment. Xiaohua released his divine sense. He was surprised to find that this strong wind could actually tear apart divine sense. However, Xiaohua was only looking for the continuous merchant alliance, so he didn't really need to experience the power of this gale. After finding the E-mansion, Xiaohua's figure turned into a rainbow and flew inside. However, before Xiaohua's figure could land, an overwhelming qi surged from the distance. A man dressed in tight clothes stepped on clouds and very strangely blocked Xiaohua's path. "Oh, who are you?" Xiaohua sensed the man's presence the moment he appeared. When the man revealed himself, Xiaohua also stopped vigilantly and asked in an indifferent tone. The man did not answer Xiaohua's question. Instead, his eyes flashed with a faint golden light, as if he was using some kind of eye-clearing technique. He looked at Xiaohua for a moment and asked in return, "You are Xiaohua of Taoism?" Xiaohua thought for a moment and said with a nod, "That's right. I am Tao Sect's Xiaohua. May I know why your excellency is stopping I? Have you participated in the Yazi auction house's auction before?" The man asked abruptly. Xiaohua's heart stirred, and he nodded and said, "Of course this Xiao has participated." What did you bid for?" Xiaohua smiled and raised his head to look at the sea breeze. He said, "Your excellency is really in a good mood. In such terrible weather you actually stopped this Xiao here. Do you want to ask this Xiao what I bid for in the Yazi auction house?" "That's right," the man said coldly. "You have to answer honestly, otherwise." As the man spoke, the gale around 100 feet to the left suddenly quieted down. Lines of twisted marble-like stripes appeared in the void. Between those stripes, thumb-sized inscriptions flickered and jumped out from time to time. Sigh. Xiaohua glanced inside. If this Xiao could bid for good things in the Yazi auction house, would I still be able to participate in the auction at Zhai Xinglu? This Xiao bought a Taoist magic tool in the Yazi auction house. Unfortunately, this magic tool was not as powerful as that old turtle shell said, and it was even a bit damaged. This Xiao was afraid of attracting the attention of the Confucian cultivators of the Immortal Palace, so I left the auction house halfway. When this Xiao discovered that the magic tool was not suitable and was about to go to the Yazi auction house to argue, a big accident happened there. This Xiao naturally did not dare to offend the North Sea Dragon Palace at this time, so I came to Zhai Xinglu to bid. However, there are many Taoist cultivators in Zhai Xinglu, and this Xiao did not find any suitable. Can you let me see the magic tool you bid for in the Yazi auction house? The man did not wait for Xiaohua to finish and asked. Of course. Xiaohua generously took out a magic tool that he had previously bought in Zhai Xinglu and handed it to the man. The man took the magic tool and seemed to casually ask, How many sea crystals is this? Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with a cold light. He knew that this man might take the magic tool to the Yazi auction house and ask about it. If he asked this question, he would definitely be exposed. Killing intent unconsciously rose in his heart. However, in an instant, Xiao Hua changed his mind. He did not think that this man would really go to the Yazi auction house. After all, the North Sea Dragon Palace was currently looking for the Confucian cultivators of the Immortal Palace, so this man would not go and cause trouble. Moreover, Xiao Hua did not think that after his lie was exposed, this man would associate him with the cultivator who had bid for the nascent soul with him. Thus, Xiao Hua extinguished his killing intent and said with a smile, "What? Did fellow immortal miss out on this magic tool? How about this, if fellow immortal is willing, this Xiao will sell this magic tool to fellow immortal for 490,000 sea crystals." This magic tool is worth 490,000 sea crystals? The man took the magic tool and his eyes flashed. He clearly looked at the magic tool and then raised his head and sneered. Fellow immortal. Xiao Hua opened his mouth again and was about to lower the price. However, before he could say anything, Xiao Hua's heart trembled. He changed his tone and said, "This is a real Dao magic tool from the Yazi auction house. It's just that this Zhao's magic power is not very good. If fellow immortal does not want it, then give it back to this Xiao." The man hesitated. His thoughts were similar to Xiao Hua's guess. He wanted to bargain with Xiao Hua a few times to see if it was similar to the time he had bid in the Yazi auction house. However, Xiao Hua did not take the bait. As for whether this magic tool was from the Yazi auction house, he really did not pay attention. The man thought for a moment and asked, "Is 300,000 sea crystals enough? Fellow immortal, please let this Xiao go." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "This magic tool consumed most of the primeval stones in this Zhao's Qingkuan bag. Although it is not very convenient, it can still be used. If fellow immortal takes this magic tool for 300,000 sea crystals, this Xiao will not only have wasted a trip to Yuling Bay, but also lost hundreds of thousands of sea crystals. Wouldn't this Xiao be a real fool? Moreover, what does fellow immortal want this magic tool for? If fellow immortal wants it, you should go to the star-picking tower to bid. Right now the auction is not over yet. There are still many good things left." As Xiao Hua spoke, his eyes never left the magic tool in the man's hand. Magic power even surged around his body, as if guarding against the man's sudden departure. Don't be nervous. What do I want this magic tool for?" The man snorted coldly and said, "I just want to ask you a few questions. Fellow immortal, please speak." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "However, fellow immortal, please return the magic tool to this Xiao first." The man was about to speak, but he saw another eye-clearing technique sweep past the mountain where the star-picking tower was located. It seemed to be looking at other places in Yuling Bay. Inscriptions surged around the man's body. His figure was hidden in the wind, and he hurriedly flew in the direction of the star-picking tower. "I owe my magic tool." Xiao Hua was shocked and hurriedly cried out, "Woo!" When the man flew away, the restriction shrouding the area disappeared again. A fierce wind poured in, blowing on Xiao Hua's body. The magic tool also fell in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. Xiao Hua smiled and reached out to grab the magic tool. His figure swayed, and he landed in front of the Luoyi Merchant Union's door. Naturally, there were no demons guarding the door of the Luoyi Merchant Union. Moreover, many of the shops nearby had already been removed. It appeared very deserted. Xiao Hua turned his head and looked meaningfully in the direction of the star-picking tower. Then, he stepped into the residence and disappeared. 3 days later, the storm that swept through Yuling Bay gradually subsided. Xiao Hua was sitting on a jade chair and teaching a few demons the art of water fusion. He saw a demon hurriedly run over and respectfully said, "Master Xiao, a demon is looking for you. Can you let him come over?" "What kind of demon is he? Is he from the dragon race?" Xiao Hua's heart stirred. He hurriedly stood up and asked. "No, he doesn't look like a sea race either," the demon answered. Xiao Hua was a little disappointed, but he still nodded and said, "Let him come over." "Yes, Master Xiao." After the demon race left, Xiao Hua instructed the few demon race cultivators, "You guys can leave as well. This old man has already said everything that needs to be said. You guys just need to practice step by step." Just as the few demon race members left, an ordinary-looking demon race member was brought over. Oh, Xiaohua was slightly stunned. He asked curiously, "Fellow immortal, you look unfamiliar. Why are you looking for me?" Daoist Xiao, you're really forgetful. You and I are sworn friends." The demon spoke. It was actually Jiang Chei's voice. Haha, so that's how it is. Xiaohua slapped his forehead and laughed. Since the heavenly abode river had the art of concealment, it must have the art of disguise as well. After Xiaohua sent the demons of the Luoyi Merchant Union away, he waved his hand and set up a restriction. He raised his hand and said, "Fellow immortal Jiang, please sit. You're too polite." Jiang Chei smiled and sat down. He said, "Daoist Xiao, you and my heavenly abode river are fated. You've helped my heavenly abode river time and time again. I bring a message from my heavenly abode river's great elder." "Thank you, Daoist Xiao." Xiaohua also sat down and replied, "You're welcome. It's just a small matter. Besides, doesn't the heavenly abode river also have a gift of gratitude?" When the gift of gratitude was mentioned, Jiang Chei looked around and took out a long bay. He didn't give it to Xiaohua. Instead, he said, "Daoist Xiao, I've been ordered by the Great Elder to give you the Heavenly Abode River's doppelganger technique for you to comprehend. However, this item is of great importance. I can only let you comprehend it for 3 days. After 3 days, whether you can comprehend it or not, I'll have to take this secret technique away." Chapter 3961. Hearing Jiang Chei say that he only had 3 days to comprehend the technique, Xiaohua unconsciously frowned and said with a bitter smile, "I originally thought that this doppelganger technique was a secret technique and that I only needed to make a copy of it. I didn't expect, Daoist Xiao." Jiang Chei replied with a smile, "Didn't the demon race already mention it in the Stargazing Towers auction? Real demon race techniques can't be recorded in demon language. This is different from your human race's cultivation. Moreover, this doppelganger technique is one of the rare secret techniques of my heavenly abode river's dragon race that doesn't rely on bloodline inheritance, so my heavenly abode river has to deal with it carefully. To be honest, if Daoist Xiao wasn't sincere to my heavenly abode river, Great Elder and Third Elder definitely wouldn't have taken out this secret technique." "Forget it." Xiaohua looked at Long Bei and waved his hand. 3 days is 3 days. I'm already satisfied that I have the chance to comprehend your dragon race's rare secret technique. I'll comprehend as much as I can. Everything will depend on luck. Alright. Jiang Chei raised his hand and took out a golden object from Long Bei. As soon as that object appeared in mid-air, an indescribable aura was immediately emitted from it. That kind of arrogance and contempt for everything suddenly enveloped Xiaohua. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked at the lifelike dragon form under the golden light. The holy bloodline in his body circulated slightly, and he asked, "How do I comprehend it?" "Daoist Master, just release your divine sense." Jiang Chei put away Long Bei and explained, "I'll stay here and wait for Daoist Master's divine sense to withdraw from the totem in 3 days." Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "When I'm comprehending, I don't want anyone to watch. How about this? I'll set up another formation in this hall. You stay outside and I'll comprehend inside. After 3 days, you only need to activate the formation and I'll come out immediately. How about it?" This? Jiang Chei hesitated. Xiaohua's suggestion was different from Great Elder's instructions. However, looking at Xiaohua's smiling face, Jiang Chei thought for a moment and nodded. "Daoist Xiao has done me a favor. This request is indeed nothing. This humble one can promise Daoist Master, but I hope that Daoist Master can also sympathize with this humble one. After 3 days I must come out." "Alright." Xiaohua smiled and said, "Don't worry. How could this Xiao make things difficult for you?" Immediately, Xiaohua transmitted his voice to Yingpe and the other monsters, telling them not to disturb him for 3 days. Then he set up the capital star formation. He waved his hand and set up the star formation. After that, he didn't hesitate to use his mind to wrap the dragon-shaped totem into his space. Putting aside the fact that Xiaohua's mind had entered the space and used the power of space to comprehend the doppelganger technique, Jiang Chei, who was standing guard outside the star array, couldn't help but feel anxious when he saw the star array being activated and the familiar draconic aura disappearing. He released his Yuan will and covered the entire hall, afraid that Xiao Hua would escape from his Yuan will with the dragon totem. However, he also knew that if Xiao Hua wanted to leave, he wouldn't be able to stop him even if he wanted to. Within the space, Jade Archive Xiao Hua's figure appeared. He raised his hand and grabbed the golden dragon totem. Oh! The dragon totem actually let out a deep dragon roar. The golden light actually produced a powerful suction force, wanting to suck Jade Archive Xiao Hua into the golden light. Jade Archive Xiao Hua's arm shook slightly, turning into a long thin line, falling into the golden light along with the suction force. In just a moment, Jade Archive Xiao Hua's face was filled with surprise. He muttered to himself, "Damn this! Is this the Dragon Clan's doppelganger technique? How can it be so vast? How can it be completely comprehended with just 3 days of comprehension? If I hadn't been extra careful, this time I really would have entered a treasure mountain and returned empty-handed." While speaking, Jade Archive Xiao Hua sat cross-legged in the air. On the arm that reached into the golden light, layers of dragon runes rushed out like waves, quickly entering his body. Jade Archive Xiao Hua's face alternated between dignified and enlightened from time to time. 3 days passed in a flash, but Jiang Che felt like a year. Seeing that the time was about to come, Jiang Che raised his dragon claw. However, before Jiang Che's dragon claw could land, the entire star array made a soft schwa sound, the brilliance converged. Xiao Hua's figure did not appear, but the aura of the dragon totem rushed out uncontrollably. Good. Jiang Che's heart was immediately relieved. He hurriedly took out the dragon shell, looked at Xiao Hua and said with a smile, "Spiritual Master Xiao is indeed a man of his word. Now that the time has come, please return the totem to me." Of course, Xiao Hua loosened his hand, and the totem soared into the sky, turning into a golden light that fell into Jiang Che's dragon shell. After the dragon shell was kept in his arms, Jiang Che heaved a sigh of relief, cupped his hands and said, "Many thanks, Spiritual Master Xiao." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "The one who should be thanking is this Xiao. This secret technique of the heavenly abode river is very useful to this Xiao." Jiang Che smiled and asked, "How much did Spiritual Master comprehend? What do you think, fellow immortal?" Xiao Hua asked back. Jiang Che thought for a moment and replied, "If this one's guess is correct, Spiritual Master should be able to comprehend 20%. And more or less." Xiao Hua nodded. The secret technique of the heavenly abode river is really as vast as the sea. Although this one has seen a lot of it, I have already forgotten a lot of it. Now that I think about it carefully, it's only 20%. Jiang Che comforted Xiao Hua. Spiritual Master does not have the bloodline of the dragon race. It's already good that you can comprehend 20%. When Spiritual Master has cultivated this 20%, Spiritual Master can mention it to Third Elder. Maybe you will get another chance to comprehend it. Haha. Many thanks for the reminder, fellow immortal. Xiao Hua laughed. When this one rescues your little princess, this one will mention it to Third Elder. And Jiang Che nodded. When the time comes, this one will speak for Spiritual Master. It shouldn't be a big problem. The prerequisite is that we can save little Yun. Xiao Hua said. Third Elder has already received news that Ao Jing and Ao Xian are preparing to return to the North Sea Dragon Palace after the Great Storm. Jiang Che understood and hurriedly said, "According to the situation of the Great Storm, it will probably completely calm down after 10 days. So Third Elder also told me to inform Spiritual Master that we will follow Ao Jing and Ao Xian to the North Sea Dragon Palace in 10 days. Follow Ao Jing and Ao Xian to the North Sea Dragon Palace? Xiao Hua was a little stunned. That's right. Jiang Che raised his hand and took out a fist-sized pearl and handed it to Xiao Hua. The interior of the pearl flashed with brilliance, and as the brilliance changed, many human figures, demon figures, and even mountains and rivers were revealed. Xiao Hua took the pearl and looked at it carefully. He asked curiously, "What is this?" This item is called the Thousand Illusion Pearl. Any demon or human who holds this item in their mouth can transform into whatever they want. Of course, this transformation is limited by time, and its aura is not easy to hide. In order to overcome this shortcoming, Spiritual Master has to comprehend another secret technique of my heavenly abode river. However, Spiritual Master has already comprehended some of this secret technique, so you don't need to comprehend it further. After Zhang Che finished speaking, he took out a dragon scale and handed it to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua put away the 1,000 illusion pearl and took the dragon scale. Before he could examine it, Zhang Che said, Taoist Xiao, you can comprehend this secret technique on your own. It won't be too late to return the dragon scale to me when I come to pick you up in 10 days. I have to give the doppelganger technique to the Great Elder, so I won't stay here any longer. Okay, I will send you out. Xiao Hua put the dragon scale into his space and nodded. Zhang Che waved his hand. No need, spiritual master Xiao. I can go out by myself. Although there is still a great storm, the Feather Spirit Palace's spies have already come out. I don't want to attract their attention. Okay. Xiao Hua raised his hand and said, Spiritual master, please. I will wait for your message. Zhang Che cupped his hands and left in a hurry. After a while, Ing Po walked in and said with a smile, Spiritual master, what did you gain from the auction at Zhaixing Lu? Seeing that Ing Po didn't ask about Zhang Che, Xiao Hua understood and said with a smile, Zhaixing Lu is indeed generous. This is the second time I've participated in their auction, and my gains are indeed generous. Compared to them, my Luoyi Merchant Union is still far behind. Of course, the Star Moon Union that Zhaixing Lu belongs to is a merchant union that has been in business for hundreds of thousands of years. How can my Luoyi Merchant Union compare? Ing Po asked Xiao Hua to sit down and said, however, in my opinion, the Zhaixing Lu of 10 years ago may not have had a better chance than my Luoyi Merchant Union. After 100,000 years, my Luoyi Merchant Union will definitely be as famous as Zhaixing Lu in the 3 continents. Actually, Xiao Hua did not particularly know how famous Zhaixing Lu was. However, since Ing Po and the other members of the Demon Clan had set Xingyu as their goal to surpass, Xingyu's reputation was obvious. He smiled and said, What chance does the Luoyi Merchant Union have? Why can't I see it? The Luoyi Merchant Union's chance is naturally yours, Enlightened Master. Ing Po said with a smile. The elders who didn't want to work with Enlightened Master no matter what didn't dare to say anything these days. They've already seen Enlightened Master's value. However, they're still short-sighted. They don't know the great use behind Enlightened Master's medicines and grain seeds. That's, Xiao Hua replied, if they could see it, you wouldn't be the clan leader. Speaking of the clan leader, Ing Po was rather emotional as he looked at Xiao Hua. If I hadn't met Enlightened Master, I wouldn't have been able to take over the position of clan leader. If I hadn't met Enlightened Master again, the clan's food and clothing would have been a problem. How could I have thought further? Enlightened Master is truly our clan's lucky star. Heh. Xiao Hua touched his face and seemed to be talking to himself. It looks like I'll have to carve a few statues of myself. Who knows, I might be able to earn a few sea crystals from the auction. As the saying goes, the speaker is careless, but the listener is interested. When Xiao Hua's words fell into Ing Po's ears, Ing Po's eyes lit up. He hurriedly shouted, Enlightened Master's idea is not bad. Earlier, I was still discussing with the elders how our Luoyi Merchant Union should operate in the hidden immortal continent and Western Paradise. We are Yao clan and will inevitably be ostracized on these 2 continents. If we have Enlightened Master statues, this problem can be avoided. Chapter 3962. Don't mess around. Xiao Hua warned Ing Po. I'm a demon that the Confucian Immortal Cultivation Palace wants to arrest. If you use my name, you'll be annihilated by the Immortal Palace. Of course it won't work. Ing Po nodded, but we can consider other methods. Forget it, I'll discuss this matter with the elders in the future. I came here to tell you that the next auction of the Luoyi Merchant Union will be held in a month. This is the first auction of the several merchant unions, and should be held 10 days earlier than the Yazi auction house. Xiao Hua frowned. Yuling Bay is the foundation of the Yazi auction house. If our Luoyi Merchant Union suppresses them, won't it cause trouble? Sometimes it's important to keep a low profile. You're right, Taoist. Ing Po nodded, but occasionally showing a bit of edge can be refreshing and win some reputation. And Xiao Hua didn't know how to run a business, so he agreed, I have other things to do, so I won't be able to attend the auction in a month. Taoist, this is... Ing Po stopped halfway and smiled. Since Daoist is leaving, General Liu and the others should come and thank you. He's already been here several times, and the dozen or so sea race veterans also came one after another. They all want to see Daoist. Oh, there's no need to thank me. It seems that the medicine is effective for their injuries. Xiaohua waved his hand. Yingpe replied, it's more than effective. It's simply a miracle medicine. I really don't know how Daoists refine the medicine. The same medicine can be used by different kinds of injuries, and the kids in the clan are far from being able to refine it. Xiaohua smiled. When he refined the medicine with the water fusion technique, he specially activated the power of the stars and moon. The power of the stars and moon was used by the monster race to repair the body. Even if the effect of the medicine wasn't right, the power of the stars and moon was enough to cure the old sea race. With these old sea race veterans as an example, there are many more coming to our Luoyi Merchant Union to look for medicine. According to this trend, the Apricot Forest Medicine Shop won't be able to establish itself in Yuling Bay in the future. Yingbo explained happily, especially with these old members of the Sea Clan. If our Luo Merchant Union encounters any problems in Yuling Bay, we can borrow their strength. Hearing this, Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something. He stared at Yingpo and said, Fellow immortal, what is your current cultivation level? A trace of awkwardness appeared on Yingpo's face, and he smiled apologetically. The cultivation of the demon race is different from that of the human race. My realm should be similar to the upper second grade essence force. Enlightened wisdom realm? Xiaohua frowned and said, moreover, I can see that the cultivation of the elders in your clan isn't high either. Haha. Yingpe smiled embarrassedly. I didn't expect that you would be so proficient in the cultivation of our demon tribe. Actually, I won't hide it from you, Reverend. The bloodline of my clan members has already become thin. There are many cultivation methods that can no longer be awakened. It's because my clan members' strength in the Thousand Goblins Sacred Realm has been declining day by day, and in the end, they were forced to leave the Thousand Goblins Sacred Realm. Otherwise, with my strength, how could I have become the clan leader? Did you establish this continuous merchant union with the intention of finding a cultivation path for your clan members? Xiaohua asked thoughtfully. Yingpe nodded solemnly. Reverend is right. Through the merchant union, I was able to come in contact with many demon race cultivation methods. Moreover, I also tried a few, but none of them were effective. Of course, I also know that this matter needs to be considered at length. If I can solve this matter in my lifetime, then I won't let down my clan members. Haha. Xiaohua laughed loudly and said, It seems that this old man will have to lend you a hand again. What does Reverend mean? Yingpo's face flushed red. He stood up with a bang and looked at Xiaohua with bright eyes. Xiaohua didn't answer Yingpo's words. Instead, he took out the keepsake that Yingpe gave him from the space and looked at it. He closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, then said, What this old man means is, you don't have to wait until you're old to fulfill this wish. Boo, boo, boo. Yingpe stammered. His heart was already about to jump out of his body. Let's find a quiet room. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, Okay. Yingpe nodded with all his strength and brought Xiaohua to a quiet room. Xiaohua looked at the excited Yingpe and said with a smile, Don't be too nervous. Yes, Reverend. Although Yingpe replied that he wasn't nervous, his body was still slightly trembling. It could be seen how high his expectations of Xiaohua were. Xiaohua raised his hand. Yingpo's gaze fell on Xiaohua's index finger. He saw a brilliant spring flower bloom on his index finger. Thousands of rays of light blossomed from the spring flower and suddenly fell between Yingpo's eyebrows. Boom! Yingpe only felt a sudden clap of thunder in his mind. One after another, demon characters and patterns crazily rushed into his mind like lightning. Yingpe couldn't help but cry out in pain. However, it was only for a moment. He clenched his teeth. As a demon, he was very clear about what he was seeing. He also knew that he absolutely couldn't faint. He could only clench his teeth and support himself. The sharp thorns on his clenched claws had already pierced into his flesh and blood was seeping out. Boom! After an unknown amount of time, a huge thunderbolt was born from the demon characters. Yingpe really couldn't bear it and fainted. After an entire day and night, Yingpe finally woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Xiaohua's slightly surprised face. Immediately he stood up, turned over and kneeled down. He said, "This one thanks Master Xiao for the grace of teaching me." Xiao Hua stood there motionlessly. After receiving 9 kowtows from Ing Pe, he helped him up and said, "This is some of this old man's opportunities in his early years. Now that I've imparted it to you, it can be considered as fulfilling this old man's wish. Your temperament is not bad and you are also willing to be kind to my human race. Especially, the things you want to do must have enough strength. Otherwise, it will be very easy for others to take advantage of you. Now that this old man is cooperating with you, I can't always stay in the merchant union. Only by increasing your strength can this old man be at ease with my own primordial stones." Master Xiao is joking. Ing Pe said respectfully, "Master Zhao's kindness to this one and to this one's clansman is like a new life." Speaking to hear, Ing Pe suddenly thought of something. He knelt down on the ground again and said urgently, "Also Master Xiao, can this one teach this cultivation method to my clansmen?" "Of course you can." Xiao Hua smiled as he helped Ing Pu up and said, "This should be the cultivation method that was lost in your clan. The heavens merely used this old man's hands to return it to your clan." "Thank Master Xiao." Ing Pu's tears flowed out. He said while choking with sobs, "This junior doesn't know what to say. Meeting Master Xiao is this one's fortune, the fortune of my clansmen. With this cultivation method, my clan's prosperity is something that will happen sooner or later." Xiao Hua looked at Ing Pu's excitement and felt a little surprised in his heart. When Black Bear, Golden Eagle and White Lion received the demon clan's cultivation method, they could wake up in a few hours. Moreover, they could only remember about 30 to 40% of it. According to Black Bear, with just this, they could cultivate to about the 7th grade of origin energy. But this Ing Pe in front of him actually comprehended it for an entire day and night. Of course, Ing Pe fainting was different from Black Bear and the others waking up. Perhaps it couldn't be measured purely by the time spent comprehending it. Xiao Hua wanted to ask Ing Pe how much he remembered, but he didn't plan on taking Ing Pe as a disciple, so he simply didn't ask anymore. "This old man will cultivate here for a few days. You should also comprehend it. If there is anything you don't understand, feel free to ask this old man." Xiao Hua finished speaking and sat cross-legged on the ground. Ing Pe nodded and said, "All right, Master Xiao. Although this junior doesn't particularly understand the cultivation method you imparted, there is an extremely familiar feeling within it. This junior will start comprehending it now. And so that's how it is." Xiao Hua somewhat understood. Although Black Bear, White Lion and Golden Eagle looked fierce, in the end, their bloodline was not as pure as Ing Pu's. Moreover, the cultivation method he gave Ing Pe just happened to match Ing Pu's bloodline. Ing Pu's one day and one night of coma wasn't completely comprehending his cultivation method. In fact, it was only comprehending the cultivation method for a few hours. The rest of the time should be awakening the inheritance in Ing Pu's bloodline. In the remaining few days, Ing Pe had a lot of questions. Xiao Hua almost didn't have time to cultivate by himself. Xiao Hua simply threw the Crimson Infant technique aside and focused on guiding Ing Pu's cultivation. Xiao Hua didn't think much of it, but Ing Pe was extremely surprised. Although Xiao Hua was a human cultivator, he was even more familiar with the cultivation method of the demon race than he was. He really didn't understand why Xiao Hua knew so much. In the end, he already regarded Xiao Hua as a god that protected the demon race. The previously vague decision in his mind had now taken shape. He was already somewhat impatient to engrave Daoist Zhao's wooden sculpture and request that every demon race member of the continuous merchant union wear it. Xiao Hua didn't know that he had unknowingly begun to receive the power of faith of the demon race again. After guiding Ing Pu's cultivation, he received Zhang Che's message and came alone to a relatively remote shop in Yuling Bay. Early on, when he was teaching Ing Pu the demon cultivation method in the continuous merchant union, Xiao Hua had already thoroughly comprehended the method of using the illusory pearl. He already knew the art of disguise and later practiced the art of invisibility in the heavenly abode river. The method of using the illusory pearl might be a bit difficult for others, but in Xiao Hua's eyes, it was really nothing. When he left the continuous merchant union, he had already used the secret technique in the dragon scale to transform himself into a demon race member that looked like Ing Pe. He casually walked out of the continuous merchant union, causing the guards to blink their eyes. They didn't know when this demon race member had arrived at the continuous merchant union. When Xiaohua entered the shop, he was greeted by Jiang Che, who had transformed into a demon race member. Jiang Che was obviously stunned when he saw a demon race member enter, but he immediately smiled and said, "Welcome, fellow immortal, to this small shop. May I know what fellow immortal wants?" Xiaohua pretended to walk around the shop a few times, then slightly shook his head and said, "It's not that this old man wants to criticize you, but fellow immortal, there are really too few things in this shop. This old man wants to buy a illusory pearl, but I can't." Chapter 3963. Jiang Che was naturally beside Xiaohua. When he heard Xiaohua's words, he was shocked and cried out in disbelief, Of course it's me." Xiaohua smiled and returned to his original appearance. Jiang Che looked Xiaohua up and down and scanned him with his yuan will. He couldn't help but sigh, "Daoist Xiao, I can't help but admire you. Even if I knew you were in front of me, I still wouldn't dare to believe it." That's good." Xiaohua nodded. "This way, we can hide from the eyes and ears of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Not only that, even if you walk in front of Ao Jing a few times, I'm afraid he won't be able to recognize you." Jiang Che obviously didn't know that Xiaohua had already appeared in front of Ao Jing a few times before, so he was convinced. Xiaohua smiled and returned the dragon scale to Jiang Che. He asked again, "How's Third Elder's plan? Can you tell me now?" "Of course." Jiang Che nodded. He picked up a jade eye from the jade table and handed it to Xiaohua. "Daoist Xiao, please take a look." Xiaohua took the jade eyes and placed it on his forehead. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, he took it off. He closed his eyes and thought for a moment. His body twisted strangely. After a moment, Xiaohua turned into a monster that was less than 2 feet tall, and had a huge head that was more than half a foot long. Xiaohua blinked his fist-sized eyes and used his bat-like claws to touch the 2 3-inch-long ears on his head. He sighed and said, "So this is the E-clan of the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm?" "Yes, it's the E-clan." Jiang Che looked at Xiaohua's short figure, then took out several sets of demonic beast skins from behind the jade table and handed them to Xiaohua. Every demonic beast of the Gue clan is called Gue, but the syllables they use are different. Other than the Gue clan, other demonic beasts can't tell. Watching Xiaohua put on the demonic beast skin, Jiang Che once again took out a few heaven and earth bangles from his bosom and handed them to Xiaohua, saying, "These are the tributes that the Gue tribe wants to offer to the North Sea Dragon Palace. The conditions of the Gue tribe are also clearly written in the jade eyes. If Ao Jing asks, Zhenren must answer." Xiaohua took the universe bracelet and scanned it with his divine sense. He smiled and said, "These tributes are really good. You won't be giving them to Ao Jing right away, right?" "Naturally, there are benefits for Ao Jing. When the time comes, you can do as you see fit," Jiang Che replied. Suddenly, Xiaohua frowned and asked in a low voice, "What about the real qi?" "Rest assured, Taoist master." Jiang Che smiled. "There are no Hus in this world who truly wish to be protected by the North Sea Dragon Palace. The Great Elder merely used the 1,000 Illusion Pearl to visit the Feather Spirit Hall, and asked Ao Jing to report the Hus' need for protection to the North Sea Dragon Palace. This is also the first time the Hus have paid a visit to the North Sea Dragon Palace." "I understand." Xiaohua nodded. "Your heavenly abode river is truly scheming. You actually set up so many idle chess pieces for no reason. If not for this idle chess piece, how could you help us?" Jiang Che said with a smile, "Don't worry, Taoist master. Many of my Grotto Heaven River Sea generals will board the ship and wait for an opportunity to rescue the little princess with you." "Are you certain that little Yun is on the ship?" Xiaohua asked. Jiang Che nodded. "Of course. Our spies in the Feather Spirit Hall have already sent word that Ao Jing will personally bring the little princess back to ask for a reward. Also, the North Sea Dragon Palace has already spread even worse news." "What bad news?" "The North Sea Dragon Palace has already spread the news that our little princess has fallen in love with the North Sea Dragon Palace's 7th prince, and has secretly escaped from Grotto Heaven River. The North Sea Dragon Palace is preparing to hold a wedding banquet soon for our little princess to marry the 7th prince of the North Sea Dragon Palace." Xiaohua's heart trembled. He said thoughtfully, "The North Sea Dragon Palace's plan to sow discord is truly vicious." Sigh indeed. Jiang Che sighed. Grotto Heaven River doesn't have many allies to begin with. If this news is confirmed, I'm afraid many factions will lay their cards on the table with us. Grotto Heaven River's days will be even more difficult in the future. If that's the case, Ao Jing's escort of Little Yun, I'm afraid it's also a bait. Xiaohua said earnestly. There's no need to think about it. Jiang Che smiled bitterly. Even without this news, the little princess is still a bait. We can't not save her. Indeed. Once Little Yun enters the North Sea Dragon Palace, there will be even less of a way. Xiaohua nodded, but then he realized something and said in shock, if that's the case, then isn't the North Sea Dragon Palace an even bigger trap? That's right. We can only save the little princess before she enters the North Sea Dragon Palace. Otherwise, we can only barge into the North Sea Dragon Palace. Since we're going to barge into the North Sea Dragon Palace, why not just barge into the Feather Spirit Palace? Xiaohua asked curiously. Grotto Heaven River's forces in Feather Spirit Bay are not enough to barge into the Feather Spirit Palace. Even if the third elder and the others rushed over. And now with Daoist Xiao, we barely have the strength to barge into the dragon boat. You all have plans and so does Ao Jing. This trip is really difficult. Xiaohua said with a frown. So, Jiang Che said with a smile, Daoist Xiao is our biggest support. Ao Jing definitely wouldn't expect you to be on the boat. Once you save the little princess by surprise, you immediately leave and don't care about us. As long as the little princess is safe, the North Sea Dragon Palace's plan to sow discord will not succeed. Grotto Heaven River will not fall into the North Sea Dragon Palace's trap. Oh, and the dragon boat is covered with the North Sea Dragon Palace's demonic array. Everything is under Ao Jing's control. It's best not to use some of your divine abilities, such as voice transmission, for fear of being discovered by Ao Jing. Yes, this old man understands. Xiaohua nodded slightly. He had actually thought of breaking into the Feather Spirit Palace these days, but he had already disturbed the Yazi auction house. In addition, the little princess of Grotto Heaven River had been captured, so the Feather Spirit Palace's security would definitely be strengthened. It was too difficult to find a long bay in a Feather Spirit Palace. Jiang Che looked at the sky outside and said, "It's still early. Fukin, why don't you take a look around Feather Spirit Bay? The dragon boat of the Feather Spirit Palace will probably leave at dusk. Daoist Xiao can just rush to the Feather Spirit Palace at that time." Alright, this old man understands. Xiaohua tugged at the beast's skin on his body, looked at his claws and prepared to walk out. But at this moment Jiang Che suddenly froze and said anxiously, "That's right, Daoist Xiao. Do you have my demon races? Commonly used primordial sense?" Xiaohua opened his mouth to answer, but his eyes turned slightly and he shook his head. "I am a human cultivator. Of course I don't have the demon race's primordial sense." Oh, even a wise man can make a mistake. Jiang Che stamped his feet and said, "Great Elder calculated a lot. But in the end he forgot the most obvious thing. Who knows if Great Elder revealed his primordial sense when he went to the Feather Spirit Palace last time. Then what should we do? Does your dragon race have a secret technique to stimulate primordial sense?" Xiaohua said with a smile, "Why don't I try to comprehend it at the last minute?" "Sai, that's the only way." Jiang Che stamped his feet and said, "Daoist Xiao, please wait here for a moment. I'll be back soon." Now, I can only hope that Great Elder didn't reveal his primordial sense. "Why don't you ask Great Elder?" Xiaohua asked curiously. "Great Elder has already." Jiang Che said half a sentence and then explained, "This isn't a problem of revealing it or not. The demon race commonly uses primordial sense. If he doesn't use it, wouldn't it be easy to be exposed? Not to mention Daoist Zhao's danger. My heavenly abode river's greatest assurance is also gone." After saying that, Jiang Che hurriedly left. About 2 hours later, Jiang Che returned and gave a jade eye to Xiaohua. Xiaohua took the jade eye and casually threw it to the phoenix body, then left Jiang Che's shop. Xiaohua's phoenix body was fused with the bloodline of the holy saint, and he had all the inheritances of the demon race. His origin was just a trivial path. Xiaohua didn't let his phoenix body cultivate. His divine sense and Buddhist sense were the strongest. Now that his soul sense had advanced by leaps and bounds after entering the sorcerer realm, cultivating his origin will was completely useless. However, at this time he needed to use his origin will so Xiaohua could temporarily produce some to deal with it. Xiaohua transformed into a primordial sense and walked around Yuling Bay. He looked at the merchant union, then at Zhaixing Lu, and even at Yao Shi. Although he didn't see the old sea shrimp bromine, the fishy smell of the water near Yao Shi was gone. Other than a kind of fishy smell, there was also the smell of demon grass. Clearly, these sea race people have obtained extremely cheap medicines from the merchant union. Finally, Xiaohua arrived in front of Hai Zhongliu's e-mansion next to the Yazi auction house. At this time the e-mansion was a bit lively. A few unfamiliar old sea race people were walking around. The shop assistant from before was no longer there. The sea relics outside the shop were replaced by some fist-sized coarse stones. However, these coarse stones had openings and looked somewhat similar to the jade bottles used by Taoists. Dong dong. Xiaohua didn't understand the use of these coarse stones. At this time he heard a loud sound coming from behind him. Then a slightly anxious voice shouted, "Excuse me. Please step aside." Xiaohua hurriedly turned around and saw a sea race person like a small mountain walking over step by step. His hooves were much bigger than his current body and were about to kick him. Xiaohua hurriedly dodged to the side. That sea race person walked to the e-mansion and stopped. He lowered his huge head to take a look. Then a watercolored demon cloud gushed out from his body. The sea race person's body slowly shrank. However, in the end he still looked like a big tree. "General Liu." That sea race person anxiously shouted. "This subordinate heard that you have immortal Xiao pill here. It can heal the old injuries of my sea race?" General Liu is not in the e-mansion right now. An old sea race person walked out shakily. He squinted his eyes and said with a hoarse voice, "This immortal Xiao pill costs 1 crystal shell. How many do you want?" "I want 10. The sea race person hesitated for a moment before answering. This immortal Xiao pill is a divine pill refined by Taoist Master Xiao. No matter how big or small a sea race person is, just one pill will heal them. You only need to take one," the old sea race person reminded. Chapter 3964. "Ah, is that true? Such a cheap divine pill?" That sea race person cries out in surprise. Almost inconceivably, that big hand takes out a crystal shell. The crystal shell is sparkling and translucent like a piece of jade. The old sea race person takes the crystal shell and casually picks up a rough stone from the front of the shop and hands it to the sea race person. He says with a smile, "If you don't believe me, you can take it now and try." Okay. The big sea race person takes the rough stone and looks at it with narrowed eyes. He peels off a piece of stone from the rough stone and says curiously, "There seems to be a medicinal liquid inside. Why is it called immortal Xiao pill?" "How would I know? I only know that this is a divine pill refined by Taoist Master Xiao." The old sea race person throws the crystal shell into a basket made of seaweed and says with a smile, "Besides, who said that immortal Xiao pill must be a medicinal pill?" Yes. The big sea race person doesn't dare to ask too much. He opens his mouth and pours a strand of medicinal liquid from the rough stone into his mouth. In just a moment, the big sea race person's body swells uncontrollably. Then, bubbles appear on the surface of the sea race person's body. Plumes of thick smoke seep out from the bubbles. Then, an extremely sour smell is emitted from the thick smoke. Some of the sea race people nearby who are watching the show cover their mouths and noses and scatter in all directions. Xiaohua naturally doesn't pay attention to them. He covers his nose and jogs away. As he runs, he laughs secretly. So General Liu has already joined the Luoyi Merchant Union. This is also good. His e-mansion doesn't need to sell sea saraira, and also doesn't need to kill sea race people who believe in Buddhism. Damn it, whose idea is this immortal Xiao pill? Isn't this pushing me to the front? It would be strange if Apricot Forest Medicine Shop doesn't hate me to death. However, I am about to leave Feather Spirit Bay soon. Who knows when I will return? If Apricot Forest Medicine Shop wants to hate me, then let them hate me. Xiaohua looks at Yazi auction house, which is still heavily guarded. He doesn't stop in front of the door. Seeing that it is still early, Xiaohua thinks for a moment and walks towards Feather Spirit Hall. When Xiaohua arrives in front of Feather Spirit Hall, he looks at the slightly busy door and frowns slightly. At this time, the doors of the Feather Spirit Palace were wide open. Not only were there shrimp soldiers and crab generals hurrying in and out, there were also some strange-looking members of the Sea race and the Yao race. They were either wearing the same animal skin as Xiaohua, or were completely naked as they shuttled between the doors. Seeing the sea generals guarding the gate occasionally examine the tokens and certificates of the demi-humans entering and leaving, Xiaohua understood that these demi-humans probably had similar goals as the Guis. They were either seeking help from the North Sea Dragon Palace or seeking protection from the North Sea Dragon Palace. Xiaohua didn't hesitate. He took a few steps forward and arrived in front of the palace door. The Sea Race guard was originally tall and mighty. When Xiaohua stood in front of him, he was less than 30% of the guard's height. However, the guard didn't dare to be negligent. He bowed and said, "Fellow immortal, are you here to pay a visit to our second prince?" Xiaohua stretched out his hand arrogantly. In his small hand was the token of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Haijiang respectfully received it. After looking at it for a moment, he returned it to Xiaohua and asked, "Xiao Darren, my family's second Wangye is currently at the Springbud Palace Hall. Do you want to go there yourself, or do you want a servant to bring him there?" Xiaohua naturally had some goals this time. How could he let a servant bring him there? He waved his hand and said indifferently, "This old man has already been here once. There is no need to lead the way. Darren, please." Haijiang slightly leaned to the side and watched Xiaohua walk to the door. With a piu sound, he jumped up from the ground and crossed the door that was almost taller than him to enter the Feather Spirit Palace. Haijiang opened his mouth and almost laughed out loud. He didn't know how many years he had been on duty at the Feather Spirit Palace, but he had never seen such a strange way of entering the palace. When Xiaohua entered the palace door, he was greeted by a huge garden. There were countless strange flowers and plants inside. There were also some demonic beasts and birds flying around. When he looked above his head, he saw a dark blue sky without a trace of white clouds. It was no different from an ordinary palace built on land. There were several passageways in the garden. Different demon clans were walking on these passageways. Xiaohua did not hesitate to walk towards the middle passageway because he knew that even if he kept walking in the middle passageway, he would still be lost in the end. And this was exactly what Xiaohua wanted. He would always find some surprises in unexpected places, as well as some inexplicable results. Sure enough, after walking through the middle passage a few times and passing through several magnificent palaces, an even number of passages began to appear in front of Xiaohua. He was no longer able to walk through the middle passage. After walking a few more times, the number of demonic beasts in the palace had decreased. From time to time there would be demonic beast women wearing beaded clothes walking by. They were all holding jade plates in their hands. However, these jade plates were covered with silk, so Xiaohua couldn't see what was inside. When the demonic beasts women saw Xiaohua, they all slightly bowed to him. They seemed a little shy. However, these demonic beasts women were far inferior to the mermaids. Not to mention that they didn't have the curves of a human, even their cheeks were also too horrible to look at. They couldn't arouse Xiaohua's interest at all. Xiaohua didn't even look at them and continued walking forward. This kind of ignorance was actually seen as arrogance by the demonic beasts women. There were several demonic beasts who wanted to ask about it, but when they saw Xiaohua ignoring them, they shut their mouths. Finally, when Xiaohua walked past a small bridge, there was a stream under the bridge. Dozens of koi fish were leisurely swimming among the seaweed. A cold voice sounded, "Immortal friend, why did you come to the inner palace?" "Oh." Xiaohua heard this voice and felt it was somewhat familiar. He hurriedly raised his head and saw that at the end of the stream was a golden pool. Inside, a huge dragon was looking at him with its ferocious head. "Oh." Xiaohua stopped and cupped his hands. "This one is Qi from the Qi clan. I came to the palace of Springbud to pay my respects to the second prince. Why did you come to the palace of Springbud?" The voice was deafening like a thunderclap. It seemed to be suspicious of Xiaohua. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked at the huge dragon. He could already tell from the voice that this dragon was the dragon general Ao Xian he saw in front of the Feather Spirit Palace that day. It was also the Ao Xian who captured the little princess of Dongtian River. Xiao Hua was already pondering whether he should capture Ao Xian and interrogate her about the whereabouts of the dragon shell. Why don't you speak? Ao Xian poked out half of her dragon body from the pool and pounced at Xiao Hua while shouting loudly. Looking at the dragon head that was even larger than his current body, Xiao Hua raised his hand and put it down again. He understood in his heart that the dragon shell that imprisoned Zhang Hong was definitely already in Ao Jing's hands. It was impossible for Ao Xian to bring it with her. Xiao Hua smiled and took out the token of the North Sea Dragon Palace. He smiled apologetically and said, "When I came in, there were a lot of guests at the entrance. Because I had already been here once, I came in by myself. But to my surprise, after I came in, I couldn't find the direction. I was too embarrassed to ask." Huff huff. Ao Xian's stinky mouth was right above Xiao Hua's head. Along with the patter-patter sound, drops of pond water dripped down from his scales, drenching the entire small bridge. Her drum-like dragon eyes stared straight at Xiao Hua. It was unknown what Ao Xian was thinking. Roar! Ao Xian suddenly let out a dragon roar. Xiao Hua was so scared that his whole body trembled. He hastily covered his big ears with his small hands. A whirlwind rolled up and Ao Xian transformed into her human form and stood on the small bridge. "Let's go, I will take you to the palace of Spring Bud." Ao Xian swayed her dragon tail and said indifferently. Xiao Hua was pleasantly surprised and said, "Thank you, General. Thank you, General." As Ao Xian walked out of the palace, Xiao Hua asked in a low voice, "How should I address you, General?" "You don't need to know," Ao Xian proudly replied, as if she looked down on Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua helplessly shrugged his shoulders. His two big ears swayed left and right a few times, looking very comical. In just half a cup of tea's time, Ao Xian brought Xiao Hua to a green palace. Before Xiao Hua even got close, he smelled a slightly strange fragrance coming from this palace. Xiao Hua sniffed and felt that it smelled very good. However, this fragrance also revealed a kind of laziness and sweetness, which made Xiao Hua feel very strange. "This General Ao Xian greets the prince." Ao Xian walked to the front of the palace, frowned and said, "Come in." Ao Jing's voice came out. His voice sounded very tired. Ao Xian opened her mouth again and said, "This general won't go in. This general still has to go back and prepare to go out to sea. This is the Hui of the Hui race." He just got lost in the palace and found the place where this general was recuperating. This general brought him here. I asked the prince to give me instructions. Oh, Ao Jing was surprised for a moment. He swept his yuan shun and then said with a smile, "It really is Hui. Let him come in." "Yes, Prince," Ao Xian replied and turned her head. Xiao Hua once again jumped into the palace of Spring Bud. When he entered the palace of Spring Bud, he couldn't help but be stunned. This palace of Spring Bud was different from ordinary palaces. The surrounding walls were engraved with pictures. Inside each picture was a huge dragon coiling around a demonic beast. It looked very strange. Looking at the center of the palace, there was a huge pool. The water of the pool was dark green. Above the pool, there was a faint water vapor, which looked somewhat dreamy. In this water vapor, a huge dragon was lazily lying in the pool. On the huge dragon's body, there was a huge pink python coiling around the huge dragon. The scales on the huge python's body were especially fine. Every small scale was pink. What was special was that the huge python's head was sparkling and translucent, like a pink crystal. On top of this crystal, there was a pair of sparkling black eyes that flashed with an indescribable brilliance. It made people fall in love with one look. When Xiao Hua saw this pair of eyes, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Because through this pair of eyes, he actually felt that this huge python was so beautiful. It was as if a naked beauty was lying in front of him. "How dare you?" A berating voice came from beside Xiao Hua's ear. "How can you look straight at the prince's beloved concubine?" Chapter 3965. Xiao Hua is surprised. Following the voice, he sees a tall and thin lizard-like monster standing far away from the pool, coldly looking at him. Beside the lizard, There was a demon that was as fat as a pig. It was blinking its small eyes and looking at him with a smile, as if it was gloating over his misfortune. Xiaohua's heart trembles. His eyes slightly sweep around. He wants to look at the pool, but he doesn't dare. However, as his eyes sweep, he sees several sand pools on the side of the pool. On top of these sand pools, there are several huge monster beasts. Although these monster beasts are big in size, they all look slender, like a kind of graceful line. When some of these monster beasts are shaking, it gives people a kind of heart-wrenching feeling. Damn it, I understand. Seeing these female monster beasts, Xiaohua's eyes fall on the four walls of the palace. Xiaohua suddenly understands. He bitterly smiles in his heart. These monster beasts are Ao Jing's beloved concubines. The paintings on these four walls are also pictures of the dragon race's pleasure. It is somewhat similar to the Buddhist sect's so-called Zen of joy. Could it be that every picture is the same posture? Xiaohua can't help but want to look again. However, he is immediately shocked. What is Ao Jing doing with that female python? I stare at his beloved concubine a few times. Isn't that peeping? Xiaohua doesn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly bows and says, "Second prince, this one is rude. Although this one is already vigilant in his heart. But prince's beloved concubine is really beautiful. This one can't help but take 4 more looks." Damn it. The lizard monster scolds loudly and says anxiously, "Prince, this Chi is too vulgar. In my opinion, we should quickly drive him out." Haha, no need. Ao Jing laughed loudly, causing the water in the entire pool to sway. As Ao Jing spoke, his dragon body coiled around the giant python. The pink color on the giant python's body became even more intense, and the strange fragrance became even more intense. What was special was that the giant python actually let out a short hissing sound, causing Xiaohua's lower abdomen to be on fire. Fortunately, just as the sound came out, boom! Water splashed out from the dragon's body, and the dragon and python fell into the water. The water rippled, and the dragon and python's bodies twisted and intertwined violently, making violent sounds. A lot of water even splashed out. Xiaohua sighed in his heart. He naturally knew what Ao Jing was doing. He really couldn't believe his eyes. This Ao Jing was actually so lascivious, copulating with the giant python in front of him and the other 2 monster race experts. What was the difference between this and the daytime promiscuity of the human race? At this time, the lizard monster waved at Xiaohua, indicating for him to come over. Xiaohua thought for a moment, then quickly walked over to the 2 monster race experts. He lowered his voice and saluted. "This one is Chi from the Chi race. Greetings to the 2 immortal friends. This one is Chi from the Tai lizard race. This one is Chrysalis from the Conch race." That Chi seemed to be very enthusiastic. He hurriedly returned the salute and introduced. That Chrysalis, who was as fat as a pig, casually cupped his hands and stepped aside a few steps. He seemed to be unwilling to stand together with Xiaohua. Xiaohua glanced at Chrysalis and didn't care. He said to Chi in a low voice, "Thank you for your reminder, immortal friend. Otherwise, if this one looked a few more times, Prince would definitely take my life." That Chi seemed to be unwilling to talk about this matter. He waved his hand and didn't let Xiaohua speak anymore. Xiaohua closed his mouth and lowered his head, only looking at the ground. Just like a Confucian cultivator, see no evil, hear no evil. After the time it took to eat a meal, the water in the entire pool slowly calmed down. That scarlet giant python floated on the surface of the pool, as if it was dead. Ao Jing's dragon body slightly swept over the giant python's body. "Chi, why didn't you wait outside the palace to board the dragon boat? Why did you come inside the palace to find this king?" Ao Jing's voice came, revealing a kind of exhaustion. Xiaohua didn't dare to neglect and hurriedly replied, "Reporting to Prince, this one was originally waiting outside the palace, but after thinking about it, I always felt that the matter of this one's clan was somewhat inappropriate. If I don't tell Prince in detail, this one's heart won't be at ease." "What's there to be at ease about? Didn't my father already ask you to go to the North Sea Dragon Palace for an audience?" Ao Jing asked faintly. Yes, the Dragon King did ask this one to go, but he didn't promise to protect this one's clan. Xiaohua said with a smile, "If no one beside the Dragon King said a few good words, This one is afraid that the Dragon King will. He, immortal friend, is thinking too much. The nearby Chi said with a smile, since the second prince will lead us there, won't the Dragon King look up to us? It's just that the second prince still has a lot of things to do. I don't know if he can speak for us. Hearing Chi's words, Xiaohua hurriedly took out a few Qianquan bangles from his bosom, handed them to his head, and said with a smile, "This is a tribute to the Dragon King. I asked the second prince to help this one take a look. Which ones are the ones that the Dragon King likes, and which ones are the ones that the Dragon King dislikes?" Who? A strong wind rose in the palace of Spring Bud, and the Qianquan bangles in Xiaohua's hand flew into the pool. After a while, Aojing laughed and said, "These two are the ones that my father likes, you can keep them well." With that, 2 Qianquan bangles flew in front of Xiaohua. Xiaohua hurriedly received them and said, "Since the other few are the ones that the Dragon King dislikes, this one doesn't dare to take them with me. I asked the second prince to help this one deal with them. I'm really grateful to the second prince. If it weren't for the second prince, I would have offended the Dragon King before he could agree to my request." "Haha, not bad, this prince will help you deal with them," Aojing said with a laugh. However, at this moment, the demon assistant, Chrysalis, suddenly said, "Second prince, this one feels that this chi is a little inappropriate." "Oh, what's inappropriate? Tell me." Chrysalis still looked at Xiaohua with a smile and said, "When Chi first came in, his eyes were looking around randomly. It seems that he doesn't know what the Palace of Springbud is, nor does he know the meaning of the diagram in the palace. This one feels that he doesn't look like a demon." Ah! Xiaohua was shocked. He really didn't expect this harmless-looking pig to suddenly stab him with a knife. "Chrysalis, your words are a little wrong." Chi hurriedly explained, "When I came in I was also stunned and couldn't help but look around. After all, this is the Prince's Palace of Springbud. I have only heard of its name, but not its details, so it's normal for me to want to take a look." "That's right," Xiaohua hurriedly said. "This one is very envious of the second prince's life. If my Qi clan is as strong and prosperous as the Dragon Palace, this one will also imitate this Palace of Springbud in the Qi clan. Of course, after it's built, this one will invite the second prince over." Ojing laughed and said, "This Palace of Springbud is indeed famous. Many demons would lose their minds when they come in. Qi can only be considered as being rude. This has nothing to do with him not looking like a demon. Since he's rude, he should be punished." Chrysalis said somewhat unforgivingly, "We can't let other demons say that the Feather Spirit Palace has no rules." This Aojing was a little hesitant. Chrysalis said aggressively again, "Moreover, according to this one's knowledge, there aren't any particularly powerful natural enemies around the Qi clan. This Qi wants to meet the Dragon King. I don't know what he wants to do." Xiaohua was anxious, his eyes spitting fire as he looked at Chrysalis and said angrily, "Chrysalis, how did this one offend you? This one has been entrusted by my clansmen, and has already reported the clan's affairs to the second prince. The second prince has also reported the matter of my Qi clan to the Dragon King. This time the Dragon King has summoned me. If it weren't for the fact that my clan is in danger, how could he possibly allow this one to go over? You're making trouble out of nothing, and you're too scheming. This one thinks that you're not a demon. I'm afraid that this has something to do with the Immortal Palace, right? You're the spy of the Immortal Palace." Chrysalis was also furious. Beside him, Qi hurriedly advised, "Chrysalis, the number of people who can go to the North Sea Dragon Palace is limited after all. Since the second prince has agreed to bring you over next time, why are you comparing yourself to others now? How can Qi not go when the Dragon King has personally appointed him? If you really have something urgent to attend to, how about this one won't go this time and let you go instead?" "Good. This is what you said," Chrysalis said with great joy. Xiaohua finally understood. It wasn't that he had offended Chrysalis, but that Chrysalis was jealous of him for being able to go to the North Sea Dragon Palace. Who are you waiting for to go and who isn't? This king is the one who makes the decision. Do you think it's up to you?" Aojing's cold snort came, scaring Chrysalis and Qi into bowing, not daring to say anything else. "Your Majesty." The giant red python's lazy voice came. "This one has heard that the Tinkonk clan has always been loyal to your Majesty. The last time they came to my Feather Spirit Palace, they specially came to pay their respects to your Majesty. This one can't go to the North Sea Dragon Palace for the time being, but this one misses elder sister very much. Why don't you let Chrysalis pay respects to elder sister on behalf of this one? Ha, you little fellow. Ao Jing's huge dragon tail flipped up from the pool, and with a plop he smashed the giant python to the bottom of the pool. He laughed and said, "This king always thought that you wouldn't speak up for Chrysalis, but you still did in the end. Looks like you're not the kind of beautiful python who takes advantage of others for nothing. However, this idea of yours isn't good. Your elder sister is used to being jealous. If you let Chrysalis pay respects to you, she'll eat Chrysalis in one bite." "Humph, your majesty dotes on elder sister." The giant pink python leapt out from the pool and coiled around Ao Jing's dragon body. She said coquettishly, "How is this one inferior to elder sister? Which younger sister in the palace of Springbud is inferior to elder sister?" "That's right, your majesty is biased." As they spoke, the nearby demonic beasts flew up from the sand dunes and dove into the pool. All sorts of demonic beasts wrapped around Ao Jing's dragon body. Damn it, dragons are naturally lustful. They want to dominate any female demonic beast they see. No wonder there's a saying that the dragon has 9 different sons. Xiaohua lowered his head and cursed in his heart. However, the corners of his eyes were constantly looking around the palace of Springbud. Although Xiaohua didn't dare release his soul sense, an indescribable sense of danger came from all around the palace of Springbud. It was as if the moment Xiaohua made any strange movements, the entire palace of Springbud would pounce on him. Xiaohua sighed in his heart. His original plan had to be abandoned. Chapter 3966. You can wait. Pack up and wait at the entrance of the palace. I'll board the dragon boat with you. Ao Jing's dragon roar shook the entire palace of Springbud. The 4 walls of the palace shone with a green brilliance. Strands of fine lines came out of the dragon taming 100 beasts painting and slowly fell into the pool in the middle. The entire pool rolled violently, and Ao Jing's excited voice came from the pool. "Thank you, my king," Chrysalis said loudly. He cupped his hands at the deep pool, glanced at Xiaohua and Hui proudly, and walked out arrogantly. Hui didn't dare to be negligent. He pulled Xiaohua, and the 2 monsters bowed to express their gratitude, and hurriedly left the palace of Springbud. After leaving the palace of Springbud, the strong fragrance was still there, but the earth-shattering sound had disappeared. Chrysalis, who had walked out of the palace earlier, was also nowhere to be seen. Xiaohua looked at Hui and bowed. "Thank you, fellow immortal. If it weren't for your explanation, I'm afraid I would have offended the king as soon as I saw him." "It's fine. You and I both have to meet the Dragon King. Moreover, you and I are both weak races in the Thousand Demons sacred realm. We should help each other." Hui smiled and bent down to help Xiaohua up. Xiaohua nodded. He looked around and said, "I don't know how to get out. Can fellow immortal lead the way?" "What for?" Hui asked curiously. Xiaohua was even more confused. He asked, "Didn't the king ask us to?" At this point, Xiaohua came to a realization and smiled embarrassedly. "I thought the king was talking about outside the palace." "Of course you can outside the Feather Spirit Palace, but that's where ordinary monsters wait. As for us, we can wait outside the palace of Springbud," Hui replied with a smile. Then the 2 monsters whispered in front of the palace of Springbud. Hui seemed to be familiar with the North Sea Dragon Palace and gave Xiaohua a lot of advice. They even talked about a lot of things about the Thousand Demons sacred realm. Xiaohua felt that the more he talked with Hui, the more he got along. If it weren't for the fact that the 2 monsters were really weak, they might have sworn a blood oath. Looking at Hui's smiling face, Xiaohua's heart moved. When he saw Jiang Che, although Jiang Che didn't say anything, he knew that the great elder of the Heavenly Cave River might have already arrived at the Feather Spirit Palace. Since he could think of coming to the Spring Bud Palace to see Ao Jing, how could the great elder not think of it? Besides, how could the first elder not know that he had transformed into a hoe? This Hui was a complete stranger to him, yet it was taking care of him. Perhaps this Hui was the great elder's incarnation? Of course, this thought only flashed through Xiaohua's mind. He didn't dare to confirm it in person. After another 2 hours, Chrysalis came back again and greeted Xiaohua and Yu in a friendly manner, as if nothing had happened at the Hall of Spring Buds just now. Xiaohua was really not interested in this demon race of the Conch clan. He casually cupped his hands and spoke to Yu in a low voice. Chrysalis did not mind at all. As he listened, he would interrupt from time to time. Xiaohua had no choice but to be patient. After Chrysalis returned, some other demon race members came over after a while. Presumably, like Chrysalis and Yu, they had all seen Aojing before. The demons were well aware of each other's identity. When they met, they greeted each other and exchanged pleasantries. Xiaohua was among them. He raised his head and looked at the various demon beasts with gentle and refined expressions. He couldn't help but feel like a monkey wearing a crown. After more than a dozen monsters had gathered, the Feather Spirit Palace's sea generals also arrived. Finally, Aoxian transformed into her human form and stood in front of the group of monsters in golden armor. The doors of the Spring Bud Palace opened, and a group of demon concubines escorted Aojing, who wore a dragon robe and a dragon crown on his head, out. Aojing looked at the demons in front of the hall and said, "Is it time?" "It is." Aoxian bowed and replied, "The dragon boat is ready. Second Prince, please set off." And Aojing nodded. Aoxian stretched out her hand and took out a dragon pearl the size of a human head. She opened her mouth and breathed a dragon breath into the dragon pearl. The dragon pearl suddenly expanded. Aoxian threw the dragon pearl into the air. Boom! A swirling stream of water rushed out from the dragon pearl and whistled into the air. When the Feather Spirit Palace's demon array came into contact with the stream of water, they immediately avoided it. A moment later, a turbulent waterway appeared under everyone's feet. "Respectfully send His Highness back to the palace." The sea generals shouted in unison. "Respectfully send His Highness back to the palace." All the demon race members hurriedly echoed. Demon clouds appeared under Aojing's feet. He hugged the demons in his left and right and landed on the waterway. The waterway spun and sent Aojing and the others flying out of the Feather Spirit Palace. After Aojing left, Aoxian also stepped on the waterway with a group of dragon generals. Then, the demon race members who came to see the North Sea Dragon Palace also stepped on the waterway. Xiaohua was still with Yu and Chrysalis. The waterway was like a rainbow bridge, taking Xiaohua directly from the Feather Spirit Palace to the air. The entire Feather Spirit Bay was under the water bridge. Now the sun was setting, and half of the dark red sun on the sea in the west had already sunk into the sea. The end of the water bridge was between the clouds. A flying boat tens of thousands of feet long was suspended in the air. This flying boat was golden, but there was a kind of blood-red color in the dark red sunset. The entire dragon boat was not in the shape of a dragon as Xiaohua had imagined. It was in the shape of a black tortoise, but there were dragon pythons coiling around the tortoise's sides, head, and tail. What was special was that in front of the black tortoise's head, there was a ferocious dragon head coiled together. This dragon head held a golden sword in its mouth, and there was a green crown on its head. This was the symbol of the North Sea Dragon Palace. The entire dragon boat stopped there, and a kind of speechless power came from the dragon boat, pressing heavily on the hearts of the demons. Moreover, the dragon boat was so huge that it was like a fortress or a mountain. Looking at the dragon boat again, layers of treasure light overflowed in all directions, blocking the fog, water vapor, and sea breeze more than 1,000 feet away. Layers of thick demonic aura flowed under the treasure light, protecting the entire dragon boat. The demonic aura was divided into 9 colors in the treasure light, and the layers were clearly separated. It looked very beautiful. On the deck of the dragon boat, countless sea generals in bright armor were arranged in a military formation, and dragon flags were dancing on the side of the boat. Compared to the sea generals, there were even more demons and sea tribes. Although they were scattered, they still gathered in a few places. When they saw Aojing flying over, they all bowed and shouted, "Welcome, Second Prince." Xiaohua looked at the huge dragon boat with envy in his heart. This dragon boat was even bigger than the thunderboat of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Although Xiaohua had already collected enough materials to build a thunderboat, even if Xiaohua built a thunderboat, he feared that it wouldn't have such a majestic aura. "Grandma, the North Sea Dragon Palace is really rich." Xiaohua muttered to himself, "If I can enter the Dragon Palace, hee hee, Let's see if I don't plunder the dragon palace. Xiaohua landed on the deck with the crowd of demons. Ao Jing had already entered the cabin under the escort of the dragon generals. Xiaohua had already seen clearly in midair. This dragon boat was more than 100 li away from the Yuling Bay. Although it had not yet entered the North Sea, after the big storm, the sea below the dragon boat was still surging. The entire sea area was stirred up from time to time, and the sea breeze was stronger than usual, scraping the face like a knife. Rise! Ao Jing boarded the dragon boat, but when he heard the dragon generals shouting in unison, Xiaohua felt the dragon boat under his feet tremble slightly. The dragon boat began to slowly fly, but in a moment the speed of the dragon boat had already increased. It was like a giant beast tearing apart the heavy clouds in the sky, tearing apart the gradually spreading night. The dragon generals walked into the cabin, and the shrimp soldiers and crab generals also dispersed. However, the crowd of demons that had come to see the Dragon King was still on the deck. Not long after, dozens of beautiful fish demons with graceful waists swam out from various places. Each fish demon was holding a jade plate in their hands, and on the plate were piles of scales. The demons that Xiaohua was with all received a golden scale. The other demons were either silver or bronze in color. Xiaohua released his vital perception and looked at the number A45 engraved on the scale. He already understood that this was the number of the cabin that he was resting in. The silver and bronze scales should be divided according to the amount of things that were offered to Ao Jing. Distinguished guests. The fish demon's voice was soft and pleasant to the ears. My lord has invited all of you to a banquet tonight. Now I invite all of you to rest in the cabin. When the time is up, this concubine will return to inform you. Xiao, what number are you? As the demons dispersed, Xiaohua smiled and asked Xiaohua. A 45, what about you? I am a 67. Xiaohua's voice had just landed when Xiaohua walked over with a smile. What a coincidence, I am a 46. What's so coincidental about it? Xiaohua rolled his eyes at Xiaohua and said indifferently, it's just dozens of armor plates. You and I took them together, so it would be strange if we weren't together. However, Xiaohua and I are not together, which makes me very surprised. Xiaohua, why don't you exchange places with Xiaohua? Of course. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed, and a smile flashed in his harmless eyes. He turned his head and asked Xiaohua, I just don't know if Xiaohua is willing. I don't care. If Xiaohua wants to be together with me, then I'll exchange places with you. I wanted to take advantage of this time to have a good chat with Tian while we're at the North Sea Dragon Palace. Since Tian isn't willing, then forget it. Chrysalis took out a scale and exchanged it with Tian. He didn't even look at Xiaohua as he turned around and left. Damn it, I feel uncomfortable just looking at this guy. Xiaohua curled his lips and spat. If I get close to him, won't I get sick of him? Haha. Xiao, why get angry over someone else? Xiao laughed. You get angry, but he doesn't know. You're just making yourself uncomfortable for nothing. Indeed. Xiaohua nodded. Fortunately, I met you, fellow immortal. Otherwise, this trip would have been extremely depressing. Xiaohua didn't reply. He looked at the pitch-black sky. The stars in the sky were even more brilliant than those in Yuling Bay. After a while, he said in a low voice, Xiao, can you accompany this one to the side of the ship to take a look? This? Xiaohua hesitated. He looked left and right, then probed. Is the North Sea Dragon Palace willing? Let's give it a try. If the guards don't let us, then we'll go back. Xiaohua also looked around. There didn't seem to be any marine soldiers nearby paying attention to them. Deal. Xiaohua raised his hand. Fellow immortal, please. You're tuning in to the Li Mei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.